Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Hi, I'm Scarlett, and this is my best little buddy, Penny. We are just out for a walk in the neighborhood. Hey, Penny.
Yeah?
Do you know what we should do today?
What?
We should go on an adventure.
An adventure? Where are we going?
The Sutter Butts. Those mountains right there. They're the smallest mountain range in the world.
They look huge to me.
Let's go check them out. Come on. Wow, Penny. This place is amazing.
It's like a giant playground.
I wonder what type of creatures live up here.
I don't know if I want to find out. Wait, do you see that?
Is that a cave? Sweet.
This might be the coolest thing we've ever found.
Adventure level maximum.
It's kind of spooky in here.
I like spooky.
Whoa.
What is this?
Scarlett, do you hear that?
Yes, I definitely hear that. That's a rattlesnake.
What should we do?
Let's get out of here. Okay, Penny, that was way too close. I officially vote for adventures with no snakes next time.
Hey there, what are you doing up here? We got a call that there was a kid wandering around up here alone.
I'm not alone, I have Penny. We were just exploring the beautiful Sutter Butts, and we found a cave.
But then there was a rattlesnake in there.
I think you mean the Sutter Buttes. A rattlesnake, huh? Sounds like you two had quite the adventure. But the sun's going down soon. You should probably head home before it gets dark.
Yes, sir. Mom, Dad, Penny and I went on the biggest adventure today. We explored the Sutter Buttes, found a cave, and there was even a rattlesnake.
But we handled it like professionals.
And Sheriff Barnes told us to head home before dark.
Well, that sounds like quite the adventure.
Just maybe stay away from rattlesnakes next time.
We agree.
Okay, well, it's time to get ready for bed.
Let's go, Scarlett. I'll tuck you in.
Okay. So, Penny, where should we explore next?
Somewhere with less snakes.
Connecting the Yuba Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Since 1984, the Christian Assistance Network, CAN, has been a powerful reminder of what happens when churches come together to serve their community. What began with 7 churches has grown to over 28, all united with one mission: helping people in Yuba Sutter with compassion and care. At CAN, we keep things simple, but effective. When someone is in need, they come to us. Our volunteers, they listen, they assess, and connect with them with all the right resources they need. Whether that's food, diapers, clothing, or financial help paid directly to landlords and their providers, every dollar, every donation goes exactly where it's needed most. Guided by our board of directors and fueled by the awesome volunteers, CAN makes sure no family has to walk alone, especially during the holidays. We provide Thanksgiving baskets and turkeys so families can gather around a nice warm meal.
We can't do it without you.
Your generosity makes this possible.
Every gift, big or small, helps us reach more neighbors in need. And together, we can make a difference.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
California's Yuba River starts high on the western slope of the Sierra. A composite of the Slate, Indian, Canyon, and Snake. Fed by tiny nameless creeks, clattering toward it from either side. By glistening springs trickling over its mossy banks.
In Yuba County, water has given and taken everything. Water built the community.
We started with the water, so we're not going to be here without our water.
And threatened to destroy it.
The amount of water that can come down this river at a moment's notice is mind-boggling.
They had floods regularly, 55.
Releasing a terrific quantity of water would spread at freight train speed.
86.
This is scary.
97.
In Yuba County, total devastation.
You're feeling it for the people that possibly could be gone.
This is the story of a small community that stood their ground against incredible odds.
Those kind of stories that we just can't imagine nowadays.
A story of determination, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment. A story told by those who know it best.
We do beat the odds over and over again. It's like just when they count you out, we come back. Yuba is the comeback kid.
If we don't teach our children the history of what there was, they won't appreciate where they're growing up, what people did, how hard it was for them to do it, and the life they can have here. Well, John Sutter was the first European to own land here. In 1838, he became a Mexican citizen, and within 2 years, he had to have 12 settling families, or that land, which is now 7 counties in California, reverted back to the Mexican government. My family was one of those families.
Named for a survivor of the Donner Party, the city of Marysville came to be in an opportune place at an opportune time.
The city of Marysville was founded in 1850 during the gold rush. The people who created the city realized immediately the value of locating at the confluence of the Yuba and Feather Rivers because of the gold activity.
Now, in 1848, when gold was discovered in California, men came here from all over the world to seek it out.
Marysville, because of the gold rush, experienced 50 years worth of growth in 5 years. And Mark Twain once called it the most well-built city in all of California.
We planted about 5,000 acres in about 4 weeks.
My great-grandfather came in 1851. And this property at that time was owned by a freed slave. In 1852, Marysville was as far as the steamships could come up from San Francisco.
The bridges coming into town, if you could look down, the old piers are still there, the original plaza where the steamships came. And they'd either go up the Yuba or up the Feather, or they'd disembark and the miners would leave from there.
The amount of gold that came out of Yuba County and Nevada County and Placer County in the mid-19th century, if you read about it, that was one of the reasons that the Union was successful in the Civil War, is that the gold that California was producing at that time was a real plus financially to the Union, and that's one of the reasons that California became a state so early in the game.
More gold was taken out of the Yuba River watershed than any river watershed in the entire United States.
But it wasn't long before they picked up all of the easy gold, and they began to be faced with the fantastic engineering problems of getting gold out of the secret places where it had lain for millions of years. If water had placed the gold in those riverbeds to begin with, why not use water to blast it loose again?
Hydraulic mining powered the gold rush economy, but was incredibly damaging to the river. Entire hillsides were washed away, sending millions of tons of silt and debris down the Yuba, threatening farmers' livelihoods, raising flood risk, even starting a local civil war.
The issue here really became farmers versus miners.
My great-grandpappy, okay, and he came out here, brought his wife. And they planted an orchard, okay, and he was going to make a great success and have a dozen kids. And then you see this river of sand, of sludge coming. Imagine a young orchard getting buried with the silt from hydraulic mining, okay? They literally raised the ceiling floor of where he lived 20 to 30 feet.
River traffic became impossible. San Francisco Bay turned brown the year round. And on the farms outside of the river towns, hundreds of acres of fruit orchards were strangled.
When the hydraulic mining was going on, people in Marysville were quite happy with it. In fact, they were making what they called the monitors, the giant nozzles and the canvas hoses that they used in the operation. And the mayor of Marysville would point to the muddy Yuba River, saying, that activity, that's our economy. And it wasn't until 1875, the flood of 1875, that they joined with the farmers in Sutter County against the hydraulic miners.
In 1884, a court ruling by Judge Lorenzo Sawyer banned hydraulic mining in California, the first environmental ruling in U.S. history. The people of Marysville, who once celebrated hydraulic mining, partied in the streets.
The war was over. The mines must close. And the people of the valley went to bed in peace.
after the gold rush, our gold here is our agriculture. So the flumes that were used for the gold, they became our irrigation canals to grow the agriculture in this area.
Even as Marysville became a hub of farming and commerce, locals lived under the long shadow of Mother Nature, under the constant threat of flooding.
So the largest flood here has been the super flood of 1862 that actually flooded Sacramento. The governor had to row his boat to his inauguration, and they moved the capital of Sacramento for a while because of the flooding. So the community found out early, again, that they had to make a decision about whether they were going to stay here and what they were going to do in order to stay here, or whether they're going to have to abandon the place. And we're here. So we know what the decisions were.
After the mining debris filled in the rivers, it was a constant fight to be able to keep the water out of Marysville.
The levees were largely mined out of the channel itself or from whatever was available at the time. In this region, there are silts and sands that are very permeable. And so what happens when we have water against them for an extended period of time, they become saturated and they start to melt away, just like if you're heating up a cube of butter.
Those levees were tested time and time again. Dams were built upstream to hold back mining debris. It wasn't enough to hold back the full force of Mother Nature on Christmas 1955.
It's just the biggest storm we'd had since 1909 in December of 55.
Shortly after midnight on the morning of the 24th, December 1955, the Feather River broke its levee at Gumtree, 2½ miles south of Yuba City.
In a matter of minutes, a wall of water 5 feet high rolled across the frightened city, crushing homes and business buildings like matchwood, or moving them completely off their foundations. It was one of the worst flood disasters in the history of the United States.
I think we had possibly a half hour's notice.
Where was your husband at this time?
Well, he had been...
The Red Cross was there, the Salvation Army, the Boy Scouts, the National Guard, the Public Health Service, and many others.
Marysville's levees held, barely. The break happened on the Feather River in Yuba City near midnight. 38 people died.
You know, I stand on the front porch of my house, and I was 10 years old, and I heard a roar. I can still hear that roar. I can just think about that roar and houses floating by our house. I can still see that. I can still hear it. Never wanted to happen again.
As a senior in high school, we didn't understand the gravity of it, but a week later we were over in Yuba City mucking the houses out. You know, wearing hip boots and, you know, muck 6 inches deep and a big shovel and pushing it outdoors. Houses were knocked off their foundation. I mean, it was just devastating.
Certainly a Christmas that will never be forgotten by the unfortunate residents of Yuba City and Lower Sutter County.
Not too far up from where we're sitting right now was the 1950 flood, and that broke through the rock piles to the community of Hamilton and on out to the south districts where these guys are from, and did, you know, millions of dollars worth of damage. So our supervisors at that time, when the 55 flood came along, could say, hey, we need some type of flood control.
It wasn't just flood protection on people's minds. South of the Yuba River, farmers were pumping so much groundwater that wells were going dry. The hope was creating the Yuba County Water Agency would solve both problems.
So the agency was formed in 1959, and I always tell people, the agency and I were formed in the same year. It's a great year.
In a community rich in history but short on money, Yuba Water took on California's largest public works project ever led by a public agency.
They were remembering the flood, and they felt it was their duty and mission to do something about it.
And if you look at what was happening on the Feather River, the state was building Orville Dam. On the American River, the feds were building Folsom Dam. And nothing was happening on the Yuba River.
The community organized around the idea of, we're going to build a dam. If they're not going to build it, we'll build it.
It is the most incredible local government story ever to me. We can't wait for the feds anymore. We can't wait for the state. We've got to do it ourselves.
Building New Bullard's Bar, the 5th tallest dam in the country, would have been a huge lift for anyone, let alone one of the poorest counties in the state. The idea sparked fierce debate at the Capitol.
And the reality was the state really didn't want a small county to build it. You know, they were building all these projects, and this was a big project, and there was no way a small county could do it, but, you know, we'll give you the authority, we'll give you the special district.
Oh, I would say it was definitely a miracle that got done. From what I understand, it was debated on the assembly floor longer than any public works project up to that point in California.
And it probably wouldn't have happened other than, you know, the first Brown governor, because he was big into water supply, and the whole state water project was being formed at the time, and so there was, you know, a governor that was pro-water projects.
Of the time, my father, because he was Attorney General, had water cases and got very interested and committed. So he pushed the water plan, and finally they got it done. Obviously he signed the water development program for Yuba County.
Well, we're going to harvest this. These are early girl tomatoes, and they're really the ones that I found work best in this climate. So, you know, the agency was created, but then how do you accomplish this water supply and flood protection? And that was done through the Yuba River Development Project, and there's a lot of stories about that.
Construction continued around the clock for 3 years. They blasted and bored through solid rock to build New Bullard's Bar Dam and Reservoir. They carved a tunnel through the hillside, building a penstock to carry water to New Colgate Powerhouse to generate electricity, with 2 of the largest Pelton wheel turbines ever built, 18 feet across, weighing 70,000 pounds. Equally impressive were the people of Yuba County, willing to put everything on the line for a project that cost far more than the whole county was worth.
They put out the vote to issue bonds. At the time, it was $185 million worth of bonds. Okay. At that time, it was 2.5 times the total appraised value of all of the property in the county. Okay. And 92% of the voters in Yuba County said, yes, we need to issue those bonds. I think about that and say 2.5 times the total value of all the property today is $12.5 billion. Okay, that's the level of commitment they were making.
The challenges were immense. Not a single contractor bid on the project. So it was redesigned to cut costs. After agonizing financial wrangling and negotiating, a firm called Perini Yuba signed on. But who would pay? Not Yuba Water.
They didn't have any money. They couldn't buy anything.
And so as a result, they had to negotiate and put together agreements where the people that had the money were willing to part with it to develop this project.
You start out by moving dirt, tons of dirt.
A financing partner eventually emerged, Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E.
I did not know the history. It was like it was buried in the archives. Nobody seemed to care. Even Pacific Gas and Electric Company had long since forgotten where they started. First of all, Colgate Powerhouse today is located on the original site of the original Colgate Powerhouse, which was 1899. And it has an interesting history because three men had a vision of electrifying the north state of California. DeSabla, the engineer, Martin, the salesman, and Romulus Riggs Colgate, the financier, they put this project together. They built the first powerhouse and delivered power 6 months to the day to Sacramento. But their real desire was to get to the Bay Area. They developed a 40,000 volt transmission line, 141 miles long, and carried the power to Oakland. They incorporated into Pacific Gas and Electric Company on January 2nd, 1906. On April 18th, 1906, was a catastrophic San Francisco earthquake. They survived it, they didn't go bankrupt, and from that point on, they became a successful company. The largest private electric utility in the world. And it all started here.
In 1966, work began in a steep canyon 5 miles northeast of the town of Dobbins.
Generations later, in the late 60s, PG&E agreed to finance the Yuba River Development Project. But in return, they would receive all of the hydropower revenue from New Colgate for the next 50 years.
Pacific Gas Electric Company was not in the business for flood protection. They were in the business to make power.
A deal was struck, and at long last, construction began nearly 7 years after the agency was formed.
Don Wilson, my predecessor, would tell stories about how the wheels would fall off the project, and then everybody'd gather together and go put the wheels on again. And just a great story of perseverance.
You move mountains of dirt to chew your way down.
It really was an impossible project. I mean, it was, if you were up at that dam and looked at it, back then and looked in the canyon, you just couldn't imagine it. The old guys that were the surveyors would talk about, and I think, man, they had to be in good shape because they surveyed it with links and chains. So you're walking these incredibly steep canyons. We don't have GPS or a laser. They are walking them with links of chain, measuring everywhere where the water line would be. And all of us who've been around here a long time, I mean, my father worked on it, the duct work and he was a sheet metal worker. My grandfather was an electrician. He worked on the dam. Everybody who was in construction, if you had family, they worked up on Brewers Bar. It was the big project.
This project has come to reality through the vision and the enterprise and the cooperation of many people who will reap its benefits, not only for themselves, but for the people of California. It's this cooperation that's brought Yuba County an invaluable source of hydroelectric power, a storage basin for the floodwaters that have plagued the lower areas for so many years, and a recreational site that can be used and enjoyed by all Californians.
We started out as a department of Yuba County. It was kind of like a closet, like here's a little extra space.
So when I first was elected, I was elected as a county supervisor, and they were giving me a tour of the courthouse where we were housed at the time. And they said, oh, by the way, you also sit on the Yuba County Water Agency, which I had heard of but didn't know much about. They took me down this corridor of a hallway into a room that was literally no more than 10 by 10. And it was Don Wilson and Nancy Jones. And that was the office. And that was my first impression of the Yuba County Water Agency.
Turn. That's better. I worked for Yuba County Water Agency for 29 years. Yes. Anything in the office was paid for through the general fund, and if we needed supplies and stuff like a pen for one person, we went down and bought one pen. We never ever bought a box of pens because we didn't have that kind of funding. Back in the 80s, we probably had somewhere between 12 and 15 people at the plant. There was 2 clerical staff that worked for me, and then I worked and Don Wilson worked. And that was it, and then we had a part-time hydrologist.
Nobody could have predicted or fully prepared for the levee failure in 1986 that changed this small water agency and the course of Yuba County forever.
Muddy water from the Yuba River spread over the towns of Linda and Olivehurst. People scrambled to leave with whatever they could carry. By 10 o'clock, water was flooding the streets on the outskirts of Olivehurst as authorities moved ahead of it, rushing to complete their evacuations.
Evacuate the Olivehurst area. Southbound, Highway 65. Sheriff's Department.
In areas nearest the river, people were reportedly rescued from rooftops. Many lined Highway 70, heading south, bumper to bumper, on one of the few roads left open. No one really knew exactly how high the floodwater would reach.
By daybreak, the full extent of the destruction came into focus. Damage stretched into the hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's kind of scary not knowing if everything you have is, floated away, and we had to leave our dog there. We don't know if he's alive. It's scary.
The poor community of Linda really suffered and has never really recovered from the 86 levee failure.
After the 86 flood event, the agency really started looking at how can they as an agency help the entire county. What are the studies that we need to do? And we started lobbying for flood studies and what kind of work do we need to do on the levees.
Well, I started working with Yuba Water in about 1986, 1987. The sole revenues then were a small amount of county tax revenue, and then their water sales. They covered the cost of the water and not much more. The agency looked at, what its assets were and how they could maybe maximize those, and so we talked about water transfers.
Now water transfers are deemed, they're just part of the world. I mean, everybody does it. But back then, there were very few water transfers from the North State, especially ones that were fairly large. As you can now read sometimes, maybe you're selling your soul to the devil. You're moving, water to the south.
There was a lot of distrust between Northern California generally and Southern California. And they want our water, and once they get our water, it's never coming back.
And yet, one of the things I've told people forever, the options up here, guys, there's 2 options. We're either going to move water, or they're going to move to Yuba County. Would you rather have LA here, or would you rather have LA there? So let's figure this out.
Never an agency to shy away from a challenge, Yuba Water spearheaded legislation, fast-tracking water transfers, and guaranteeing that the community making the transfer would never be left high and dry. It passed without a single no vote.
And that, since then, has been really the mechanism by which millions and millions of acre feet have been transferred throughout California.
whenever we get a check in, especially if it was over $1 million, everybody in the office had to hold it for a second. Because, hey, $1 million? Wow.
Those water transfers funded levee studies, so Yuba Water was first in line for state and federal dollars for flood protection. But in 1997, Mother Nature delivered another devastating blow.
Above the spillway at Lake Oroville, hundreds of millions of gallons of water a second crash into the Feather River. But can the already saturated levee system handle all this water?
You know, we were very concerned that we were going to make it through this because we knew how much water was coming down through the system. And, you know, I've been through enough floods now that you know, okay, you get to a certain point, the levee's going to break somewhere, but you don't know where. Mm-hmm. And it was the next day. I live in Brownsville, so it's about 45 to 50 minutes away. And when I drove in my driveway, the radio said that it broke. It was traumatic for us because we knew people could possibly die. And people did.
My heart goes out to everybody that has lost everything.
I wanted to get in the car and just leave and never come back.
The water level here was above the windows, pretty close to 9 feet deep. I should have known better because, I mean, I went through the 1955 flood. Live and learn.
For those that thought they could come back after 11 years, it was done. Put a fork in it because people were not motivated to live in Yuba County, let alone invest in businesses as well.
How you both doing? Good. Good. How about some coffee to start with?
Coffee? Mm-hmm. We own the local diner here in Olivehurst. It's called Duke's Diner after my dad, and we've been in business for almost 60 years. We moved from Sacramento.
Like we did in 2017. Remember when they were
working in the diner? I have this interaction going 7 days a week with folks.
Hey, great idea.
And it's kind of like the hub, you know, like this little city hall.
I'm still in politics. I just like
talking to a lot of the folks that I went to school with, that I was neighbors with, that said that our parents can't go through another one of these and something has to be done. And it really happened at Duke's Diner, you know, sitting around this table. I guess I drew the short straw on this one, and it was, decided that I would run for the Board of Supervisors. As a county supervisor, you also become a member of the Yuba Water Agency. My first thing was, we have to have flood protection. You know, okay, I don't care if we have a new park, money for a park. What good is it if it's underwater?
1895?
The grassroots effort that began at Duke's Diner helped spark a groundswell of change. In the years following the 97 flood, Yuba Water led efforts with local, state, and federal partners to dramatically strengthen the levees, work that continues in earnest to this day.
You know, it was personal. You know, it was personal, not to be flooded once, but twice in 11 years. It was like, you know, you can't get away with that. And I wasn't just saying that to the state or the federal government. I was saying that to anybody who would listen, is that this poor community deserves better. And I'm going to be a loud voice for them in order to make sure that they have a level of safety that most people take for granted.
Setback levees were built on the Feather and Bear Rivers. Improvements were made to strengthen the Marysville Ring levee around the city of Marysville. After more than $500 million in investment in several decades, Yuba County is now one of the best protected communities at risk of flooding in California.
So at this point, I mean, you're sitting behind levees that probably have more money per capita than any levee system in the United States.
And I think it's loyalty. Loyalty to the community, loyalty to the families that were here before us. I think that's what it was about.
Well, so today was our first day of peach harvest. And they'll get canned and they will end up in somebody's shopping cart, hopefully. So, it was from sun up to sundown. Back then it was kind of hard. My dad tells us, the jobs weren't readily available. So they would have to go knock on door to door, try to find a job. They go out there with the headlights on to try to start early, work until they couldn't see anymore. So we would go out in the summertime. So all my friends would be out learning how to swim. I still don't know how to swim. They learned how to swim. We were out picking peaches. We were out picking prunes. It was just trying to survive, trying to make that extra money, and just trying to raise the family. And Dad's goal was trying to put us to college, and so every little bit helped.
From one generation to the next, the roots of Yuba County farming run deep.
For this region, it is very important. We don't have big companies here. We don't have high-tech companies here. So ag is everybody's bread and butter around in this region right here. Water is number one. I mean, without water, we have nothing.
That's rang true for more than a century at Daguerre Dam, built in the early 1900s to hold back debris from hydraulic mining. Irrigation districts north of the Yuba River saw opportunity here, building canals to move water to crops. The South County waited much longer.
When they built New Village Bar, they included a diversion that was going to put water in the south portion of Yuba County, south of Yuba River. The costs of actually building the dam was higher than what they had projected, and they literally had no money left over.
And what it was 15 years later or so, and we started talking seriously, or you guys started talking seriously about, hey, remember the second half of that project? The surface water delivery. Look at this graph. We need to do this.
Some of us got together and decided that it was time for us to see if we couldn't do that ourselves. We built the canal that exists to this day.
The majority of the county now is in rice because that's basically the best use for that land. The rice prices in the 1980s were very poor, and the growers had to put up money to build this system, and it was really difficult. We tend to forget now, maybe, or some of the guys never even knew, but in those days, it was tough.
It was a real struggle for those that were involved in that, but I think the important thing is it was financed by the people who were using it.
It came at a steep cost, but the Wheatland Canal, as it's known, finally brought Yuba River water to South County farmers, reversing decades of declining groundwater levels.
The agency has a graph of the South County that shows before we started pumping out the ground and then after surface water came in. It's pretty dramatic. I'm sure you've seen it, Will.
Yep, many times.
Yeah, it's a really...
It really tells the story.
Exactly.
And then the unsurprising but great result is just the restoration of that groundwater. The graph turns itself upside down basically and starts back up, and I think by the early 90s it's kind of back to where it was in 1950.
It's been a godsend. We were running out of water down there. That area had been developed on wells, and the aquifer was going down constantly.
Today, Yuba Water supplies water to 8 irrigation districts, the agency's member units, supporting 60,000 acres of farmland from fruit trees to the king crop around here, rice.
sushi rice, Japanese and Korean restaurants, you're eating medium grain rice. It's most probably anywhere in the United States is from California. It's a huge part of the economy here. And it's also the conservation crop. If it were not for the rice industry in the Pacific Flyway, the Pacific Flyway would collapse. 60% of the nourishment for ducks and geese come off these rice fields in the winter. Well, without the water resource, none of what you see in this camera or what you see in Yuba County would exist.
We are the partners of Yuba Water Agency. Us irrigation districts, 8 districts are in a partnership, and that's how we feel. Because of the fact we do use water out of the project, and that water grows crops to feed people. The agency needs us, and we actually, need the agency.
Even as Yuba Water made huge strides on the flood front, the agency faced one of its greatest challenges ever, one that took 2 decades to solve.
Yeah, the Yuba Accord was extraordinary. That's something you could have done a documentary on. All the ups and downs. It was full of drama, believe me. But it started out in 1988. A complaint was filed by a conservation group.
A complaint filed in the late 80s to the State Water Resources Control Board argued there wasn't enough water coming down the Yuba River for fish. It presented a very real threat to everything the agency had worked so hard to protect.
It was basically a water taking. When the state came in, they were basically going to take our water rights, not temporarily, forever. There were models that we showed that on certain years, all the water would run out to the bay and there would be no water left for anybody.
We heard about this complaint. We heard that the board was, going to have a meeting, and the Department of Fish and Game provided a flow management plan. They would not give us the flow management plan. Don Wilson actually had to go to the Fish and Game office. He had to leave like his driver's license or credit card to get a copy of it, and take that copy to a copy place, get a copy of it, and they went and reviewed it, and they go, oh my goodness, all this hard work we did in building this project to provide reliable water supply is going to be gone if this draft water management plan goes forward.
But fortunately, we weren't ready to quit that easy.
Rather than fight it out in court, Yuba Water decided to seek a settlement. It took countless meetings to find common ground. First, with environmental agencies over how much water fish needed.
They had an Excel spreadsheet that filled up a wall with these little tiny cells of all these stressors by life stage, by species.
Over the course of that 20 years, we proposed that settlement to 6 different directors of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. 6 different directors.
We had already met and ironed out the deal with the NGOs and the governmental agencies and the water contractors. Now we get to go home and work with our irrigation district and thought, well, this should be the easy part, right? No, and I'll never forget out of one of the meetings, it was so discouraging after we met with them because they really didn't understand the program. And I'll never forget Paul Barkowitz said, they don't understand it and we can't explain it.
They don't get it and we can't explain it to them. There were challenges in all aspects of the agreement, and then we had engaged with them with a hydrologist like Steve Grinnell to figure out, okay, how do we make this work from a project operations standpoint?
As an engineer, I kind of have a bit of a personal motto. There's always a solution. So we just lay out the information for them. Farmers are great. You try to take something from them, and they'll stand at their fence line with a shotgun at you. But if you show them a way to get something done, to move forward, they're fantastic partners.
What Yuba did is they took basically lemons and made some lemonade out of it. And that's the best best way to put it. Just trust me, get in the car in the dark, and we're going to go for a ride, right? And we're going to end up at X. And that's kind of what a little bit of it was.
In the end, 3 agreements were ironed out as part of the Lower Yuba River Accord. More water would flow for fish, Yuba Water would be allowed to transfer some of that water south, and Yuba County farmers agreed to pump groundwater in dry years and use surface water in the wet years to replenish the groundwater, safeguarding local water supplies.
It is the solution, the model for solving water problems.
The Accord was the single most important event since building the dam to happen to the Yuba Water Agency.
Rivers freeze and summer ends. See, for me, she has a cold so warm. Keeps her from. There you go.
This agency has the potential to change Yuba County forever. Once the bonds were paid off, there was going to be a revenue stream that could make an impact in this poor county. So it got you to dreaming about what the future would be.
As the sun rose over New Bullard's Bar one April morning in 2016, a future 50 years in the making arrived. Yuba Water was about to take the reins from PG&E.
The agreement with PG&E was wonderful. It's what allowed us to build the dam and build the powerhouses. It was necessary, right?
Yuba had the opportunity to just sign another agreement with PG&E.
They, what I say, jumped off the cliff. Or we're going to do it ourselves.
It proved to be incredibly difficult with the punch list that just went on and on and on.
As Yuba Water formed its own power operation from the ground up, the agency negotiated with PG&E, with someone who would become a very familiar face on the other side of the table.
I have to blame it on my mom's sister, my aunt. She would take me to the races in Grass Valley. I can remember going there when I was like 4 years old, and I always said, I'm going to be a race car driver someday. Well, I'm not a race car driver.
Instead, Willie Whittlesey ended up in the fast-paced world of water, and his career path had its share of twists and turns.
I was at the time managing the contracts between PG&E and all of the irrigation districts and water agencies that PG&E dealt with. And Kurt and Yuba County Water Agency were one of those contracts. So I was managing that. I was on the other side of the table from Kurt Aiken, managing the end of what I didn't even realize at the time was such a historic agreement for Yuba County, right? Not realizing that someday I would be on the other side of the table, actually managing those agreements that I was negotiating. Now here I am as the general manager, and it's like, hey, we've got this wonderful resource that was kind of locked up for 50 years.
I was there when the transition happened, right at the time. We were at the Colgate Power Plant, and the board of directors were there and stuff like that. And it was just, it was like 2000, when the year 2000 came in. It's just another tick on the clock, right? It went fine. There was no fear.
From that day forward, power from New Colgate belonged to Yuba Water. The revenue to the people of Yuba County.
I don't know if you can compare it to any other place in California. Where else has a small agency, community, county done something of that magnitude?
That willingness and courage to take a little bit of a chance. The board took a chance with us when we take these, hey, we're adding this staff. We want to spend this many $1 million to make this change. That took a lot of confidence and courage on their parts. There's been courage all the way through the organization.
What kind of pride do you feel?
Oh, a lot. It's been a fight. We made it.
Today, this historic community is poised to write its next chapter. In the gold fields, more dirt was moved here than to build the Panama Canal. Piece by piece, Yuba Water is working to reverse the devastating impacts of hydraulic mining, restoring habitat to support declining fish populations. New Bullard's Bar is still the crown jewel of the agency and also a hidden gem as a recreation destination. While much of California grapples with declining groundwater, here the underground aquifer is in great shape. An area once beset by flooding is now one of the best protected in the state and continuing to work toward a first-of-its-kind milestone, 500-year flood protection, meaning there's a 1 in 500 chance in any given year that a flood could overpower the system. And in the high country, Yuba Water is leading unprecedented efforts to return forests to healthy natural conditions, protecting the watershed and reducing the risk of a devastating wildfire.
I think that we have an area of the county that's as well protected as can be from both flood and fire. And the water agency is working at both ends of the spectrum, from the top of the Sierras to the bottom of our flood zones.
All the while, Yuba Water is pouring hydropower revenue back into the community, investing in our leaders of tomorrow, investing to breathe new life into an economy that has struggled for far too long. It has taken immeasurable sacrifice and determination over many, many years. But in Yuba County, the future is bright.
My passion is really how can you leave the county in a better place that you've been involved in. And my two brothers play golf, and I go to water meetings. It's been very interesting and rewarding, and I'm proud that I was part of it.
There's a real sense of community, and it is that commitment to, no, this is our county. We're going to make it as good as we can.
What I think the most important thing for me is 50 years from now, my great-grandchildren will still want to live here. So that the children of Yuba County say, this is a great place to live, and we're going to stay. And that, to me, is success.
Probably not smart enough to go anywhere else. And here I sit, and I'm dug in, and I think, maybe I'm the dumb guy. All my ancestors, when things got a little crappy, they moved on. And I don't know, maybe it's the Pacific Ocean has stopped us, I don't know, but we're dug in and we're not moving.
It was all about how do we get this done? How do we work together and willing to take risks?
What more can we do? How do we think big? How do we dream big like the original founders of the agency?
There's just so much potential here in Marysville and in Yuba County. I just want to see us live up to that potential.
connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And my interview, my 9 o'clock, 9:14:40 to be exact, is Tom Walter. And I don't even remember how I met Tom, but we have some common loves, the military. We both have great respect for the military and everything involved in it. And we both like blues.
That's for sure. Yep.
It's like there's certain music that just goes right to the soul, and that's one of them.
You know what's funny about that is I love it for about 15 to 20 minutes, and that's enough.
And then you're moving on. Right? Well, you go from blues to brews, then you move from brews to barbecue.
There we go.
And you just got the sequence down.
There we go.
So that's coming up right around the corner.
It is, August 29th.
Gosh, how quickly this year's going by.
Yep, it's our 24th year. We lost 1 year during COVID.
Mm-hmm. So. Which was a waste of time because I'd have eaten barbecue. Just lift the mask and eat, listen to the music, you're outside, what the heck?
And beer's a natural,
Yeah, it could, for all we know, beer could have killed COVID.
That's true.
We should have experimented more.
I tried.
We get...
And I got it 4 times.
Oh, yeah, same here. It's like I told people, first time was pretty treacherous. After that, it was like, I got COVID, right? It was just, yeah. So this year is how many? 24?
24th
wow.
year. Yeah, Gina Crawford and I started it. Yep. It's gone from like 200 people to we'll probably have 800, 850 this year.
So let's talk a little bit about the important stuff, right? So it's on the 29th. So let's talk about it. What kind of brews are going to be there?
Over 30 microbrews.
Wow.
We will have non-alcoholic. I had a lady call me and say, so we're going to provide that, of course, which we haven't in the past.
Well, that's good. I don't drink, but I want to go have a good time.
Well, of course, we have all kinds of sodas, different kinds of sodas. We have wine, all different kinds of wine, water.
I do drink wine.
And we do have canned beer, probably 20 different kinds of canned beer.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the brews are happening. Okay. What about the music? What are you having this year for music?
Good to Go.
It's called Good to Go?
I have not heard them, but one of our members, Jim Phillips.
Yeah.
Yeah, bass player and vocalist. So he gets our bands every year, and he hasn't let me down yet.
That's very cool. Yeah. All right. Now I'm a dude, so it is about the food. So let's talk barbecue. What do you got going on this year?
Yeah. So like in other years, in the last at least 10, we have a pulled pork sandwich dinner, which is coleslaw and beans. By the way, the beans are from Hard Times. They're the best ever. Oh gosh, yeah. And I walked into Hard Times and I met the owner, Tim, and I said, you want to come out and do some samples and, get a little advertising, free advertising? He said, well, heck, why don't I cook it all?
Wow. He's such a nice guy, yeah.
He's tremendous. And then Veronica is his marketing person. But anyway, he's going to do the pork shoulders for the pulled pork sandwiches. We're going to have half slab of rib dinner, which he's cooking, and then we'll have a tri-tip sandwich dinner.
Wow!
And I've got Kenny Crowther, who caters. He's going to cook that. So, and then it has coleslaw, and we have cookie tree cookies for dessert. So it'll be a...
Man, you have like the best of the best.
We try.
You know, you guys, it's like, you know, it's like the difference between going and getting a TV dinner and getting a hungry man. You know, it's got the thing. Because I remember one year you had invited me. Thank you. You always invite me out. And I went up to get the food, and I was like, I hate to say this, but if there was no other reason, I would come to eat. I forget the band. Yeah, it was great music, and just a lot of really great people are out there. I mean, you see so many people you know, and even if you don't know them, you get a chance to, you know, meet new people, right?
Yeah, but it's a community event. We have 81 sponsors.
Wow.
Yeah, 480 seats. You know, that sponsorship comes with seats and reserved tables. So we have 81 reserved tables.
Well, gosh, that's a lot. That's amazing.
Well, they help us. It's unbelievable what this community does. I mean, so we've done 48 events this year. We cook for 17 different organizations and funded the others. We've done a scholarship program for $28,500. We've helped Beal on 3 different occasions, and the backpack, the Christmas when the spouses are away at Christmas time, and thank you, community, for allowing us to do that and giving us the resources to do it.
Yeah, I think I was going to ask you that. Hey, name some of the major sponsors that help this so that you guys can help. Because I believe you're Kiwanis, right?
Early risers.
Early risers. Yeah, you guys are like, who wants to get up that early? Well, we eat. All right, I'm in.
IHOP. 6:45 a.m. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. And I had to do it because I was with Sutter and Sutter Health. And I had to meet with the doctors at lunchtime because you don't want to interrupt their schedules. So that's when I started 34 years ago. Yeah. Oh, so the sponsors, Clan Morrison, John Morrison, he's our drinkware sponsor. So when you get there, you get a plastic 14-ounce cup. This is not beer tasting, this is beer drinking. And thank you, Happy Viking, one of our majors too, for they bring out their 2 trailers, so that's 16 taps, and their staff to serve. It's unbelievable. And then of course we have our other beer vendors, but Medusa Earth is one of our major sponsors also, and I've never heard of them, but so we have some farmers in our group.
That's cool.
Who really go out and get the farm community vendors to help us out.
I'm really kind of disappointed, Tom. I think you should have had red Solo cups.
John wouldn't pay. He wouldn't give us that big sponsorship unless I used a magic marker and wrote Clan Morrison on it. No.
Oh, man, this is really awesome. So one more time, it's on the 29th.
Yes, it's from 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8 at the Yuba Sutter Fairgrounds.
Correct.
And where can they go and get tickets?
Yeah, so they can go on Eventbrite. They can go to our website, brewsbluesandbbq.org or com. They can go to the Happy Viking, or they can go to Beach Hut Deli.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah.
And then they can pick up the tickets there. And
right.
You know, is there any specials, like if you buy for a party of 4, or is it just the ticket price is the same?
Ticket price is the same, but yeah, and then if you go to the gate, if you wait till you go to the gate, it's $75. It's $65 we haven't changed that for several years.
So just one quick thing. So the funds that come into this, because you guys are a nonprofit, right?
Correct.
And you're helping. So where do they go? What kinds of things are you guys supporting?
Well, like I said, the Beal Backpack, the Beal Christmas program, the 17 places that we cook. We just took our 16-burner, 2-warmer propane trailer, beautiful trailer that Sweco built for us, we took it to Restore, or Habitat for Humanity, for the community to use.
Oh, man.
So just call John Nicoletti and go pick it up and use it and have a blast. There's so many sponsors. Like I said, there's 81 sponsors. But
I tell people, you're always going to forget somebody. I don't care if you had them written in front of you. Somehow you'd miss one. So,
the other things that we give money to, this We Live, this new thing, it's for foster kids who term out at 18.
Yeah.
They help them get adjusted to the community because they just drop them.
We just had them on the air.
Did you really?
Yeah. Great folks.
So we gave them $1,000. Just all community stuff, and they come and speak, and then the board meets and votes on how much to fund. We have 2 coming up in the next board meeting. So.
Well, I appreciate early risers. So Blues, Brews, and Barbecues, go to that. But early risers, one more of our really just amazing local service clubs. And so if you like having pancakes with a bunch of people that love the community.
Or hot dog lunches. We did the United Way luncheon at the golf tournament. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
So you guys, 6:45. IHOP.
Yes.
So if somebody's interested in joining, can they go at that time and meet with you guys?
You come at that time and I'll buy you breakfast.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm about to get breakfast on Tom Walter's wallet.
Love to have you.
All right. What day is that you guys meet?
On every Tuesday.
Tuesdays. All right. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you coming on Blues, Brews, and Barbecues the 29th. I like that you can just go Happy Viking or Beach Hut Deli, get your tickets there. You can go online and get them our Eventbrite.
And on our posters, actually, there's the QR code.
Oh, that's even right easier. To Eventbrite.
Yeah. For you techies.
Yeah, that's not me, Tom. All right, thanks again.
Okay, thanks for having me.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw & Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
93Q Radio was an opportunity for what's called an LPFM to give the community a voice.
The big part of what's happening here is it's us. It's the community of us. There really is no other media group in the downtown Yuba Sutter grids that support and are active and are enthusiastic, and we can bring our message to more directly than any other source that's around.
We see the value. I really feel like this is a foundation for our community to build on and to thrive and to create that connection that we need.
They have the pulse of our community, from the nonprofits to the local governments. If you want to find out what's happening in our community, get on board with 93Q.
And 93Q does so much to help our community, helps us promote our local events, as well as local businesses, and tell our story about what we do here in Yuba Sutter.
The folks that work here, they're part of our community, so they understand our needs, and that's important. But secondly, they report on things that are going on in our community.
Local radio is so important during times of emergency. They're there. We lean on them to provide information to our public.
And I know that one of their goals is increasing their signal power and their reach, especially up in our foothill region. So the more support we can give them, the broader reach they can have.
My wife and I are glad to support 93Q. We're going to do it on a monthly basis, but I really recommend that if you want to make your community better, this is a great place to take a first step right here.
So if you can, reach deep into your pocket and give to 93Q.
It's our turn to support 93Q. They're a nonprofit, so in order to keep growing, they need our support.
We need to support them the way that they support us, and so I would ask that if you can, please give during this time.
93Q is a great partner for law enforcement, and they're a great partner for the Yuba Sutter area.
We're really asking people if you can give $10, $15, $20 a month, and then that enables us to continue to put small business spots on the air
are nonprofits, organizations that are they're using every dollar they got just to operate, and they don't have extra money to spend on really promoting their cause. And that is why community radio, to me, I'm grateful to be part of it, and that's why it's important.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
We continue to follow breaking news right now out of Yuba County.
The Yuba Water Agency says a pipe burst at the Colgate Powerhouse on the Yuba River.
The work to rebuild the Colgate penstock is underway, but there's a long road ahead for Yuba Water Agency.
It's absolutely difficult for me to look at it. The momentum of this agency at the time was great. We were doing great things, and to have something unanticipated like this come up has been devastating, frankly.
What happened that day was unexpected and unprecedented.
So it was an average Friday afternoon. We'd had 4.5 months of maintenance work going on in the tunnel and the penstock, and on Friday, February 13th, we were filling the penstock in the tunnel. We were near completion of the filling, and the penstock ruptured.
The catastrophic scene after a major pipeline burst in Yuba County.
That initial force must have been incredible.
In an instant, a maintenance project that was nearly complete became one of the biggest challenges in Yuba Water's history.
It was frantic and it was chaotic for the first few hours afterwards, ensuring that everyone was accounted for, developing a plan to remediate the oil spill downstream in Englebright Reservoir. Once we knew everyone was going to be okay, then you get a different feeling of devastation of all the work ahead of us, all the analysis, all the remediation, the financial impact it would have on this agency.
The effects of the rupture reach far beyond the repair site. With the penstock out of service, once the reservoir drops below the main spill gates, Yuba Water can only move about 1/3 as much water downstream as it normally would, which could have impacts throughout the state. That water supports local agriculture and native fish in the Yuba River, as well as Central Valley farming and communities throughout the Bay Area and Southern California. The outage has also sidelined the new Colgate Powerhouse, a facility capable of generating enough electricity for up to 350,000 homes and providing critical power when demand on the grid surges. And with that generation offline, one of Yuba Water's primary sources of revenue has been interrupted.
This conveyance system in the Colgate Powerhouse is 80% of the agency's revenue, and we'll be without that during the period of reconstruction.
That revenue helps fund flood protection projects, water supply investments, environmental and educational programs, and grants that benefit the local community. Until the system is restored, those resources will be limited. Technical experts are examining every part of the system to better understand the extent of the damage and develop a plan for rebuilding. At the same time, an independent forensics team is investigating what caused the incident in the first place. Both of these efforts will help inform the overall schedule and cost to rebuild. Fixing the penstock is about much more than just rebuilding a damaged facility. It's about restoring the water deliveries, clean energy generation, and community investments that depend on it. But Yuba Water is determined to get there.
The response from the public, the response from our partners in the industry, the response from our board of directors, and primarily our staff just shows to me that we will absolutely get through this.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Imagine bringing the golf course anywhere you want. Introducing Smash Golf, California's premier mobile golf simulator, bringing the green to your scene. Perfect for corporate events, parties, fundraisers, weddings, and golf lovers of all skill levels. Compete with friends and experience pro-level golf simulation without leaving your event. Make your next event unforgettable with Smash Golf. Smash Golf, bringing the green to your scene. Visit smashgolfca.com to book your event today.
connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
Welcome, everybody, to edition number 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. That's right. Let me say that again. Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. I'm John Cassidy. That's Hard Rock, the logo right there. That is Gary Gelfand, Fox 40 fame. You got a little Hard Rock wearing. That looks a little tight.
Is this being broadcast right now?
Live. We're on live. Looking good.
Shouldn't have worn my sister's shirt, but I did. I got it on.
Scott Marsh from Sacktown Sports 1140. Scotty, good to see you. Nice look there.
Good. The band is back, and man, Gary, you put on a few pounds.
Right?
That shirt is tight.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's building up for the NFL season. Mr. Harold Presley.
It's either that, Gary, or your sister's really big.
Harold Presley of Villanova 1985 championship, NCAA championship fame. First round pick of the Kings in 1986. He's been milking it since 86. And Harold, by the way, nice look. Well done.
The bookends. We have to make them look good. And that's a lot of work.
They have the stuff that fits. We're still working on that.
Exactly.
Yes, well, Scott did remind us the band is back together. Great to see you guys.
Great to see you.
You too, yeah.
And, I know we're all excited. I want to thank Mark Bertha and Ann Pagel out at Hard Rock for jumping in as sponsors and kicking us back off. The third iteration of the Sports Roundtable. Number 1 was Sierra Central Credit Union for 12 years, and then we did a year with Highlands, and now with Hard Rock and the Hard Rock Development and their beautiful sports bar.
Yeah.
If you want to watch some games.
Oh, man. I've already spent some time in that sports bar. It's amazing. That place is great.
It's awesome. I can't wait to do some shows from there.
That will be really, really fun, especially for some big games, Mr. Presley.
And we're looking at football coming up right now. Wow. And all the fantasy. Gary, I know you're ready for that one.
Man, I can't wait for fantasy.
Scott wants to start our own fantasy league.
I'm going to play fantasy for this group, but in general, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, general, you don't. That's right.
I'd rather play a Survivor League that actually matters, where you have real wins and losses.
Okay.
We're going to have prizes. So
Okay.
On this iteration of the Sports Roundtable, which is we love being part of Hard Rock. They're an amazing Fortune 200 group, and the Enterprise Rancheria that owns Hard Rock has done a phenomenal job for Northern California and all the communities it serves. And we're going to have all sorts of great ways that you can access us, the show, watch it, listen to it. It's going to be on Sacktown Sports 1140 on Saturdays at noon, and on your YouTube channel, right, Scott?
Yep, that's right.
We're doing it live right now on 93Q and 93Q's YouTube channel and Facebook channel, and you'll be able to go to Hard Rock Sports Roundtable on YouTube in the future to watch, because I know you want to watch these over and over, right, Harold?
Over and over.
So much good information every half-hour show.
You really want to tune in because we got some good stuff. We tell the truth around here.
My understanding is you can edit Harold's lines if you can go online.
You can do pretty much anything.
That's up to our bagpiper extraordinaire producer. That would be Kurt Baird.
This is all AI right now, right? Right? Can you make me look better?
I don't know if I can make you look better.
But is that possible?
Actually, you can't make me look any better.
We might be able to airbrush some of you.
So it's kind of interesting because literally almost a year ago, in coming November, and we're going to try to have an anniversary, a nice event out at Hard Rock again. We kicked off the Hard Rock Sports Bar, brand new. The screens are amazing. They're so vivid. They're huge. You can watch all the sporting events from A to Z. They had the World Cup Fest. They had you can watch the Giants games out there if you want to. Right now they're kind of ugly. We'll talk about that too. But all sorts of great food at the Hard Rock Cafe right there. They bring
Council Oaks.
The Council Oaks. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the cafe, unbelievable. Great food. Wait, what's we love Yu-Yu, yes.
Asian
That's
fusion.
Delicious.
And we're going to touch on that in our testimonial commercials today. But all sorts of good stuff going on out there. We kicked it off. We had Mike Bibby out there. We had Dusty Baker. We had Harold Presley. Henry Turner, Festus Ezeli,
Brad Miller came.
Michael Merriweather,
Jerry Reynolds,
the legendary
Greg
Lukenbill, the first owner of the Sacramento Kings, and John Cariotis, one of the current owners. So it's quite a November 10th kickoff for the Hard Rock Sports Bar. If you haven't been there, get up there. Even get up there before concerts at Hard Rock Live. We'll touch on all the shows and stuff that are coming up there as we evolve the show. It's going to be live every Wednesday at 2:30 on 93Q, and then on Saturday Saturdays again at noon on Sacktown Sports 1140, and then you can watch us on YouTube as well. All sorts of things going on sports-wise today. We're going to cover NBA draft, the Kings moves, Warriors had a pretty good first-round pick, NFL draft and the 49ers, NFL preseason games kicking off this week. The Niners play the Titans. I think they're already started kind of an MMA.
They're already fighting. They're ready to play. That's what that means. Both teams ready to go.
What do they call that, Scott, when teams practice against each other? They call that
internal scrimmages.
Yes, that's right. Scrimmages.
Or the real preseason games.
The real preseason games. Yeah, there was a lot of fights this week there, but we got WNBA in full swing. Roger Craig goes in the Hall of Fame. Giants, A's, how that's working out in Sacramento. Sutter Health Park. I know, Presley, you love the hot dogs over at Sutter Health Park.
I'm a foodie, so I'll eat.
Hey, Lakers, Harold, they sold for $12.5 billion.
That's not bad. Does that do anything for my pension?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it does. That's a good point.
Yes.
That could boost it.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to finding out real soon.
Your only Laker experience was when you went down 40-4.
Oh, we had to go
that wasn't the only.
We always go there.
I don't know how that helps you.
I also missed the game-winning shot, too, Scott.
Was that the game that Jerry had the heart attack, too?
No, that was in Sacramento.
We got to get Jerry Reynolds back out because his book, Reynolds Remembers, I want him to write the sequel, which is called Reynolds Forgets. So there's some stuff that...
How about Reynolds really remembers?
Really remembers. That's even better, Scott. Good job. So, so segment one, we got all sorts of good stuff. We're going to kick it off. And Don Nelson, Harold, you played against Don Nelson teams, passed away at 86 years old in Hawaii.
I do have a Don Nelson story for you.
I'm sure you do. Does it involve Scotch whiskey?
No, it did not. We were watching film, and I'll tell you all about it in the right time.
Oh, I like that. Okay, I think we got a special 24-second. And yes, we have brought back the infamous or famous or the best 24 seconds in all of sports broadcasting. Our 24-second clock segment ends every show. You'll get our thoughts on different things. I think you'll really enjoy that. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up.
Are you going to remember how to operate it this year?
I'm going to try to get the button pushed correctly. And just like we rehearsed today, we'll see how we screw that up. By the way, Phil Oates was up there at that event in November, too.
Yes, he
throw
was.
that out to Phil. Big sports guy in Sacramento and big Kings guy. So, Kings news. Kick us off, Scotty. The draft.
No, let's start with the bigger news with Russell Westbrook retiring this week. That's the big one. He retired Wednesday. Yes.
Done.
Yes.
Does that mean we have a replacement for Harold? Or
I don't know who gets the roster spot.
Former NBA player. Wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so he announced his retirement.
Because they were talking about re-signing him.
The Kings were trying to re-sign. Multiple teams had made offers to him, but he decided to retire, and I respect that decision from him. He's done everything he can in the game about it.
He posted an amazing thing on his Instagram that kind of showed what it was. There was like a little hint that it's happening, and it did, and then literally like a minute later it became official. So, I mean, one of the best, obviously, but what, 37, I think now? 37, 38?
Triple double.
Harold, when you're at that age, that's pretty tough, right?
It's a hard time to continue playing. So I just think about LeBron James, where he's at an age and how he's still running up and down the court, and it's powerful. But as far as this guy, when he first came into the league, it was like, wow, that's the fastest guy I ever seen, and he really had a handle for the game. Retiring right now is probably the best for him. I thought he was going to go over in Europe or Dubai or somewhere where they were offering him crazy amount of money, but he's a little tired, and it's been a rough go the last several years for him.
It has been, and frankly, you know, he's not the player he was, but at the same time, he's still. Yeah, you never know with that. I could see him sneaking back in at the end of the season if somebody needs somebody to come along. That's I think Russell Westbrook.
I think Russell's calling right now.
He's calling right now.
It's his agent. It's his agent.
If we want to put him on the Hard Rock Roundtable, we've got a spot because Harold won't be here every week, right?
We can find it.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Hey,
I will not go.
And LeBron,
I will not go.
LeBron moves on. No more Lakers for him.
Well, I think he did a great thing, though. He got his son a contract before going.
Smart guy.
I would have loved to have done something like that.
Crazy.
Unfortunately, they kicked me out the league.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, probably for good reason, by the way. Yeah,
several good reasons.
So, Scotty, $12.5 billion. The team sold. The Lakers sold a year ago for $10 billion.
Yep.
So, Mr. Walter made $2.5 billion. Now I know there's some other controversy potentially there.
Your math is good. Mark Walters, he's also owner of the Dodgers. So when he bought the team, everybody was really excited about this new group. It'll be interesting. Kushner's involved, right?
Yep.
Donald Trump's son-in-law.
I think his
Bob Iger of Disney fame. So we'll see. But yeah, to make a cool $2 billion without actually taking over the team
in a year,
remarkable, right?
It's like Monopoly money. I mean, what are we talking here? $12.5 billion? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. You can do. I mean, it's incredible. incredible how much money teams are going for.
It's nuts. Harold, did you like the Kings draft? Draft was, not too long ago. Kings come up with 3 really nice young players, and I'm excited.
Well, the point guard, I got a call immediately while they were in Vegas, and it was one of the scouts for one of the other teams that we know really well, and he says, oh my God, that kid is outstanding. You guys, you found one. You found somebody who's really going to take over and lead this team. So that's the first time we've heard that in quite a while. Unbelievable. And so I'm looking forward to, I haven't seen it. I saw some preseason, but he got hurt, so I really didn't get a good feel of it. But everybody who watched him said, what a great pickup. So the Kings are making a turn there.
They are.
Real deal.
And Caravan is a really good player from UConn, but I really like Emmanuel Sharp. That kid is going to set a tone out of University of Houston. He plays defense like nobody's business, and he reminds me of a perimeter version of Draymond Green.
He's a 3-and-D guy. I mean, Kelvin Sampson, if you go to Houston, you will play defense, you will learn how to shoot threes, and that's what he does, exactly. Karisman, he won 2 national championships at UConn. He had his jersey retired while he was still playing there. The only player who's ever had that, so hopefully his game translates to the NBA. And with Acuff, there's no doubt that he's a leader. He's a guy who's going to take over late in games. It's interesting. A lot of people were comparing him to Allen Iverson. I don't see that. He's not the same player. He doesn't have the same speed factor. He's a bigger guy. I think best case scenario, and this would be incredible case, he's more of a Jalen Brunson type of player who's going to bully you up. He's going to be able to drive inside. He's going to hit some outside shots. I mean, if he ever became to a level of what Jalen Brunson has now, it'd be off the charts. But I think he's more of that style of player.
Do we have another Villanova guy?
Yeah. Well, you have to if you want to win.
If you want to win. The New York
Day for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Unity Rewards Program. New members can spin to win up to $1,000 in free play. Plus, play up to $500 on us and get exclusive discounts at Roctane Gas and Smoke. Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Sacramento.
Scotty, you get the first testimonial commercial of the new edition of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable, and tell us what's going on at Hard Rock, some of the things that you like.
Well, there's lots of things that are going on at Hard Rock. You were kind enough, you actually wrote my testimonial, John, so that's one thing. We're going to change that for next week.
Might have to talk to Ann about that.
But I'll talk about the menu refresh, right? It's a true local food story. We know Sacramento's Farm to Fork. Hard Rock is Farm to Fork as well. They connect the premium Council Oak Steakhouse experience with the agricultural roots of Northern California. Terrific experience up there.
Can you say Wagyu?
I can say Wagyu.
Oh, my word.
Wagyu?
You don't even need a knife.
I thought it's Wagyu.
You don't need, maybe, is it Wagyu or Wagyu? I don't know.
It's not Ragu, I know that.
I'll tell you
I say Wagyu.
You don't need a knife. You just need a fork.
Oh, it's delicious.
I don't know what it's called, but I know it's delicious.
Oh, man. It's incredible. That's good stuff. All right. Well, thank you, Scott. Well done. Okay, let's move on to the NFL. There's a lot going on. The NFL draft just took place.
Took place in April. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Preseason just kicked off. Yes, but the Niners, I thought, had a haul. Finally, it looks like they got young players that will stick and make a difference. I mean, I know the Bears. I don't know how the Bears did in the draft.
We have some injuries already here too. So,
you talking about the Niners or the Bears?
No, the Bears. Well, when I say we, of course, exactly right, because I'm sitting here with the Chicago guy and all of us. But I'm excited for just all of us to go down. I can't even wait for things to get started. And the Niners. I mean, the way they finished off, they better start better.
Harold, I think the Niners.
With the loss to the Seahawks?
Well, and the injuries right now, too. I mean, just forget about last season. It's like Ricky Pierce is out for the year.
Yeah.
Ricky Pierce is that's a big loss. Well, we'll see with Strictly, but I mean, when your coach gets it, when your coach is injured, you know you have a tough time. Kyle Shanahan in the car accident.
Debo's back?
But that's what they did. They brought some people that they needed some receivers. And that's what really was struggling.
The only thing is they got rid of Debo for a reason. So it's interesting to bring him back.
And it's great that you brought him back because you're going to need to give McCaffrey a little bit of a break, and he can actually go in the backfield, and he knows the system, so it's going to be okay there. But you got Evans as well, and Evans has led the league in reception and touchdowns for so long. He wants to, he had a little injury last year. He really wants to come back and have.
You're talking about Mike Evans, they got from Tampa Bay.
Yes. So I love what they did with this year, just picking up the pieces to get ready for this season. season. And we know that Brock Birdie's going to be healthy this year, so that's going to be a very big plus for him. And I know
to start, he's healthy.
He's starting right.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere.
Right.
Well, he's pretty healthy last year. And Scott, you were at camp. I mean, and then the word is on Purdy, this is the best camp he's ever had so far.
I can't take anything into training camp. I mean, this guy's an NFL veteran. Mac Jones played great for the Niners last year as well. So Purdy's going to have to, I mean, I don't know if he has to prove himself is the right phrasing, but he needs to get rid of the ball quicker. Mike Evans are going to have to develop that connection. Kittles will be back, hopefully healthy. So maybe this will be the year the Niners can get it going offensively, because they really haven't been good offensively lately.
No. And Gary, their defensive line has been an issue, and they did draft. They got some really nice young players, and if you're following them on in the preseason, there's some good young players to watch. Vermilla Height is going to be an edge guy that they have really put a lot of stock in, and there's some other young players that they've got, but they've also picked up some veterans. That defensive line, I mean, Scott made the point about how bad they looked against Seattle. Yeah. Seattle just mowed them down.
Yeah, that 41-6 game. Yeah, in the wild card game, last year. But yeah, I mean, that's what you need. You got to start with the defense. I think. I mean, their offense. You need the offense, but you got to have the defense to get back there.
Are back, so that should help automatically, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, Greenwald. Yeah, and they look like, at least so far, not well.
How's he doing, Bosa?
He's got a little tendonitis in the knee. That's natural.
Right.
Yeah. But you got Greenlaw and Warner. You got two of the best that might be the best linebacker combination when they're healthy. In the league. So, but yeah, it's interesting. So, and the Raiders get the quarterback that they've been looking for how long?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, are you talking about Kirk Cousins?
I'm pretty sure they're not talking about Kirk, but he's going to start this year, and he actually is. You can rely on him. You can count on him. You can teach the young kid the ins and outs.
Kirk Cousins is still a winner in the league.
He can still play, so they're going to have a fun time. The receivers are back. Bowens, the tight end, is outstanding, and I know he wants to prove himself because he had a tough time last year with the injuries, and they added some other receivers. Naylor, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. He's coming, and he actually needs to prove himself as well. So you got a lot of people on this Oakland Raiders crew that is going to really come after it, and they have running backs now. They have a pretty good package, and they're in Vegas, so it's always going to be sold out.
It's going to be
So the big question: Max Crosby, is he end up a Niner? Does he end up staying with the Raiders? Is he getting more fist fights with Kirk Cousins? What happens there?
He stays.
Why would you possibly trade your best defensive guy?
I don't know what you do with your defensive guy. I don't know.
You finally have a chance to win, so he's going to stick around. When you're in that situation, you just want to win, and he didn't see win coming in, so he was ready to go. But now they put the pieces together. You want to stay, and you want to make it happen. You want to build that place that you started with, and you want to make it something very positive. So I'm looking for him to stay where he is, right there with the Raiders.
Got it.
I say Mendoza's in there by week 4.
That's not bad.
I don't think so, no. Yeah. And again, he's the number 1 pick, and he was the Heisman, and Indiana, what they did will be legendary forever. But if you talk to some really experienced guys evaluating quarterbacks, like I talked to one guy who I respect a lot, said he's not even a first-round pick, let alone the number 1 pick.
Really?
Ouch.
So we'll see how he performs at the next level. But
Cousins has to stay healthy.
He does, true.
That's what I'm worried about.
Kirk Cousins finished the year in Atlanta winning 4 straight games.
Before
getting let go. And Atlanta would like to have him back now. I mean, Michael Penix is out.
He's out already?
He's pretty
What happened?
Yeah.
Hey, so Nebraska kind of got this guy into 49er land. His name was Roger Craig.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes in the Hall of Fame, sadly, and we've played some golf with Roger at different tournaments over the years, charity tournaments. And
why can all these guys play, by the way? All these former athletes can play.
They have time and money?
Wait, except for Harold. No, Harold can play.
He played today.
But I'm just saying, they're all great golfers, too.
Well, speaking of Harold playing today, our official golf club of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable, the Yuba Golf Club. I think Kurt's throwing it up there.
Where's that?
That is the former Peachtree Country Club.
Yes.
There it is right
Fantastic.
there, Yuba Golf Club. Yep. And you can call 530-743-1897 and get a hold of Luke, the head pro. Come up, take a look at the golf course, play a round or two. They'll let you play to try it out. It's a beautiful golf course. One of the top 20 in California for many years is ranked by the San Francisco Chronicle. So check out the Yuba Golf Club.
By the way, John,
how was it today?
Impeccable.
Really?
the fairways are just plush.
Of course, they're perfect because you didn't find one.
I found them a couple times today. It's a beautiful, and I love the fact that they have taken down the trees in certain areas, and it really looks pretty.
How
out
were the
there.
greens?
The greens were perfect. Perfect.
How many 3-putts?
There was a couple.
Got it.
Quite a
More
few
4-putts than 3-putts.
Right.
Incredible.
Get ready to rock and win when you sign up for the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Unity Rewards Program. New members can spin to win up to $1,000 in free play. Plus, play up to $500 on us. Amplify your experience by becoming a Unity member and get exclusive discounts at Rocktain Gas and Smoke. Earn like a rock star and use your points on gaming, dining, shopping, or staying at any of our participating locations worldwide. Turn up the volume at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Sacramento.
Harold, I know you spent time at Hard Rock. It's your turn to kind of fire it up and tell people what's so much fun. What do you enjoy most about going out to Hard Rock and Hard Rock Live and Hard Rock Sacramento?
There's an awful lot that I enjoy about Hard Rock. First of all, the food is outstanding. Let's get that out of the way quick. The food is outstanding. Yes. It doesn't matter which restaurant you go to, you're going to love it all. Last year when we had the event, that November 10th, I believe it was, what they did with that was just phenomenal. But I love the fact that you can walk in there and you don't smell smoke. And the whole place is just clean.
Yes.
There's no paper on the floor. You can't find anything anywhere, and the smoke just disappears. So that, and I have a tough time with smoke, so it's beautiful for me. But the music, when you go into the theater and you're listening to a concert, it's like no other place in the country.
Top rank in the country.
I have been to many of them around the country, and one of the biggest is Foxwoods in Connecticut, where I'm from, and it blows that away, and that's one of the best that I've ever been in.
Oh, yeah.
So the entertainment that comes here to the Sacramento, Yuba City region is like none other, and the sound system is just to die for. So you're going to have fun. You're going to watch all the sporting events. The best thing that happened last year was the NCAA tournament was outstanding, but you got football each and every week. You got tennis. You got golf. You got everything you can ask for.
You better bring a sleeping bag to the sports bar.
If you want to have fun, you got to go there for your entertainment.
I love it. Good call. And Earth, Wind & Fire coming up in September. 2 nights back.
Nice. Can't wait for
Hanson's coming up, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Hanson's
coming
up.
As
we know,
yes.
Bop. That's about all I know. Right?
I think that's
all we know.
That's Mr. 93Q's favorite song, Bob Fischetti. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Good call. All right. So we'll talk a little baseball here before we get to the 24-second clock. We still got a few minutes left. So Giants. Okay, that's enough. Dodgers.
We can talk Dodgers all day long if you want.
Oh my God, do we have to?
The best team money can buy, Gary. I mean, but your Cubbies are right.
When they got, what was it, Skubal, right?
Yeah.
When they got him, I'm like, okay, what is happening right now? This is like the most unfair thing in the world.
You had a better haul, your Cubbies, at the trade deadline.
We had a better what?
Better haul than just getting Skubal.
Yeah, yeah. But Skubal's good though, dude.
He is good.
I mean, he's it was just one of those things where, all right, here we go again. But you just went through like a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happened last year though? They kind of like hit that little
Dog Days of August,
and then they come right back. But I don't know. I mean, come on. How can these teams keep on? The Dodgers just keep on getting these players.
But the Cubs are right there. I mean,
they are.
They're
They got a shot
right there.
And the Giants are right somewhere. I don't know where it's. Harold, they have no bullpen.
Now, why are we talking about all that when the A's are right here in town?
Talk about it for me. Yes, at Sutter Health Ballpark.
Have you seen the A's record?
Right.
Yes, I was actually.
At Sutter Health Ballpark down there. It's a beautiful.
It is great.
The stadium is outstanding.
Oh yeah, River Cats are still there. They'll be there for a long time. A's is one more year. Is that right?
Yeah, one more year.
Hopefully it's not a strike shortened season. Right?
I got 2 weeks before I get to the next game, but the last game I went to, the first inning they were down 6-0.
Yeah,
and it was just an experience just to be right there next to the players behind the bench and just to enjoy for the Sacramento region to come out and just experience professional baseball here in town is an awesome thing. So take advantage of it and go out there and support these guys while they hit.
Oh, absolutely.
David Force getting let go as GM of the A's.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's gone down
after many years.
Yeah. It's been a rough year.
Been a rough year for the Giants. I like the Giants. Instead of being stuck in between, now you're breaking it down. You're trying to rebuild. Their farm system's one of the top 5 ranked in baseball. Now they finally got that going. I give Buster a lot of credit there. He's taken a lot of heat. But at the end of the day, you can't just stay mediocre forever. You've got to make some moves that allow you to grow a franchise with homegrown players, and then you can add later. They were kind of doing it in reverse, and it hasn't worked out. So, but that's okay. It's all good.
Saturdays, Hard Rock brings you the $3.9 million Roll to Win drawings. With 3 drawings each Saturday night, you could win up to $100,000 in cash and prizes. Saturdays, only at Hard Rock Sacramento.
So, folks, it's time for the best 24 seconds in all of broadcasting, and we're going to kick it off in episode number 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable with Mr. the one and only Gary Gelfand. You ready?
Well, I have to kick it off?
You're kicking it off.
Shoot, all right. Okay, I'm not going to go sports on this one, I don't think.
What are you going to do?
I can do anything, right?
Start
You're
the
man. You can do
Start the clock whenever you want.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead, start the clock. Where am I looking, over here?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, that's
You're
good.
on.
All right, hey, not that this has anything, but the reason I'm not going to talk about this, I am going to talk about this, is the Hard Rock. And the reason I'm talking about the Hard Rock is because that not only is the sponsor of this show, but when I go to the Hard Rock, I love it. It's awesome. There's so many great things you can do. The sports book was really what I want to talk about. I have no idea what I'm talking about right now because I have 24 seconds. But I do love that sports book. So I'm going to say this best sports book in town is the Hard Rock. Go check it out. 2-1. It's awesome. You're going to love it.
Well done. Mr. Marsh, you're up.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Russell Westbrook because he got so maligned over his time. Obviously, the numbers, he's a Hall of Famer. The triple-double numbers, incredible. Jokic is probably going to pass his all-time triple-double list. But the thing that gets overlooked is what a great teammate Russell Westbrook is. He gets panned for not being a great teammate. I can tell you firsthand from being here in Sacramento, a great mentor, a great teammate. That should be part of his legacy.
Wow, nice. On time. Mr. Presley, you're up.
Don Nelson. It's really sad that he has passed away. He had a wonderful life. He had a wonderful career in the NBA. He was a GM. He was a coach for several teams. And you cannot find a person that did not like Don Nelson, and what he did for the game should be elevated, and he should be honored. And I just thank you for all you have done for the game of basketball, Don Nelson.
Don Nelson, the last NBA coach to ever, we'll cover his story in a minute, the last NBA coach to ever show up in a locker room at halftime and always had a nice glass of scotch. My 24 is really quick and easy. Watch the 49ers defense this year under Raheem Morris as the defensive coordinator. You're going to see for the first time in many, many years an attacking defense, an offensive defense versus just kind of sitting back and plugging holes and then hitting. The Niners are going to be fun to watch defensively. The whole character of that defense is going to change. You'll enjoy that. Okay, Mr. Presley, give us your Don Nelson story.
So I'm a senior in college, and I'm getting ready for the draft, and Don Nelson, and they call me up and they say, we're flying you in, we want to talk to you. And I'm thinking I'm going to work out for them. But no, they pull out the television and they bring out the videotapes, and we're going through my play. And Don Nelson says, oh my God, that was the most incredible play I've ever seen. How'd you know the ball was going to get there? And I'm like, it's just instinct. I just knew it was going to be there. I got there and we started the fast break. He says, okay, now let's take a look at this play. And he says, what in the world? Why would you do something like that? And I was like, I don't know that one either. It just happened. And needless to say, they didn't draft me. I ended up coming here to the Sacramento Kings, where I'm here with you guys.
Was he the coach of Milwaukee?
Don Nelson's loss was our gain.
Where was he at the time?
Denver.
Okay.
So Don Nelson's loss was our game. Now, Don Nelson is second, or is he the winningest coach of all time, or second winningest coach of all time?
No, he's up at top 5.
Okay, I know he's in. I know he's up there. So interesting.
Popovich is all.
I guarantee he drank the most scotch of any NBA head coach, and he ran that. He got that long hair going. When he retired.
Moved to Hawaii.
Yeah, just hung out.
Truly was a pleasant person to be around. He always had something fun to say. He was always smiling. The players that played for him loved him.
Oh yeah. No, he was a player's coach for sure. But he also was he did what he said, or you were gone. I mean, he saved Chris Mullin's career. Chris had the drinking problem. Chris will talk about it.
Him and Chris Webber weren't best friends.
Well,
I'd probably give Don Nelson some credit there. So, yeah.
I don't know if that was so much of him, and it was really, Chris wasn't quite doing what he was supposed to do.
There you go.
It was a weird move for the Warriors to go get Chris Webber. They could have had Penny Hardaway.
It was.
True.
Yeah, it was.
True.
I don't get
Chris,
that whole thing.
Chris had a heck of a career.
Oh, of course. He was deserving of the number 1 pick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Any comments on Mr. Nelson and Mr. Iowa from Iowa? Midwest guy.
I know. Right. He went to exactly Iowa.
Love the way he shot those free throws.
I got a chance to meet him just a couple of times, which was pretty cool, and it was awesome to meet him. We were at a. It was definitely in Golden State. I don't know why we were there. It definitely wasn't in the playoff game. Oh no, maybe it was, and I was actually covering the Warriors
when they beat Dallas.
Exactly. Yeah, well, that's
the Warriors down in Florida.
Yeah, but this was just. I just got a chance to meet him and talk to him. Good guy.
Oh yeah,
awesome, gracious. He could have squashed on me if he wanted to.
Historical NBA player and coach, obviously. Hey, we got about 30 seconds left. I want to thank you guys for kicking off episode 1 of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable right there, and great to be back with you guys. And we're going to keep this going every week. You can find us at Hard Rock Sports Roundtable on YouTube. You can find us on 93Q's website, 93Q Facebook, 93Q on YouTube, Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday at noon, and also on their Sacktown Sports YouTube channel. If you can't find us, something's wrong. Please sign up, subscribe to the show. We're really going to try to build this up. I want to thank the folks, Ann Pagel and Mark Bertha, the whole team out at Hard Rock. They do a phenomenal job. We're happy to be associated with such a class organization and a great venue. That's it, guy. I think we got to hand out to Council Oak and have some Wagyu steak right now. What do you think?
Let's head down there.
I'm ready for that. We need some bigger T-shirts, and I think we're ready to roll.
All right.
Might won't fit after that for sure.
Exactly. I want to thank Kirk Baird on the board. I want to thank Bob Fischetti, Lonnie for stepping in, Jeff Larson for showing up from the Appeal Democrat today. Thanks for joining us, and also the Yuba Golf Club, the official golf club of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week.
Connecting the Yuba Sutter 93 community with local shows, sports, interviews, and events. You're watching 93Q TV.
93Q Radio was an opportunity for what's called an LPFM to give the community a voice.
The big part of what's happening here is it's us. It's the community of us. There really is no other media group in the downtown Yuba Sutter grids that support and are active and are enthusiastic, and we can bring our message to more directly than any other source that's around.
We see the value. I really feel like this is a foundation for our community to build on and to thrive and to create that connection that we need.
They have the pulse of our community, from the nonprofits to the local governments. If you want to find out what's happening in our community, get on board with 93Q.
And 93Q does so much to help our community, helps us promote our local events, as well as local businesses, and tell our story about what we do here in Yuba Sutter.
The folks that work here, they're part of our community, so they understand our needs, and that's important. But secondly, they report on things that are going on in our community.
Local radio is so important during times of emergency. They're there. We lean on them to provide information to our public.
And I know that one of their goals is increasing their signal power and their reach, especially up in our foothill region. So the more support we can give them, the broader reach they can have.
My wife and I are glad to support 93Q. We're going to do it on a monthly basis, but I really recommend that if you want to make your community better, this is a great place to take a first step right here.
So if you can, reach deep into your pocket and give to 93Q.
It's our turn to support 93Q. They're a nonprofit, so in order to keep growing, they need our support.
We need to support them the way that they support us, and so I would ask that if you can, please give during this time.
93Q is a great partner for law enforcement, and they're a great partner for the Yuba Sutter area.
We're really asking people if you can give $10, $15, $20 a month, and then that enables us to continue to put small business spots on the air, nonprofits, organizations that are they're using every dollar they got just to operate, and they don't have extra money to spend on really promoting their cause. And that is why community radio, to me, I'm grateful to be part of it, and that's why it's important.
Ahoy there, boaters and recreators! Have you heard? Invasive golden mussels are posing a serious threat to our lakes and waterways, and we really need your help. So we've put together a simple song to remind you how you can help prevent the spread of this pesky little hitchhiker. Clean, drain, dry your boat every single time. We don't want invasive mussels clogging up our lines. Clean, drain, dry your boat, don't miss a single spot. Thoroughly, golden mussels must be stopped. Now, all it takes is a single drop of standing water for golden mussels to spread. So it's not just boats, but all watercrafts that need to be checked. So, clean, drain, dry your kayak, self-inspect it too. Before and after every water body, that's what you've got to do. This may just be a silly song, but we hope you've heard it all. We must protect our precious lake. We don't have time to stall. Self-inspections are a simple and effective way to help make an impact. So before and after every water body, always remember, clean, drain, dry your boat. You can do it by yourself. Do your part and follow the steps. Together we can help. Clean, drain, dry it all. It's what you've got to do. Everybody do your part and keep our waters blue. Clean, drain, dry your boat. Clean, drain, dry your boat. Clean, drain, dry your boat. You've got to clean, drain, and dry your boat.
Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
We're grateful for the support from Shaw, and also if you'd like to support community radio, just go to 93qradio.com and hit that donate button. This morning I have some great folks from Peachtree Health. Notice I didn't say Harmony. I knew I'd get it right. Michelle Woodard, right? Tracy Riggs, and Dr. Kalpas. Gosh. Anyway,
good to see you, Fish. How are you doing?
Good. You guys doing good this morning?
Doing great. I got my coffee. We're ready to go.
Oh, yeah. You know, I can't move without the coffee. Without the coffee, I'm dead in the water, right? So I asked these great people to be on here for a reason. I had an opportunity to meet Dr. Kalpas at an event. And sometimes I just feel like we really, you end up with a doctor of healthcare and you don't even really know them. You're just going in for whatever. And then eventually, if you're, with them long enough, you get to know them. So I thought I'd give people an opportunity to get to know you first, right? So, Michelle, what do you do again? Tell me that.
I'm the Chief Operations Officer.
Operations Officer. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get this. I will. And Tracy?
Yes, I am the Chief Executive Officer.
So, Doc, you brought the people that run everything.
I brought the A-team today.
I'm telling you, you didn't.
I don't mess around.
Oh, no kidding, right? And then so I wish, what I'd like to do is explain to me a little bit about how the process works with going to Peachtree Health, because I'm familiar with, if I go to an emergency room and urgent care, whatever. Can you tell me a little bit about Peachtree?
Yeah, where should we start? So Peachtree Health is a federally qualified health center, which means we're a community health center focused on whole person care and serving our community. So we do everything from medical, behavioral health, dental, vision,
chiropractic, acupuncture, pediatrics. We cover a little bit of everything. We try to keep as much as we can in our four walls.
Yeah. Well, you did tell me off air, which I didn't know. I thought you only had one location. Yeah. I was all excited. I'll go out and take a camera, right? You got four?
Yeah. We did start with the Linda Clinic. We were originally in the old mall, which is now Costco.
Wow.
And we were part of Fremont Ride Out Health Group when it was the hospital system in town. So we were a satellite clinic from there.
You guys have been around a long time.
We have. We've been around a long time.
But not you personally.
Well, yes, actually I have been since the beginning, since we were part of the hospital. I was there in the beginning. So, yeah.
Michelle will celebrate 35 years with Peachtree Health this November.
So I'm assuming you guys have a great retirement plan.
We're working on that.
So if I go to work there, I'm already 76. Can I get my retirement retroactive?
Absolutely.
I'll be over tomorrow.
Okay.
Sign it up. I don't even care what I do. And so this is really cool because I know that there is a lot more involved in than I just go to work. You guys connect with people, patients. Doc, I'm sure you got patients you've seen multiple times, and I hope it's okay to say you, Doc. Once I got chewed out because I'm military, right? I've always been, so I just called them Doc, right? And they said, how disrespectful can you be? And I went, well, what am I supposed to call him? And said, Doctor. Oh, Doctor.
I was Army, so you can call me Doc. So.
Come on, Doc. We understand, right? And it's like, how did you get involved in this? When, as far as
yeah. So one of my priorities in my career is to really serve underserved populations, and so I've worked in the VA and I've worked in different clinics and hospital systems, but I was really drawn to community health centers because we see all patients, no matter how much money you have, no matter the color of your skin, your sexual orientation, doesn't matter. We see all patients, no matter whether you have money or not or where you're from. We see all patients, and so it's really in a way a safety net that if you can't get health care through your employer or through the VA or some other way, we'll see you no matter what.
Man, I love that. I have VA health, and I know some people complain about it, but my wife and I were both Vietnam vets, and man, we've been treated exceptionally well.
I love the VA. Yeah, it's a great system because it's a really well-integrated system, right? You got the primary care, the inpatient all together, and they really work together well.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is I have to go to either Mather or, because we have a clinic here now, but I got to go to Chico or Mather for major stuff, and they're talking about changing that, and so I hope that happens, or that we get more facilities, because if I could just run down and see you guys for something, easy breezy, right?
Yeah, we're here locally, so we can see you, and even if you go to the VA, we can also see you as well, and we can work collaboratively with them as a team.
Yeah, my doctor will do that. He'll like, I met a doctor I interviewed here, and he explained some things to me about my feet, why they hurt all the time. And so I went to my doctor and I said, hey, I want to see this guy. He signed me off to go do it, and I went and saw him. We have so many incredible healthcare people in our area. There's a lot, and yet at the same time, it's not enough, is it?
It's not, because the underserved population is so large in our Yuba County areas, Yuba Sutter County. It's always a challenge to get enough providers, recruited to our areas. And we work very closely with the other FQs in the community so that we can share in the responsibility of serving that population that really needs us the most. As you mentioned, Dr. Kalpas, the safety net, that's really what we're all about.
But a lot of people don't know about us, and we do have availability to see patients sometimes in a couple days, and we treat all kinds of diseases or conditions, whether it's physical, diabetes or high blood pressure, or you need colon cancer screening like we talked about last time, or if you need treatment for substance use disorder, or just dealing with stress in life, or you need your teeth cleaned, or you got a kid that needs their vaccines. We've got all types of different services that people might not know that we provide, including treatment for HIV, screening for HIV, all kinds of things that we can really help keep people healthy or get them healthy again once they are sick.
That's a huge undertaking. Kudos to you guys. That's a lot. And it's right here in our community, available. What did you call it? The underserved? Tell me again. What is it?
Yeah, the underserved population.
Yeah, what is that? Explain that to me.
They don't have health coverage, maybe through Blue Cross or something like they have a managed care plan, or they don't have any health coverage. They don't qualify.
So somebody that doesn't have anything at all. They don't have, and they don't have a nickel in their pocket.
Yeah. So we have what we call a sliding fee program. So you come in and you have no way to pay or very limited means. We base that on some certain demographics, and we see you.
Oh,
and
man.
if we can get you qualified for Medi-Cal or another service, we will do that also.
Tracy, is that common that people that actually could have health care, Medicare or something, and they don't have it because they don't know?
Yes, it's very common. We actually do care navigation or care coordination. So we have eligibility screeners who come in and will help pair resources with individuals. So we sit down with you, we find out all of your information, and we start working both with county, state, and federal resources to see what you might be eligible for. But that's the beauty of a community health center too, is we don't turn anyone away. So it doesn't matter what the issue is, when you come in, you will be seen.
Man, I love you guys. I'm community radio. We love community stuff like that. This is awesome. How come now see, this is the thing. Doing what I do, I find out new stuff all the time. And that's one of the reasons I really wanted you guys to come in, is because I knew I didn't know. Right, and I want people to know what's available in our community. And I love, Doc, what you said about, look, we're not trying to screen you for who you are. We're trying to keep you healthy. And so you may have wrecked your own life, but we're still going to help you. I love that, because underserved. I'm going to have to try to grab hold of that. They tell me that people are food something, and I say, you mean hungry? It's like, I get that. I understand that. So do we have a very large population of that in our area? Is there a lot of people that they don't have health care, or maybe they could have it and don't know it?
Absolutely. We actually see around 45,000 patients a year.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Around 120,000 patient visits a year, around there. So we're seeing a lot of people and doing a lot of good.
So is it the same in all 4 areas? I mean, do you guys have to CEO all 4 areas? Mm-hmm. And COO all 4 areas?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, we oversee all areas. Yeah. So what's the beauty of the community health centers is, like Ed said, we see 174,000 visits last year.
Gosh.
Majority of those will fall in that Medicare, Medi-Cal range, which means those are the underserved that Michelle was pointing out. And the beauty of community health centers, also with the care coordination, is healthcare in the United States is complex and it's not easy.
Yeah,
we help to break that down from the moment you call and get on the phone with one of our call center customer service reps to the point you get in to see a medical provider. It's breaking that step by step, that process down for people, even if it's in getting into specialty care. All of that happens from the point that they call the front desk, and then we begin working with you to get you into the door. Or if they show up at the door as well, we get you in.
And providing them the language they need. That's often a barrier to care, but we provide, we have translation for every language that you could possibly think of.
What about if they speak Brooklyn?
Well, that
I was
we
born
work
in
through
Brooklyn.
that too.
I worked through this. I've learned to speak Californian.
One of our great services we provide that we didn't mention at all was vision services. So eye care that we have at most of our clinics, and then a standalone up in Chico. And I've been there when children have come in with their parents, and I think of a young boy walking out and putting his glasses on for the first time and saying, "Oh my gosh, Mom, I can see." Hadn't been able to see the chalkboard, hadn't been able to see, and he was like 9 years old. So that's why we do this work. It's because of the great things that happen every day in our clinics.
And we're growing too. I think I said we saw 120,000, but that was the previous year's data. Like Tracy said, we're actually over 170,000 visits last year. So we're hiring more doctors, we're hiring more physician assistants, we're hiring more nurse practitioners. So if you or anyone out listening knows any great doctors that want to really help people that really need that help, get them in contact with me and we'll interview them.
So your job is not just as a physician.
I'm the chief medical officer, so I oversee all the clinical aspects of our clinics. So oversee the doctors and providers, work on policies, workflows, quality improvement, really keeping our patients healthy, keeping our providers happy and healthy as well. So really making sure that all the clinical aspects run smoothly.
Man, I like this. You know, that's one of the reasons I wanted you guys on, so people could be able to understand Peachtree Health has got so much to offer. Today I found out you got 4 locations. Who knew, right? I just thought there was one, and then I find out that you guys are willing. You just want to keep people healthy.
Yeah,
you just want to help people that are sick get well, and I think that at the core, I'm very grateful for the doctors that I've had during the course of my life that I've been able to sit down with and say, look, this is where I'm at. What can you do? I had cancer on my vocal cords, which for me is everything I do is talk. And I had this great doctor, and he sat down with me and he said, there's different treatments. He said, but I can see it. It's on your vocal cords. If you'll let me, I'll go in and take it out. And because your vocal cords are really thin, it took 7 operations. But the whole time I'm having this conversation with him, he understood where I was at. He knew absolutely, right? And it's like, I'm a pastor. So many times I've had people come to my office and say, Pastor Bob, I got cancer. But it's way different when you're the guy sitting on the other side and the doctor tells you that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You move from compassion to empathy, right? And I felt like, honestly, Doc, when I first met you up there, I thought, this guy cares. It's not just a job to him, he cares. And now I've met you gals, and I think your whole office cares. You guys are going to get the I Care Award, man.
That's why we do this every day.
And how many years?
In November, it'll be 35.
You realize you're never going to retire. You like your job too much.
Well, that's what they keep telling me, that I'm not going to retire.
They don't want to lose you. They want to keep you there as part of the deal. Tracy, how long have you been with Peach?
I've been with Peach for about 18 months.
Wow, so you're new.
I'm a newbie.
You're the new kid on the block.
Yes, most of our executive team, Michelle is the glue that keeps us together.
Wow.
It's been with us almost a year, and our chief financial officer has been about 18 months or so. Yeah. So
wow.
We're all fairly new to the team, and Michelle has been the glue for the organization. Obviously, with 35 years experience, but also the historian for us as well.
So. I just want to do this, and that is, so we've talked a little bit. I want people to know who you are. So what would you like people to know? What would you like them to know? This is who we are as as the business side, the professional side. What would you like them to know? Go ahead.
If you're looking for a provider, doctor, therapist, psychiatrist, whatever, that really listens and cares about you as a patient, schedule an appointment with us, and we'll get you taken care of and really make sure that you get the best care possible, because that's what we're really committed to, that no matter who you are, that you deserve the best health care possible.
Gosh darn, how come I never heard of you guys? I did one time. So, yeah. Tracy?
I think my first thing is what you said, is we care. We are a family-first organization that starts with our team first, and we continue building out there till we get to the team, to the family of our patients. And it's we care. We care from the moment you call in to the moment you leave your appointment to making sure you get back in. And it's every part of that person and the whole person care that we provide.
Well, ditto. It's really from the time you walk in our clinics and that experience starts, you will find that because our employees are happy and we are family first, that radiates to the care we get back. And it is all about your family when you come through our clinic and whole person care.
Guys, I appreciate you taking the time to be on, and we've talked, we're going to do a podcast later, get a little deeper into, really there is that side where there are those personal stories of success. We don't have time to cover them, but you guys have all experienced them. Like you said, the little boy, all of a sudden they can see. And I just think that I want people to understand what is available. I didn't even know we had this. I didn't know we had a medical facilities, right? Organization that, man, it just doesn't matter. You need help, come here, we're going to help you. I just think that's awesome. So
yeah, people can go to our website, pickpeach.org, and they can get more information there.
Who did that? Pickpeach.org. I love it.
Perfect, huh?
Well, I tell people, people are driving when they're listening to this. You come up with something simple like,
I can't forget that, right?
Remember that,
Pick
right? Pickpeach.org. Well, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it. For you guys for taking the time. And for more information, go to pickpeach.org and ask for any of them to explain it to you. They're there for you.
Well, thanks for having us on, Fish.
Thank you so much.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
Need to get rid of an old mattress? Recycling Industries has free mattress drop-off. They are conveniently located just off Garden Highway at 140 Epley Drive in Yuba City. Recycling Industries will also pay you for cardboard, aluminum cans, and plastic bottles. More information about Recycling Industries may be found at recyclingindustries.com.
And we are grateful for Dave Shaw's support for Community Radio and for the morning show. If you'd like to support Community Radio, just go to 93qradio.com, hit the donate button. So one of my all-time favorite people, and I get accused of saying that all the time, is Crystal Barton.
No, I buy it. I buy it, yeah.
Thank you, Crystal. I mean it. So we're going to talk about today, your River Endowment will always bring different people in, and you have a special guest today.
We do.
That received the Merle
Collins
Scholarship Award. So take it away, Crystal.
Well, I'm here today representing the Yuba River Endowment. Thank you so much for letting us come on each month and really put a focus, especially on ag education.
Yes.
And when these guys started the endowment in late 2019, they wanted to do scholarships. They wanted to do it from the beginning. And it took us about a year to get it off the ground because it's actually a pretty big endeavor when you're giving away the amount of money that they are. And coming up with what those qualifications were going to be and who would be, eligible to apply and stuff. And this last year, they gave away the most money they have ever given away, or this year, over $100,000 in scholarships to help Yuba County youth. And it's kids that are going to high school in Yuba County that were seniors, or anyone who still has a permanent residence in Yuba County, which is this young lady next to me today, who we've been able to follow through her entire journey with the endowment scholarships now. So
yeah, I met her and I said, I thought she was just going to college, like she was going to be a freshman. So I totally misguessed her age. And she said, no, I got one more semester and I graduate. And I went, wow, how did that happen, right? So having said that, she gets a scholarship that can help her further education, and we'll find out why. So Jade, it's your turn. So you got to be excited about this.
I'm very excited. This is a huge opportunity. And like Crystal said, the Water Endowment has been supporting my entire education. I started off, once I graduated from Marysville High School, I went to junior college in Lynn-Benton.
Go Indians. Sorry, I had to say that.
In Corvallis, Oregon, where I was on the junior college livestock judging team. And then that opportunity led me to West Texas A&M, where I'm continuing my education. And I've got one more semester until I graduate, and then my goal is to attend vet school, which I'm applying to right now.
Yeah, you kind of shocked me. I thought, no, how long is vet school? You just did 4 years of school, and vet school is?
It is another 4 years, so it is quite the commitment. But in between vet school, I want to go into large animal, specifically food animal. My dad raised cattle, and so that's what I want to stay committed to, that kind of career. I think the beef and dairy industry are absolutely insane industries where production does so much, and we have a continued decline of food animal vets, and so that's my aspiration, is to get more involved within that. And then specifically with advanced reproductive technologies, I think there's a huge opportunity there that the dairy industry has already kind of tipped their toes into, but I want the beef industry to be able to do the same. It just requires a little bit more research, so that's one of the aspirations I have for my career, because there's a huge opportunity for the advancements of the genetics and for more producers to be able to access those genetics. So that's one thing that I've explored within my undergrad career, and then I want to continue to do with the resources and the degree and expertise that vet school would provide.
When's the last time somebody told you you're brilliant and articulate? Because
well, I was just screaming it in my head that whole time.
We were both going. We're sitting there going, okay, we're done. Just keep talking, Jade. You're good. You're good. This is exciting because so what you're talking about cattle that are raised specifically for food, right?
Correct.
And so you're saying there's changes that are coming down the pike that could really help that industry.
Right. So the beef industry right now, just due to how the beef industry operates, there's not a lot of those reproductive techniques like AI, artificial insemination, IVF embryos, or OPU, which is ovum pickup. But all of these technologies give producers more access to higher quality genetics, meaning that the opportunity is there for the same amount of animals to produce more because of their genetic capabilities. But if producers don't have access to that, and at this point right now, the success rates of conception are still low to the point that it's not as it's not as good of an opportunity for producers to spend the money in reward to what they're getting out of it. And so there's a missing connection there that I think more research can fix in order to fix those conception rates, because the technology just recently came out, and so we're still figuring out how to make them more prolific so that producers are more invested into it. And like I said, the dairy industry has started mostly because they have more access to those animals, but I think as the technologies continue to develop, it'll be a huge opportunity for the beef industry as well.
So you're talking about if you've got, a really good steer, right? You're talking about genetically. Now, if that steer produces a specific breed, whatever you want to call it, whatever comes after, right? Then genetically, if you can get that steer's genes, right, to go down the line, then you end up with healthier cattle. I mean, just in the long run. I would have thought that's already being done.
It is to a certain extent. It's hard to identify a lot of the different things genetically that would help cattle to be more productive. There's certain things like parasite, like some cattle are more resistant to parasites, things like that would lower the inputs that producers would have to put in. But it really comes down to the money that producers have to spend in order to access those technologies is not necessarily worth it if the conception rate's still too low. And so that's what we're trying to figure out, is how to improve those conception rates so that beef producers specifically are more incentivized to use those technologies in the future.
Boy, it really helped you to grow up around cows, didn't it?
Absolutely.
You probably love them.
So, and you were very successful in your FFA days, and then after that, tell us a little bit about.
So I was actually homeschooled from 1st to 8th grade, and then I started high school at Marysville High School specifically for the ag program. And so all through FFA, I was involved with showing cattle, and that was my SAE. But then I got more involved with the leadership and the speaking opportunities. And one of my favorite speaking competitions was Prepared, which is where you prepare a speech and then deliver it in front of judges, where I focused on lab-grown meat. and that was really, really interesting. And then I also served as officers within the Marysville chapter, and then I went on to be the regional vice president and the sectional president.
I'm not shocked. You aren't shocked, are you, Crystal?
No, I'm telling you what, the FFA students in this area continuously blow us away. And, being able to help watch their journey in just a little way through these scholarships. When the first year, I remember when you went up, and you said, was it Oregon or Washington that you went? Oregon. It was a little rough year for her, right? And we kind of saw some changes in what she was looking at doing with her life. And then just seeing her get to Texas, really lock in on this. And this last year when she did her interview, we all just sat back at the end and said, wow. And I kind of scribbled down the name. What was the research paper that you were a part of?
It's a long title. Is the Evaluation of Pregnancy Determination Methods in Early Pregnancies. And I co-authored that with one of my professors, where we worked with a local producer collecting blood samples and then ultrasounding the cows, and then wrote that, and I actually presented it in the undergraduate poster competition at the the Western meeting of the Animal Science Association. And so that was really cool. And then that later got published in the Journal of Animal Science in June.
I know.
You know what? You're going to run out of accomplishments. Jade, you've already done so much. What's left, right?
So we have these two special scholarship awards, and one is named after Roger Murray, who it came along much after Merle Collins did, but he was responsible for a lot of the water infrastructure in the south part of Yuba County. But when you go back, Merle Collins was actually born in the late 1800s and made his way here through Lassen County, where he eradicated tuberculosis in cows and helped do that as the farm advisor up there. And we thought, wow, wouldn't it be neat if we could put those two together in a room and she could tell him what the heck is going on with today's cows, right? But then he came here to Yuba County, where he looked and he had a vision for what water infrastructure could be in the county, and he knew it needed to start with some sort of reservoir, some sort of dam. And so he had the concept with, I'm sure, many other folks, to create the Virginia Ranch Dam, which was then named the Merle Collins Reservoir after him once it was opened. And, obviously is just a huge factor in our water infrastructure here in Yuba County.
That's amazing. So, Jade, I am just absolutely awestruck that, because a lot of people think, well, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to get a degree in something. But with you, it's almost as though you've always known the direction of travel. Has it kind of been like that? Maybe not the details, but always the direction.
Not entirely, actually. When I first graduated, my goal was to go into engineering, and then I was actually going to go to Cal Poly, but with all of the COVID stuff, I ended up in Oregon. But I wanted to do an engineering degree and then go to law school in order to do water infrastructure and deal with water infrastructure issues within California. And then I did engineering for a little bit in Oregon, and then deviated from that towards more research, and I wanted to do research mostly on genetics, and then I actually deviated from that again into vet school because I wanted to stay within the ag industry or the beef industry rather, that I grew up in and I had such a passion for. So it was
a loop.
Yeah, I explored some different options, but all throughout it, I deviated paths a little bit, changing my major, but the water endowment has stayed so supportive, and this whole community really, in pushing me to continue to go and continue to find something that my heart could set on in order to chase for my career aspirations. And so it's been really amazing to have all of this support to be able to do so. And I'm really looking forward. I'm going to school in Texas right now, but I'm counting down the days that I can come back to Marysville. And so to be able to add to anything, any producers, any help help that I can offer within this community.
Well, we talked offline a little bit about that. This is such an incredible community. This is just a great place to live, great place to grow up. And I can remember when I first came up here, I'd talk to young people, and some of them would say, I can't wait to get out of here, right? There was like, I'm going to go. And then others would be, I couldn't wait to come back. Right? I wanted to be back in this community. So is there a particular vet school that would be close to this?
Yeah, my goal is to go to UC Davis Vet School.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's close. Yeah, you'd be back home.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's the goal. I've been working really hard through school to keep my grades right and do all the other things. Vet school applications, you're supposed to have, to be a competitive candidate, you have to have over 1,000 hours of clinical experience. I think it's about 500 hours of research experience, leadership, and then just a general idea of what you want to do and a personal statement attesting to that with your experiences mixed in to show that you would be committed not only to your career but to the greater aspiration of whichever specialty of animal care that you decided to go with.
All right, I got to ask this question. It's got nothing to do with this, okay? But it piqued my interest. I didn't know animals could get tuberculosis. Because I know humans can, and we're always having to get a test, right, to make sure, so we kind of track that with a test. I didn't know animals could get that.
Well, I guess in 1922, that's when he helped eradicate it. It was a pretty big deal. So
that's amazing to me, right? It's like, so if you get an opportunity to come to Davis and do research, where do you want to go from here, Jade? If you could research whatever you wanted to go forward, what would that be?
I want to research more on conception and how that works with the artificial conception that we're kind of creating, whether it's IVF embryos or the OPU technology like I was talking about. But more so, like I said, these technologies just came out, and I think that there's more research to be done in how to improve them in a more production-based aspect instead of just in the lab. And so that's something that I want to do. And I think with my hands-on knowledge of just living in the beef industry, and my love for all laboratory and research ideas, I think I'd be a really good asset to kind of combine those two. And so with unlimited grant money, that's definitely what I would do.
All right, last question from me. Is AI going to help in the research and moving forward with that? Is it really beneficial? Because I've heard that many times AI can do things to come up with conclusions more rapidly than we can as humans, especially in the research area. So have you already done some of that? Or?
I haven't had any experience with that, but I don't doubt it. I think a lot of people are using it to assist them with the research process, and I think that could definitely be helpful. I'm not sure if it would necessarily be like the big break that it is for a lot of different research projects, but I don't doubt that it could be useful in certain aspects.
You know, Crystal, you never cease to amaze me. Where do you find these people? You are amazing. This is I feel like I am talking to an FFA student.
I know.
Because you're very articulate.
And you know what? I've got a pretty easy job with this, though.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we've got a lot of great talent to choose from, and you know, each year, the guys have said, look, if we don't have a candidate that's right for one of these special scholarships, then we're not going to give it up. And we sat around the table, and one of our board members said, it's got to be Jade. And everyone else said, yep, all the way around, right? I mean, it's just such a
I would have voted yes. I'm just saying, if I'd have been there, she'd have got my vote. Yeah. Gosh, Jade Lasaga, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got great parents. You've had a great run here and have gone away. So I'm going to be one of the people praying, bring that little girl back here, right? Bring her here so that she can continue the process and help the industry here where we live. This is a great place to be from. I appreciate all the different agencies we have that help. But with the Yuba River Endowment, you guys constantly are feeding into our future with people like Jade. Amazing, just amazing.
Thank you for saying that, because that's exactly at their heart. They'll tell you that our youth is our future here,
yes.
And trying to get them excited about coming back and bettering this community is what it's all about.
Yeah, and I'm going to allow you to have the very first vet program on radio. Actually, by then, maybe TV. You could. So.
I'd be happy to come back, keep everybody posted.
Yeah, let us know. So has she already known what the award was and what she's getting? And
she did, yeah. They all have been notified of the awards before high school got out is when we actually notified everybody, because they've got some scholarship award nights for those kids. And it's about 50-50 now between our high school seniors and our continuing college students. But the scholarships are also for students that were going on to, we've done lineman school, we've done the fire academy, anybody who's going on for anything is what they're interested.
All right, I'm putting in for mine for radio. I don't know if it'd do any good to send me to school, Crystal. I think I'm pretty set in my ways by now. But Jade, thanks so much for being willing to come on. Appreciate your history, your background. I have been told more than once that homeschoolers are ones that are desired at university level because of their focus, and you certainly are a very focused young lady. And then for you to have an opportunity to go here to a high school that you could say, I am local, I did go to high school here, and then move on. I just think that it's almost a shame you didn't go to Yuba College, right? But you moved on to Texas. But we're getting you back. That's the deal.
I'm coming back. I was definitely one of the kids that was like, I can't wait to get out. And I went out and I saw, and I'm like, and I can't wait to come home now.
Well, we got trees here.
Yeah, trees, no wind.
Mountains.
Yeah.
We got rolling hills. It's not flat.
You can't beat it.
Crystal, thanks again. Tell all the gentlemen that we are so appreciative of what they do for kids. And, as far as 93Q is concerned, thank you for coming on every month. And we get an opportunity to see the effects of what these gentlemen have worked hard for.
Thank you, Bob.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And if you'd like to support community radio, it's easy. You just go to 93qradio.com and hit the donate button. Well, this morning from Yuba County Sheriff's Department, I have two really cool gals. It's just that with one of them, I'm just going to call her Anna. I'm not even going to attempt her last name. Anna, what's your last name?
Morzinski.
What? Is that easy?
It looks harder than it is. There's silent letters. It looks harder than it actually is.
I guess I should have got that right before we got. And Carlos Sandoval. Mm-hmm. How easy is that? Could you pull the microphone over so they can? There you go. And you're just okay. Like you girls are like shy, right? And so I'm really glad you guys are on, because sometimes with the Sheriff's Department and with PD, there's different jobs that all are important, but you don't always hear about them. And you guys have two jobs that, well, we all think that that gal that takes our 911 call. We always think they're important, right? But records, we don't often think if you don't keep records, right? So I'm going to start off with you, Anna. How did you end up doing what you do?
I actually started in records, so I applied.
See, there's hope for you. You can move.
Yeah, I started in records, and I knew I didn't want to stay in records forever. Like, the reason why I came to records in the first place was because I wanted to get my foot in the door. Yeah, and then I kind of didn't know what I wanted to do. Like, if spots opened up, I'd keep my eye out for them. It was actually my boss that told me, she's like, hey, when do you want to try to do dispatch? And I was like, I don't want to try. I don't want to. And then it, here and there, we kind of just played on the idea, and then she threw me in, and I love it.
You never know. You can end up in. I never thought I'd be doing radio.
Yeah.
I was a pastor for 30 years. It's like, okay, how does this fit? But I love it. Mm-hmm. Ended up right, So, are you from this area?
Yes.
So you grew up here?
Yes, I grew up in Yuba County, and then high school I moved to Yuba City.
Big move! You went all the way across
crazy
the bridge.
Move. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
I made it out.
Pack a lunch?
Yeah, I grew up in this area.
Oh, so you're a hunker. Yeah. So initially, though, you just applied at the sheriff's department, just kind of hey, I'm going to go do this. Did you want to be connected to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
Now I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I got my associates in administrative justice, and originally I wanted to do crime scene stuff, be on the field, but I didn't want to be on patrol. That was my thing, is I didn't want to be on patrol and in my own car. So then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark. And then I went to records, and I was like, I figured if I'm working at the sheriff department, I can find my avenue there.
Yeah. You can kind of, Carla, are you from this area?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me guess. You're from Marysville.
So
because she's went to Yuba City.
Yeah. Actually, I lived in, Marysville for a while, and then moved to Olivers, and then now I'm in the Plumas Lake area.
Yeah, I just got a thing from Plumas Lake. They're getting a new holiday market. Mm-hmm. It's very cool out there.
I think
it's kind of its own little community thing.
Yeah, it's growing, definitely.
So where'd you graduate high school?
I went to Lyndhurst High School and graduated.
I love Lyndhurst. I love that school. I think it's like a secret. It's the best kept secret. The minute you walk on campus, you're like, this place is cool. Mm-hmm. And a lot of their administration actually went there and then came back, and I'm like, you just gotta love it.
Yeah.
That's great. So go Blazers. No, Blazers forever. You gotta get it down there, So how did you end up going to work for the sheriff's department?
So before this, I was working at Amazon. Same thing, I wanted to get my foot in the door, so I was applying to all Yuba County jobs. Actually, I applied for an ACS position, got it. It was for an office specialist, and then they called me and said if I was interested in being a records clerk here at the sheriff's department, and I took it, and I love it. So
that's a lot, isn't it? Records. Yeah. There's a lot there. Mm-hmm. It's not just I'll keep records, so I'll jot that down today, right? Yeah. So how far do the records go back?
Honestly, they go back 7 years. If they're not felonies, like sexual, coroner's cases, we keep all of those records forever. So other than
how
that,
big is the records department?
Yeah, it's huge. We're being digitized now, so it's no more papers anymore.
Yeah. My older brother was an archivist for Missouri State University, and they had to shift all their record keeping because they kept manuscripts on all kinds of stuff, and so they had to keep switching to move it to computer, all the photographs and everything, but they still kept a lot of just paper. He said it was a huge undertaking to keep all that stuff. Yeah. Aren't you glad you get to purge the files once in a while?
Yes.
Get rid of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like we don't need that forever.
Yeah.
So now that you're in records, because Anna said, she was in records, so I guess a lot of people start there. Have you kind of looked around and saw, gee, what else is there out there?
I'm interested, but it hasn't come yet. I don't want to be like a dispatcher, just the hours. I have kids, so it's
Don't
hard.
say that. She said no.
Yeah, I have kids though, so it's hard
You
with
have
kids. Yeah, it's hard with kids. Just the hours. But I would be interested in obviously moving up and not just staying in records. It's not I don't want to do it forever. I do eventually want to grow.
You know, we always are looking for that door. That door that opens, and when it opens, I'll go through it.
Yeah.
And things like the Sheriff's Department have so many doors. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. You can ride a horse. You can drive an ATV. You can fly a drone. I mean, it's just incredible. Not to mention all the admin, different places of admin and stuff that goes on. And like, you could end up in investigations. That would be
You never know.
She's like CSI Yuba County. You know, it's like you could do that. So tell me, Anna, how long have you been there at Sheriff's Department?
I've been there for almost 2 years. I did a year in records, and then I'm about 8 months into dispatch.
So tell me what it is that makes you glad you go to work.
It's like cheesy, but I guess like helping people. I love talking to people. It's my favorite thing ever.
Yeah, that's not cheesy. It takes certain qualities that we all have, and sometimes we think, oh, well, that's not much, but it's huge to the person on the other end of that phone. So it's like being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
And there's never anything wrong with wanting to help people. You know, that's really, you know, a good part of it. So you're probably never going to leave dispatch, and they're thrilled over there. They're like, awesome, we'll keep her for 100 years. You know? Yeah. So Anna, if you had to say what's the most exciting thing about having made this shift, because you didn't always work for the Sheriff's Department, what would you pick and say, man, I know this is an important reason for me to be here?
Me?
Yep. What did I say? Did I say Anna?
Anna, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I looked at Carla and said Anna.
What was your question? Sorry.
Well, so if you had to look at the job, because you haven't been there a very long time, you have to say, you know, what to you do you find this is important? I think this is important.
I think like the same thing, just helping people out. Learning every day. I think it gives me knowledge every single day. I learn something new. Vice versa, I wasn't before. If that's the reason.
So you guys are not sworn, right? You'd have to be patrolled to be actually a sworn officer, right?
Yes, I'm sworn in, but I don't have like peace officer authority.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if either one of you wanted to, you know, become a deputy, right? The Sheriff Department permits that, doesn't it? They permit the process.
Yeah, I think sometimes they even sponsor people.
Gosh,
so
that is amazing, right? So I'm just thinking they would have to take you out of dispatch, and they're not going to.
They're not going to take me out. They're not going to take me out of there.
They might move you, Carly.
Right.
You might get moved,
right?
Because you're in records, right? Yeah, it's pretty awesome, you know, to be able to do that. Yuba County is just a great place. Which one of you said? Did you say, Carla, like just getting into the county as a whole in terms of jobs?
Yes.
So is it possible once? Because they consider this a county position.
Right.
Can you actually go to other places in the county?
Yeah. We get promotions all the time. Like, there's job openings at Human Resources, Health and Human Services. So yeah, definitely we can. Even she can, I think.
She's not gone anywhere.
No,
she's not gonna let me.
She's not.
That's a happy girl right there. She's not going anywhere. She loves her job, which, you know, I can appreciate that, but it just depends, right? You never know what you can be offered. So if okay, I'm going to make sure Anna. Look at her. So if you were going to talk to somebody and say, this is the reason I think you ought to put in to work at Yuba County Sheriff, what would you tell them?
Just Yuba County as a whole?
Yeah.
I would tell them that it is I haven't worked in any other departments, but it genuinely is the best place to work. All of the admin is great. Our manager that we have, the best boss I've ever had. And they're all very...
You might want to give them a shout out. They might be watching.
Shout out, Rachel. They're very welcoming, and they seem like they really want you to grow. So if I wanted to pursue something else, even though they would like me in my dispatch, but they would support me. And they're very open to growth, and they want you to change, and they want you to grow, and they're just very personable. Like, I hear all these other counties and they can't speak to admin, very chain of command, whereas our sheriff will come in and sit down and say hi, and it's just a great place to be.
The sheriff is an awesome guy. Wendell's just the real deal. He looks like a sheriff, even if he didn't have the uniform. The guy looks like a sheriff, right? And so Carla, what would you tell people if somebody said, hey, I'm thinking about going to work at Yuba County? What would you tell them?
I think the same thing. Our manager, like she said, she's really understanding. If we ever have a situation, she literally is the first to help us out. She backs us up too. Same thing.
All right, so now I have to ask you, what have I forgotten? What would you like to talk about? Because if I covered it all, then I did my job today.
I don't know. Do you just have any curiosity questions about our jobs in specific?
Well, when it comes to dispatch, because I've had a lot of people on the air and I've talked to dispatchers, it's not an easy job. No. It's important to understand it's not easy, but it's incredibly rewarding. You're helping people at the worst possible times in their life. And I don't think dispatch is for everybody. No. I think, for one thing, you said, I'm okay with a room without windows. I'm not okay with that. I think that's odd. Yeah. But at the same time, that's it. It's that part of it that you say, I know not everybody can do this, but I can do it comfortably, right? For you, it's like, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to work, right? For me, I'd be like, let me out of this room.
It starts like that. There's definitely times, when you start, you're so overwhelmed, and I think the job itself is built to be overwhelming. You have so many things going on. You dispatch fire, EMS, law. We do Wheatland Police Department too, so it's I
didn't know that.
Yeah, we entirely dispatch for Wheatland Police Department, and we do medical for Marysville Police Department now. So we have a lot that we're doing at all times, and it's very overwhelming, but it's very rewarding.
So are they currently looking for dispatch? Because I know different agencies are always, they're saying, hey, we've got an opening. Is there an opening for dispatch?
I don't know if there's an opening now. I know there's technically 2 more spots available, but we do have someone in training, and then I believe someone in background. But I think technically there's 2 spots, but they are currently in the works of being filled. Yeah. So
one of the people that's in training is not Carla.
No. Not yet. I've been trying to get her to come over with me. She won't do it. She won't do it. Yeah.
She's happy where she's at.
I am. I think being in records has helped a lot about being in dispatch. You learn a lot in records, and they are kind of you don't appreciate them until you are them type of thing, and there's a lot of behind those scenes stuff that records has to do. Every single report that gets written, they're responsible for getting it to the DA, to victim witness, all of that. And so I think being in records helped me a lot with dispatch. Yeah.
I remember when I first went to Yuba City PD as a chaplain, they took me in a room, and it was where they have all the different forms they have to file. And I was shocked, I was military police. We had one form, incident and accident, right? It was either one or the other, right? There's a ton of paper that goes with every incident, and you guys have to take care of all that? Sort it, where does it go? And, So
it goes to.
Yeah. So how do people request a record? Or can they request a record?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, under what circumstances?
So they can come either into our office and fill out a form. It's a PRA form, public records request. So like I said, they can come into our office and get that form, or they can print it online, email it to us, or fax it. We don't email back to the public. Only other agencies is who we email records to. And as far as who can get it, so if they're listed as a suspect in the report, they're not entitled to it until it's all closed out. And even then, they're only entitled to their statements and deputies' factual statements.
So there's safeguards over the records at every level.
Yeah, and it's changed over all these 5 years that I've been there. It's changed. So we just have to try to keep up with all these laws.
Yeah, there's always that.
Yeah.
You know, I remember we had, I think it's called HIPAA.
Yes.
You know, we had
to follow those.
And it was like, what can I tell them? Their name.
It's even that, yeah.
Yeah, literally.
And so you, all right, I'm just trying to understand here. So you have records requests from like the court, right? People that lawyers and whatever, given certain cases. And then if you have a case where it's like stolen property, there's got to be a record of that property, right?
Yeah.
So everything has a paper trail.
Yes.
And so it's not just a record of it's not just like an arrest record. There's investigative records and property records and
lost, found property.
I don't want your job. I'm already wore out just finding out about it. But you love it.
Yeah,
so much so you're not going to dispatch.
Yep.
So you'll go to lunch, but you're not going to dispatch.
Yeah.
I appreciate you gals. This is great stuff. I appreciate Yuba County. I appreciate all law enforcement. We have great law enforcement in our area. What we don't have is enough.
Yeah.
We need more. Every single position needs more. I don't know how to do that. You know, you hear that crazy defund the police. My thought is defund the criminals.
Right.
Get more officers and more people to do the job so that there's never a gap and the security and safety of our communities is assured because we have the people there that know how to do the job. And I think you girls are right. Sometimes people don't appreciate what goes on in the background.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that, the whole thing can't work. It takes everybody. And you guys certainly work for a great organization. We like them. But then we're partial. So all right. Anna, any last things?
No, I think that's it. Thanks for having us.
All right, Carla.
Same thing, though.
Didn't have to be nervous, did you?
No.
It's really comfortable, huh?
Yeah.
All right, you guys can stay and do the announcing for the radio for the next hour.
Got it.
Okay, that might not be comfortable. All right, thanks again for coming on.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw and Associates.
This community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate you. And this morning, for my 9 o'clock interview, I was kidding about Miss Eberly. Because we were trying to figure out, what prefix do you use, right? And, we could have came up with all kind, like the amazing, right? We just pick an adjective, right? Amazing Eberly. It sounds like you're going to juggle or something, right? It's like,
don't ask me to do that.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Heather Eberly is with Just Serve, which is an amazing organization.
Yeah.
That does make you amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Because you have an amazing...
The organization is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it helps volunteers connect with people that need volunteers. And how do they get... What's the best way to get there?
JustServe.org.
I love it. That was it.
It's that
I was
easy.
headed for that.
You go on there. You can even just send a questionnaire out to me, like, I want information on this, and it gets to me, and I can reach out to you that way. It's very easy. JustServe.org. Sign up, make yourself a sign-in, and then you can post a project. It's that easy.
Well, I want you to know nobody has responded to mine. I sent you the email. I volunteer to go to lunch with anybody that's buying. And not one person responded to that. I'm so bummed.
That is the downside to it. We share it, we publicize it, but we cannot guarantee people will take it.
Yeah. Well, I understand, I was just trying to get a little help for the poor. And you brought Michael Lawrence with you.
I did.
And Michael, what do you do?
Well, I'm the account manager for the Yuba City and Chico area, and I'm with Vitalent, which is the local nonprofit blood bank in this area.
Man, I used to give blood when I was in the military. Over and over again. I'm surprised I had any left. Right?
Yeah. Well, thankfully it replenishes after a few weeks.
Right. Which you're really grateful for, right?
Definitely.
I'm thinking, you got 2 gallons yet? What do you got, right? It's really a simple process, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We say it takes about an hour. You go in there, you answer some questions, you do your donation, and then you have about 20 minutes of relaxing afterwards with some free snacks, some Gatorade, some water, and then you're out the door and you're good to go.
I was in the military and I just worked a midnight shift, hadn't eaten anything. I went in to give blood because I thought, well, I'm going to give blood and then I'm just going to go over to the barracks, right, and lay down. So I gave blood and I started to get up, and this old master sergeant laying next to me, he said, I wouldn't do that, son. And I said, I'll be fine, right? So I got up and I left the room and was heading down the hallway, and he caught me.
Yeah.
And when I came to, he said, you see, that's why I told you that. You have to rest afterwards.
Definitely.
You have to, your body's like, okay, this makes a difference. And I was young, right? So it's like, are there certain blood types? I remember them telling us that there are certain blood types that are very valuable, and then there's some that they'll fit everybody, right?
Yeah.
So how do they find that out, Michael?
Well, that's a great question. And type O is a major blood type that we look for, right?
That's me.
Yep. O positive is about,
drain me.
There you go. Yeah. O positive, about 39% of the population has O positive. Yeah. And then you have O negative, which is about 9%. Right.
Wow.
So the key to that is O positive covers about 85% of the population as far as like who can actually accept O positive. Yeah, receive it. And then you have O negative, which is the universal donor, and that one's super key because if anyone's in an accident and they need blood right away and we don't know what their blood type is, they get O negative blood right away, right?
Wow.
So it's very important that we have O positive on the shelf at all times, and then obviously O negative as well. And that was one of the concerns for the summer, is the O positive blood actually, that level got down to about a 2-year low. So extremely concerning. Blood levels usually drop a little bit during the summertime because people are out on the road, schools are out of session, all those things, and more accidents are happening, recreational activities. The need for blood goes up, the donations go down, and therefore the blood supply suffers pretty bad during the summertime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about those really odd ones like AB negative?
Yeah.
And
I'm AB positive.
Excuse me. Heather.
Positive.
Amazing Heather. What about AB positive?
Well, we want all blood types, and the fact is that blood is in constant need. Whether it's O positive, O negative, all blood types are in constant need. 1 in 3 people in their lifetime will need to receive blood. 1 in 7 people that enter the hospital need to receive blood, and the list just goes on and on. 1 in 83 women that enter the hospital to give birth need to receive blood. 30 to 40% of all blood that's donated goes to people who are fighting cancer. So all blood types are needed all the time.
Wow.
Yeah, less than 3% of the population actually donates. So, and it's down about 20% across the nation since COVID, which is hundreds of thousands of donations. And I would actually put out a shot to the Yuba and Sutter area as well, because like I said, less than 3% of the population donates, but it just so happens that in this area, it's actually 0.007% of the population of the Yuba Sutter area. Yeah.
In our giving, amazing community, blood donation is not the one that's happening.
Listen, folks, let's give blood. They're not the IRS.
Right. So that's our
Who
challenge.
will just come take it from you, right? It's like,
right?
Wow, I didn't know that. I remember when I was in the military, we had a little patch, like mine said, O positive.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to know. So if anything happened, man, you're instant, or you had a card, or your dog tags would have it on it. So they have a way of identifying that, which is important. Michael, shouldn't everybody know their blood type?
Yes, it's very important to know your blood type. If you're in an accident and they're asking you what blood type you are, to be able to give that information to them as well. And it's just an important key thing to know. The nice thing is when you donate, when you create the thing online, I can't think of what it's called, my apologies. Your account, when you create your account online, you'll get an email about a week later after you donate. It will tell you what your blood type is. It will tell you what your heart rate was, your blood pressure, your cholesterol level. So you get like this little mini physical before, when you're donating, and then you get that information about a week later, so then you know your blood type and all those other things. Yeah.
So let me get this right. They tell me that, look, your cholesterol level's high, but you gave blood. Here's the donut.
Yeah, we got Oreos for you.
Yeah, Oreos, come on! I love it.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Michael, how exactly do people give? You've got a what coming up? I had the
Yeah,
the paper.
9/16, we're doing a blood drive.
That's it. Yeah,
And
September 16th, you're going to have a blood drive. Where is that at?
So that one is full already, but so we're challenging everybody in our area to make their own blood drive, or to contact Vitalant and go into their offices and to donate in the month of September and see if we can break our slump.
So Vitalant has an office.
Yeah, we have a center here, in Yuba City. It's on Stabler Lane.
Okay.
And it's open for anybody to come in. They can go to vitalant.org and search their zip code, and you'll find multiple blood drives in this area and surrounding areas for you to be able to go and donate. We're super excited about being able to partner with Just Serve. I mean, they do incredible things in the community, and they're looking for volunteers to be able to connect with the community and help improve it. And we're looking for volunteers to come out and donate blood, and not just in September. Yes, we'd love to be able to pump up the blood supply in September, but again, blood's always in constant need. Different times of year, the end of the year, the last 2 weeks of December, the first 2 weeks of January, blood supply drops significantly because people are checked out, and there's all different times during the year that blood is needed. So go on vitalant.org and search your zip code, and you will be able to find multiple blood drives going on.
So it has to be a blood drive. They can't just go into Vitalant and say, take my blood today.
No, they can.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Oh, so, all right. So the blood drives help people know. But,
right.
But with Vitalant, it's all the time. You can go into that office anytime, and they will poke you and drain you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then give you an Oreo.
For sure.
This is good stuff.
Yeah,
right?
it is good. It's real good. Yeah, the center's open. You can go into the center. You can walk in. We prefer to have appointments, right? Because appointments are going to take precedent. residents. If that you walk in, most likely you're going to get in, but it might take a little bit longer. But then we do the mobile blood drives, which is what I'm responsible for. And the mobile blood drives are key because it makes it more convenient for folks who can't rush across town for whatever reason to, get to the center on time to donate. They got to pick up their kids. They got to go grocery shopping. Well, let's bring the blood mobile to your location, to your work location, to your church, to any kind of business, whatever it might be.
High school?
Yeah, high school, exactly. All those things. I want to make it as convenient for as many people as possible to just be able to walk out the door, get in the blood mobile, or go into another room in the area and donate blood right then and there.
I love it. So my next question is, I'm O positive, so my blood can be used in a lot of people.
That's right.
So when I come in, do we say, oh, he's O positive, let's take 3 quarts? I mean, is there a standard amount that they take, or is it like, you get her in, it's like, okay, just a little bit, a mile.
Right.
All we need.
Yeah, great question.
She's fine.
Great question. It's relative to your height and weight.
Oh.
So we say a unit because it's different a little bit, like I said, relative to your height and weight. But the kind of standard in the over the history is a pint, they say. But we don't take any more than whatever your height and weight regulates, and up to a certain point. So like if a 6'7", 300-pound person comes in, we're not going to take more from them. There's a standard that cuts off at a certain point where we don't take any more than that. Yeah.
So, all right, let's say you're going to take a pint from me.
Okay.
How many pints do I have?
About 10 to 12, depending on your height.
Really? That much?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, then that's nothing.
It is.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah, I'd be nervous there. I'm like,
Right.
okay, a pint from a little guy like me. It's like, okay, you'll have a pint and a half left.
Right.
Right.
So stay there laying down for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and going back to what you were saying, the experience that you had where you got really lightheaded and almost passed out.
I did pass out.
You did pass out, right? So really the key to be able to avoid that is make sure you hydrate the day before really well and the day of, and make sure you eat. You need to make sure you eat a good dinner, breakfast, lunch, the meals beforehand, because that's just going to replenish all those, those nutrients and the sodium and all the things that are going out when you're donating. As long as you prepare ahead of time, you're good to go. Very, very rarely is there an adverse reaction from someone who actually prepared and is well ready for the donation.
Well, that's what they told me. I'd worked the night shift. I hadn't eaten. And, and that old Master Sergeant, although he helped me, he did laugh at me. I'm just telling you, it was really one of those, I told you so. Right? Just lay there.
Yeah.
And so if somebody gives blood and they're feeling a little lightheaded, you guys take care of that. Hey, where are you at? And you probably question them even beforehand. Have you eaten, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really, the whole procedure is very safe. So here's the thing I think people are most nervous about. Have you got professionals to stick me, or somebody that's going to be digging around trying to find the blood vein?
Oh man, I love that question. Thank you for bringing that up, because I am so proud of the team that I work with, the donor care staff. You think about that, this is what they do all day, every day. They don't have anything else that they're working on. They are drawing blood all day, every day. They're working with people. And our key is we want people to have a great experience, because we need donors to come back. It can't just be a one-time deal. We need them to come back, and you can donate every 8 weeks. And so the donor care staff, they are second to none. They will make your experience as best as possible. Sure, you might feel a little sting for like a half a second when the needle inserts, but that's it. And I would just ask people that when they're thinking about, well, I'm not sure if I want to donate because the needles, it hurts or whatever. How about the folks who are going through cancer, for example, and they are getting poked? Maybe I know of someone who had to receive 150 units of blood throughout 3 remissions of cancer. How many times was this kid poked? How many? So your one time that you get poked for, and stings for half a second, that one donation has the potential of saving 3 lives, so the return on your investment is exponential. So please don't let the fear of needles, or maybe possibly you had a bad experience at a doctor's office or something in the past, don't let that deter you. We need you.
Yeah, I've had bad ones and good ones.
Right.
And it's just something that, sometimes, but even a bad one, right? Like I had a guy, I was actually getting ready to go into surgery, and he was, doing a thing. And it was the same guy I'd had before in a previous surgery, and I hardly felt anything. This time it was like, hey, pay attention here. Right? It's like, ow! Right?
Bad day for both of you.
Yeah, it's like what the heck? Last time you were really good at this. And it just depends. But honestly, even at that, it's lightweight. It's not, nobody's dying from this, and you're helping people. I do think, Michael, that's the big part of every time we do something, we might say, I look for ways I can help other people. But honestly, you go and give blood, then you might be given to somebody probably that you've never met, but they are eternally grateful. It's not about you knowing them. So there is actually a scripture says that when you give, don't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing.
That's right.
So feel free to give blood out of either arm, right? And you won't know. But God knows.
There you go.
It's a great benefit.
I love it.
The person on the other side is going, this is awesome.
Right.
Thank you, whoever you were, right?
That's a great point, Fish. And really, just to piggyback off that real quick, is we actually at Vitalent, we have this really neat program where when you create your account and we get your phone number, then when the blood that you donate actually is moving and going to someone who is receiving that blood, you will get a text and it will say, hey, guess what? Your blood is on the way to and brighten someone's day or possibly save a life. And I can't tell you how many times I've had donors say, when I was having a really rough day, I thought my life was not going so great or whatever. And then I received that text and I realized, all of a sudden, wow, someone else's life is a lot worse than what I'm going through right now. And I just had the opportunity to make a true difference in their life, and their day gets a whole lot better that they know that they had the opportunity to be able to do that.
It's pretty cool. The only thing I'd be a little concerned about is whoever gets my blood gets a lot of garlic. they probably, it's Italian.
That's great.
Good for you.
Different people, you get a little Italian blood, but you don't have to worry. Mosquitoes won't bite you unless they like Italian food, right? Listen, as always, thank you, Michael, for coming on.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. And just serve, Heather Eberly. It's so easy. JustServe.org.
Right, and can I make one more plug?
Yep.
Along with our blood drive, we're doing a Get to Know Just Serve and the different organizations we partner with. So Vitalent will have a booth out the same on 9/16 from 4 to 7. Everybody's welcome to come and just get to know the different groups that serve in our area. And we really want to focus on those that are planning upcoming activities, like bring the youth that in your school, in your congregation, and wherever you are that are going to help or be excited to participate, and bring them so they can meet and see all the opportunities that are in our community. And that's open to everybody. So
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having
This
us.
community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of
Only is there.
California grow, yeah. California grow. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grow, yeah. California grow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
The radio version.
Is that right, Bob?
Yeah.
There we go. Bob, you were covering that radio version line really well the last few weeks.
I tried to remember.
John Cassidy here. Chuck Smith back in the studio. Thankfully, we've got him here. And Bob Hawaiian Fischetti, Magnum PI. Got the hat. Not a Tigers hat, but you got the Hawaiian shirt. Everything
that's right.
93Q right there. Yeah.
That's amazing. You remember that detail. He always wear the Detroit Tigers hat.
I'm a detail guy, Bob.
Yeah, apparently.
Was there a movie or a book, Blue Hawaii?
Well, there's a song.
That was Elvis.
That was Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw him at Bel Air last night. He was in the popcorn aisle. Yeah, I was checking out the different styles of popcorn. Oh, Elvis is always in Bel Air or Safeway or Albertsons, Lucky's. What else am I
He doesn't
missing?
shop Save-Mart? That's my neighborhood.
I've not seen him in New Earth. I'm not sure that he's more of a health guy.
He liked to show
but
up
he's
to
looking
Burger
good.
King a lot.
Elvis is looking good.
Yeah, he's doing
What
the
did you
peanut
say,
butter
Kurt Baird, on the
banana
board?
sandwich.
He liked to go show up at Burger King a lot.
Okay.
So
Very
now
good.
that we've given
Well,
all
he
these
was the
places
king.
advertising,
He was the king. Right?
Whopper.
The Whopper. Yeah. Did he play? Do we know if he played bagpipes or? We know Kurt does.
Glenn Campbell did though.
Oh yeah, Glenn could do anything. Glenn was a scratch golfer. That guy was one of the most talented people ever. Anyway,
There was a great movie released recently, bunch of concert footage. Elvis Presley concert footage. It hadn't been shown before, and they cobbled it together, and it was. Basically, Elvis is telling his own story, and so it was actually. You know what? He's actually a pretty good musician, I found out.
oh no, the guy was talented beyond words. I mean, he was a freak. You just heard about the freakish stuff.
Yeah, but I never listened to any of his stuff.
Okay, well then I guess you didn't listen to any of his stuff.
He said his favorite thing was to get together with his band, and they would do gospel.
Right.
Yeah. And they would just sit and do gospel together. And
that's where he came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so much where he ended, but where he came from.
Well, I was just impressed at how much he was, engaged with everybody that was involved in putting the music together.
Oh, yeah.
He was like a coach. Like,
oh no, he was loved.
Together, let's do this right.
Unfortunately, some of the stuff they did to him to manage him wasn't real good, and he kind of ended up being controlled instead of being the controller. It's just a crazy world of music sometimes, and of stardom. Okay, so I woke up this morning and I saw this because I always watch the business channels to check on what's going on. And this is more of a national story than a local or regional story, but I think it's important to talk about this. Moderna, their stock opened, it doubled this morning. And of course, Moderna's kind of famous for having one of the COVID vaccines. Now that's become a major controversy.
Shouldn't be, but that's all right.
But well, no, I think it probably should be, because a lot of people got shut down that were saying things that ended up being true.
I'm talking about the vaccine.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay.
Melanoma vaccine trial was an unmitigated success. I guess a 99% success, Bob. So they believe they have figured out the way to cellularly crush melanoma. And it doubled the stock price. That was announced early this morning. So I thought it was pretty darn exciting to see that. And
we're talking skin cancer.
We're talking skin cancer, which obviously
well, not everybody's going to automatically know what melanoma is. So.
But it killed my twin brother, and it's killed a lot of people. And
it's serious.
It's bad stuff.
Yeah, so, I had skin cancer, but when they did the check on it, it wasn't melanoma. So there are skin cancers that don't all
get that stage.
That stage, but that's the one that kills you. So that is awesome that they found a way. I keep thinking, John, that as technology progresses, I had an operation that if my father, who died at 53 years old, that if that operation had been available in his lifetime, he would have lived. And we constantly are seeing technology, just medical advances are over the top, but this has got to make a lot of people happy.
This is based on at least what I heard this morning. I got to do some more research on it, but this is a next level breakthrough for cancer, battling cancer. So anyway, we got Pinktober coming up. Megan's firing that up out at Hard Rock. Give Megan McCarthy a call out there if you want to be involved. And obviously the Give Keys do a phenomenal job with Pink October every year with their wonderful fundraisers that they do for help so many people. And Hard Rock's been at it now a few years as well with Pinktober, and it's a great event. So you don't want to miss that. But you can call Megan McCarthy out at the college, or out at the Hard Rock. That's not necessarily a college. And Chuck, your written column this week, you talk about the Yuba County Water Agency, which was pretty awesome. Your
column?
Your rough notes and casual thoughts.
Because the agency is pretty awesome. I didn't know that.
And that would be the written version, because Chuck has recently retired as the editor of the Appeal Democrat, but he still writes for the Appeal, and every Saturday you have rough notes and casual thoughts. Talk about that column, because I don't think I think they're gaining more awareness of the Colgate Power Plant because of that issue of Bullard's Bar, of the power generation that is affected there. By the way, the fishing there this past year has been phenomenal at Bullard's Bar. But anyway, talk about the Yuba Water Agency and your column this week, because it was in Saturday's Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts in the Appeal Democrat newspaper. If you're not subscribing, subscribe. You can get it in print form or online. And our good friend Scott Anderson, the new editor, is doing a great job as well. So talk about the Yuba Water Agency. It's got a lot of history, too.
Well, the Water Agency recently announced that it had been working with more than a dozen local teachers on creating a curriculum from kindergarten through the 12th grade, science, history, all sorts of different topics, but using the Yuba River to explain how rivers work, how important rivers are to communities, water issues. And I just thought this was incredible, because the Yuba River, in my lifetime growing up, I've always been fascinated by it and its history. And so I was really excited when they announced that now, beginning with kindergarten and all the way through high school, students will be touching the Yuba River in many different ways. And so I went through some of the history of the river. One thing that most people don't realize is that more gold has been taken from the Yuba River than any river in America.
Correct.
In fact, maybe...
Is there any left?
Oh, there is.
Yes.
Because after this, we can all run down and do a little panning.
I've got my pan in the truck, yes.
Exactly.
And in fact, for those who might be searching for another mascot name for the high school, maybe it's the Marysville Gold would be appropriate.
Oh,
by the way, I wanted to point out that not 100% of people agree that the Indians is a name that should be maintained. I think you made that claim last week when you were talking about
I said 100% of the people I've talked to.
Okay, well, You're not talking to everybody. Anyway, so getting back to the gold. Also, I mean, the river, has a name that's interesting, because Yuba County, Yuba River, Yuba County. Yuba County is on one side of the Feather River, on the other side is Yuba City. So two communities share the Yuba name. There was an argument about where the name came from.
The great grape debate. Yeah.
And there were John Sutter insisted that it was named after a tribe at the mouth of the Yuba River on the Yuba City side. In fact, there's a document when Yuba City, the first time Yuba City appeared in a legal document, was a deed that had John Sutter's name, Sam Brannan, and two other gentlemen. The first deed at Yuba City, where Sutter sold off part of his grant that he'd gotten from the Mexican government, and it's not Yuba City. It's Uba City.
Uba City, right.
Yeah, so, it could be the Uba River. Could be Uba County.
So where did the Thompson grape, the Yuba, because Yuba means grape, correct?
Uba in Spanish.
Uba in Spanish. So where did that...
Well, that was a claim by...
Because there's a Highway 20 monument, right?
General Vallejo.
Vallejo, that's right.
Okay. He claimed that, and it was repeated in the Marysville Herald newspaper. And John Sutter wrote a letter to the editor at the Herald saying, no, he's wrong. And he pointed out the Spaniards never made it to the Yuba River. Sutter made it to the Yuba. Before that, Jedediah Smith in 1826, a series of trappers had made it to Marysville, and he claimed, and again, going back to Sutter's claim that this is named after this tribe, who knows how he heard out of the mouth of somebody the name of a tribe, even got to that point of asking the question.
Right.
But same with Jedediah Smith. He claimed that the Maidu here called what is now the Yuba River the Henneet River.
See, I'd never heard that.
Hen-Neet is how Smith put it in his diary. And the Feather River was known as the Yalu River. Now, I really like that one.
Oh, so there's the Y. Spell that.
Yaloo was how Jedediah Smith.
So Yuba, we still don't know.
Sutter claims that the name of the river comes from the name of the tribe at the mouth of that river.
Yuba.
But on what is now the Yuba City side. Yeah. Well, where did Yuba come from? Well, it was Yuba.
No, my point is that Yuba,
and somebody added the Y.
Right, but Yuba, Sutter County ended up under John Sutter's.
I'm sorry. Actually, it was Ubu. Y-U-B-U.
Got it. Ubu. So why does Yuba County end up across the river?
Why you, John?
I got it. But why does Yuba County end up across the river from Sutter County if it opened at the mouth of? Why is Yuba County instead of?
Because they named the river.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone referred to. I mean, well, everyone.
But you said the Yuba tribe was at the mouth of the Sutter side, the Yuba City side, or the Yuba Yuba County side.
So you know where 2nd Street is today?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty protective over there on 2nd Street.
Yeah,
of different things. That was where there was a Maidu tribe there.
Okay, right.
It was built on high ground. I mean, because they'd lived here for 10,000 years.
Right, they figured it out.
The high ground, yeah. And so actually in 55, water didn't make it to 2nd Street, by the way. So the tribe was located there, and it actually...
you getting all this, Bob?
Finally, it took 5-6 years before the community decided that just like the homeless, they wanted to force them out.
Got it.
So the tribe.
I'm going to put in a request to change the name of Marysville to Gold City and Yuba City to City of Gold.
Oh, there you go.
And we'll just erase all
what's
this.
the bridge between? What the bridge is called between them? The two gold bridges.
Well, it can't be the Golden Gate.
Oh, good call. We already got a Golden Gate bridge.
Well, there was also
we could call it the Silver Bridge, right? It's because you got to get the bronze and silver bridges from Gold City to City of Gold.
When Marysville was named, there were a lot of people who wanted to call it Yubaville, but Yuba City, which came first, it was actually named.
Gosh, that would have been even more confusing. Yuba City and Yubaville.
Give me a smile, guys. There we go. I gotta let somebody know we're on the air. Anyway, yes, that's. A lot of history.
Wake somebody up.
Okay, let's get a little more modern now, because Bob needs the education, and Kurt's over there falling asleep. When was Bullard's Bar finished?
Early 70s.
Early 70s. I was going to say late 60s, but early 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Orville was finished in the late 60s, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's part of the chain of... Yeah, so... you talked about the gold rush. Well, the gold rush, obviously, Grass Valley, Nevada City, was the headwater where so much of the gold was, found in the mine in the what's the famous mine in
Malakoff Diggins.
Well, there's another one.
You're talking about one of the tunnel mines.
Yeah. So I mean, the gold pulled out of there is unbelievable. But then you have in your article you talk about the gold fields.
Yeah, so nobody has any idea exactly how much gold was taken out in 1848, which was the easiest pickings with pocket knives and chisels and things like that. And then people came in 1849, had a
funny how San Francisco kind of blew up during that period. Yeah, a lot of money there.
Then the 49ers, they had to stoop down and use the hands in the sluice boxes. And then the corporations came in and started washing away entire mountainsides.
Correct.
So we got the hydraulic mining, but still don't know exactly how much gold was taken out then. But they do know that some 5 million ounces of gold has been taken out.
A lot of gold.
Was taken out in the 20th century from the hydraulic mining.
Well, we had the famous dredgers.
The floating dredgers,
Right.
they go down 120 feet.
Yeah.
I remember my mom telling me, don't go out there, because if you drown out there, I'll never find your body.
That's right.
It'd be 120
There are big
feet.
fish. There are
you talking about the
big
Empire
fish in those,
Mine?
big fish in those dredger ponds.
I think John was talking about the Empire Mine.
That's the
The
one
Empire
that's a
Mine.
big tunnel. Yeah.
Monster
They still
amount
do
of gold.
tours there.
Oh, they do weddings. They do. It's a beautiful. No, it's a beautiful.
Yeah.
you
Well,
can just-
they do live. What do they call it? Live history presentations. And in fact, it was the Bourne Mine. The Empire Mine, the Bourne Mine, and the Bourne's home up there is pretty impressive. Mr. Bourne married a young lady from the Ring of Kerry in Ireland, and the National House of Ireland was bought and upgraded and is the current National House of Ireland on the lakes of Killarney, and the money from the Bourne Mine built that structure because that was where his wife was from. She wanted a summer place, and they ended up donating it to the government of Ireland some 70 years ago.
And they did nothing for Scotland.
Nothing for Scotland.
I'm just saying,
Thank
nothing
God.
for the Scottish.
The Scots, all they know about is bagpipes and whiskey anyway.
The gold out of the Yuba, the American, and the Feather River, the gold out of the California rivers actually helped the North defeat the South
That's
in
correct.
the Civil War.
That's
I mean,
correct.
A very significant.
That's correct.
Source of revenue, and there were a lot of attempts at. Sinking ships, taking the gold, piracy, the South trying to.
You mean
just different
money attracts crooks and pirates?
Well,
yeah, I would say so.
I'm just saying,
it happens.
The South was looking for resources.
It happens.
And the North had them.
Yep, it happens. So, Bob, anything else on the horizon? I did see there's a little bit of controversy over Sam Brannan Park. I guess they're going to add a whole bunch of security measures there, and they're going to close it for a while.
But the pickleballers can continue to play.
Yeah, you'll be able to get in and out of there.
You have to get a pass to get in there, I guess. But I mean, look, I've been through that park a lot. I've been to Givikeys on the other side a lot.
Yeah.
There are issues there that need to get dealt with. Obviously, none of this stuff's any fun to deal with, but there are a lot of problems.
I just want to backtrack a little bit, and that's I just had the privilege of doing a podcast with Dee Dee Cordell and
Willie Whittlesey, the general manager of Yuba Water Agency.
Great people. They just covered a lot of ground.
So where can people go see that interview?
They can see that on 93Q TV on YouTube, and then they had some other videos. Matter of fact, you're in one of the videos that they did about the flood, the river, the whole thing. So
the '86 flood.
Yeah. So we popped up, including that actually 4 videos that are new on 93Q TV, so that people could have the history, why they're doing what they are, and then get to know where they're headed.
How much are the residuals?
Huh?
Do I get any money?
Probably not. I'm not.
I've been trying to get money for my salad for a while.
Yeah.
And it ain't working either. Salads. Yeah. Anyway, here's the deal. So great articles. Chuck's column. You got to read Saturday's column of Rough Notes. You'll learn a lot about Yuba water and the water around this community. Also, Ray Bowden had a great article in the Appeal Democrat this past week. You can look that up. It features a front page picture of the 1997 flood, but we had the 86 flood, the 55 flood. But there's a lot of water history. Thank gosh there have been a ton of money invested in our levee systems in the last 15 years here to really make this community safer. And but you want to learn about water. Dee Dee Cordell and Willie Whittlesey, obviously the spokespeople for the Yuba Water Agency. We saw them last week when they were here, and before you shot that podcast. And you should really, if you have children and you have family members who aren't aware of the whole water situation in the Yuba Sutter region, that is a great opportunity to learn a ton about what's going on currently at Bullard's Bar, the Colgate Power Plant, and just the history of water here, and some of the great things that have been done on the Yuba to help the fishery by the Yuba Water Agency with diversion canals and what have you, if that's what they're called. some pretty great information to understand our water situation here.
One of the questions that came up that I thought was funny was, why is that called a penstock? So maybe you historians can find out where that name
is. There a Mr. Penstock?
Yeah, I guess there must have been somebody.
Like Mr. Gerrymander? Yeah.
Penstock. But,
yeah. So
yeah, great. They are continuing to do things while they take care of that. But the one thing I thought was interesting was the reason they aren't jumping on it to repair it is because they want to know exactly what happened.
Oh,
So they have to do the forensics, right? Once that's done, they've already got plans.
Oh, they're ready to go.
And so they're ready to go.
Yeah, Willie Whittlesy's a phenomenal general manager.
He's on it.
By the way, Bob, it is top of the hour. Just wanted to point that out for you.
You're listening to 93.3 LPFM, Yuba City.
Okay, so this is the big topic for me right now.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Who's sponsoring this mess?
Oh, that would be the Brick. Yes.
Thank you to the Brick. Great food.
Kim,
outdoors
Mata,
area, inside.
Oh, yeah, perfect now. Outdoors, it's cooled down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Breakfast, lunch, phenomenal. Coffees, teas.
Yeah,
smoothies.
they have a new coffee deal. So
smoothies, you might even find a 93Q mug floating around or two in there.
If people haven't taken them home,
yes, well,
which I'm glad you guys got a free mug.
There you go.
Let people know.
There you go.
At least take a picture of it.
All right, I'm going to take. There's four of us in the studio, and then the Linda Plummer rock star sitting out in the thing. I'm going to take a poll right now. Who wants to bring grizzly bears back to California? Raise your hand.
I didn't know they left.
Where'd they go?
I think they eradicated them. They had some problems with them. So, Chuck, you want to bring them back, the Grizzlies?
Why not?
I'm just...
Only if you bring back Grizzly Adams. Got to have somebody to control the Bears.
So, were you for bringing back the Wolves, too? Is that okay?
Why not?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why not.
Well, I know there's a lot of
It's not managed right. I mean, you can't have them killing cattle again. That's why they eradicated them the first time. They got them out of here. So, a lot of cattle farmers in California. I love grizzly bears, but I like them better in Glacier, where they're not hurting anybody, unless you're stupid enough to try to feed them, which there are. You can't teach stupid, right? But that question is being raised. That's another one with. There's having all sorts of problems. Up in Shasta County, Siskiyou County, Butte County with the wolves now. And I don't know about bringing grizzly bears back. That's a little... What about you, Bob? Are you for or against it?
Quick story. My little brother had the opportunity to get invited to Kodiak Island. And those bears are something else, right? So massive. He goes out there and he's walking through there and he looks down and he asks the guy, because you have to be accompanied. So he asked the guy, he said, "Those are bear tracks. Why aren't we following them?" He said, "The bear is hunting us." Right, and my little brother said, "We can leave now."
Yeah, right?
Oh yeah. It's like I'm done hunting.
Well, there's nothing more exciting than being fly fishing somewhere and you're walking up a stream and you walk over a nice warm patch of something that just fell out of some hairy creature that you know is a bear scat thing, and it's still warm. That's a little unnerving. Yeah.
I don't know that I'm pro animals being on my street, right? So I do believe in the incorporated areas. It's an
Kurt's
issue.
not hanging out on your street.
But there's also this side where hunters love that opportunity, and they don't just kill them to be killing them. They actually eat them, and so it becomes part of the food chain. And so, I don't know in terms of, bring them back, purposely bring them back.
Well, they're on our flag.
Or do they just kind of show up? Yeah, the California, we have the
we had them.
We should at least have a few bears around.
Well, we got plenty of bears. I see them all the time.
I have an answer, by the way, to Bish's question about penstock.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Come on, Chuck.
Okay, it's an amazing thing.
I like that word. I like that word.
Yeah, recently I learned something about...
Chuck would have been a straight-A student in college.
You can research on your
with
phone.
AI?
Yeah.
So pen, word origin and history, it's a Google thing, pen, is to fence in or hold back water.
There you go.
And stock is an old term for a wooden log, stern, or rigid channel. So there you go.
Okay.
Stock
There's your pen stock.
Wow, so it was... the Water Channel.
Chuck would have, if Chuck didn't have to work through his educational years in high school and then at UC Davis with an Etch-a-Sketch, just think what he would have been able to do. Straight A's.
John, you get better as the day goes on.
Marysville Stampede, September 12th and 13th. You don't want to miss that. The Rosser family special event out in Marysville every year. It's just incredible.
There's
Absolutely
another
incredible.
idea for Marysville logo name. The Marysville Stampede.
And they have Tough Enough to Wear Pink, and they support the fight against breast cancer.
They do.
So
yes.
that's
in fact,
another
Tom
organization
Lininger, the
that does
attorney, he's the one that introduced that, created that whole pink cowboy shirt opportunity. So there's also a nice article. I'll throw it in there just because we're here on the new Hard Rock Sports Roundtable show every Wednesday today, 2:30 live here on 93Q, Saturdays at noon at Sacktown Sports 1140, and it's on YouTube. And I want to thank Jeff Larson for coming over last week and doing a nice story in the paper today. Are you going to remember how to operate it this year? We're getting older, so me pushing buttons for the 24-second clock, Jeff thought that was cute. But the one thing Jeff got wrong in the article, and I love Jeff because he never gets anything wrong until this article, is he made a comment about how we copied TNT, NBA on TV. That's a mistake. They copied us because we had an intern that ended up working at TNT, and she called me when they had just Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson as the host, and she asked me, hey, do you think that the NBA show would be similar to yours if we had 4 hosts and would be better? I said, of course it would. There you go. NBA on TV. The number one, bigger than Wide World of Sports, the number one watched show of all time on TV for sports is the NBA on
I find
TNT.
it interesting that
was TNT, now ESPN.
That your 4-man panel has a former player, a radio guy, a TV guy, and then some other dude. Why is he here?
You have to have the other dude to keep the other 3 on track. Well, by the way, we also have other folks that filter. We have other NBA players that filter in over the years. Yes, Franklin and Festus. And
I just couldn't resist that.
I got
John.
nice jabs. Sorry, it's fair enough.
Could we maybe pull Kurt into the camera? I mean, like, figure out how to do that.
We don't want people to turn the show off.
If 4 is better than 3.
Well, we don't mind Kurt's voice. It's just if we put him in the camera shot, the show could go in some bad places.
I just sit here and look dumb, and that looks better off camera than on camera.
Well, you got the 30-year-old 93Q hat, the original. He's wearing.
Who knew that 4 was better than 3?
Yeah.
Oh my word. Anyway, thanks for the nice article. It's in the sports section. By the way, Jeff Larson does a great job. We got to get Jeff in for our football update the next couple of weeks as local high school football kicks off, and he's doing stories on all the high school football programs in the region, and he does a phenomenal job. Speaking of sports, Bob, the Freebirds update. Give us the update.
So I just have to say this: they are on a 2-week break. Well, they're not on a break. They're out playing other teams. They've got 6 games left, which will be against the Oakland Ballers, I believe, and that's going to be coming up in September. September 3rd is 93Q night.
Whoa.
We actually have a night out there.
Got to be there.
So come support 93Q. But they played the Roadsters, the top team, in the second half, came in undefeated, and we beat them. So then they were down 1. They came back, and this last series, this 3-game series, we almost swept them.
Wow.
We won 2 of the 3.
That's great.
Just great pitching, great. I mean, kudos to everybody. And I will say this about the Roadsters: there's a reason why they're in the position they are. They are a phenomenal ball team.
Wow.
They really are. They play as a team. They were tough, and they're going to continue to be tough. So anyway,
so the games, give the dates again. There are the final 6 games,
the final 6 games, I believe it starts on the 4th of September.
Okay.
Coming up, and there'll be a lot of great stuff. Say Love is doing, our game's the 3rd. Say Love's doing the 4th.
Okay.
So there's different people you can support.
Well,
that'll be having
I talked to Lon Jaramillo last week at length, and they're very happy with the support they've gotten this year. Fans have been great. The record hasn't been where they'd like it to be, but baseball every year is different and is exciting, and sometimes you have to tip your hat to the opponents, and that's
could be the Giants.
Very tough. You didn't have to bring the Giants.
I just said they could be the Giants.
I mean, Chuck, please.
We're going to get a text from my wife.
Posey has until the end of 28.
Posey's got plenty of time, and our farm system now is 5th best in the majors, so that's what he wants. He wants a young core, much like he came up with.
I will say, I've got to, I was introduced to a lot of different players this year. Kind of like
most of whom won't be around much longer. But
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think that the deal is most people that have a team they love, they have players they love, and players move around, and that. To be honest, I think that's made it a little tough on fans. So when you talk about Pioneer baseball, these kids are trying to make it.
The Pioneer League, MLB affiliated Pioneer League that Marysville's part of.
When we lose a player, like we lost a phenomenal pitcher, but he's with the Washington Nationals, and that's going to happen.
That's
so
what
you get
want.
kind of attached to these players.
Right.
They're great players, and then the next year they may be gone. They get picked up, and we're grateful for that.
Yep. Yep.
It does make it hard to build a team, though.
It does. So a couple minutes left. Anything coming up this week in Yuba Sutter that you guys want to bring up?
Veteran Stand Down happening this weekend. The Browns Valley, I forget what they call it. It's the Mountain Fair, but they literally do.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Oh, they literally do logging competition.
Oh, everything.
They got a rib competition, a dessert
They
competition.
got great music.
Yeah,
that's
stuff.
a phenomenal.
I think I'm going to be up there. They saved a space for me. I'm trying to get free to do that.
You're not going to be doing anything weird with the lumber or anything. You're not going to try to
You know what? If I can get Kurt to go up there, I may throw an axe or
Kurt
two.
might put a skirt on. He might put the kilt on, and you never know what could happen then. Wow.
They meant a parking space, and probably your car's going to get dirty.
I love it.
That's probably true.
By the way, some great shows coming up at Hard Rock Live. Get online, check them out. You got Earth, Wind, and Fire coming up next month, 2 nights in a row, 15th and 16th, I believe. You got Leonette and Friends coming up. Tyler Rich, November 7th, the event. You don't want to miss that. A lot of good information coming out on that the next couple of weeks. By the way, Tyler Rich, our California-grown theme song of this show, played Dublin, Ireland last night. Sold out. House just rocked it. He had a ball. Might have had a Jameson or two.
He might have.
Do you think he sang a song about whiskey or something?
Go bad. His whiskey's not going bad. It's going down the hatch, yes. So congrats to Tyler. Joe Davini, his lead guitarist, was there with him. His wife, Sabina, the actress, and they had a great time. And they're heading to Belfast, I think. Tomorrow night they play Belfast. They played in London the week before, and so doing a little Euro tour. I think he's playing Sweden before he comes home, too. So, yeah, Tyler Rich, worldwide.
Is that the first time he's done that?
No.
Going overseas?
He's played overseas many times.
Oh.
Yep.
Because that's, I remember first time going overseas. I wasn't going over to play. I was in the military. So I was going over for fun. But I remember, because I was a kid, I always thought, I can always hitchhike to get home. Anywhere I can get home. Man, I'm going across the ocean. You look out there.
There's no hitchhiking.
But water. I don't care what direction you look. And this old bastard sergeant, I guess I must have got silent. He said, "Son, is it your first time over the big pond?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Can't swim home from here." I thought the guy was reading my mind, right? I was like, "Nope, can't swim."
He's seen that look maybe a few times.
I bet he had. I bet he had.
We're going to be in Venice, California this weekend, and then Las Vegas next weekend.
Love it.
For Twisted Gypsy.
Oh, is she playing Vegas too?
Yeah.
Where in Vegas?
The Orleans.
Oh yeah, I love the Orleans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a classic hotel, and they have a great venue there. It's very popular. So where's she playing in L.A.?
In Venice.
In Venice. Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be Danny.
Is New Orleans down on that?
Never been there.
Old town.
Well, Twisted Gypsy is the #1 Fleetwood Mac. What do you call them? Not
tribute band.
Tribute band. And Danny is the lead on that. When she's there doing the Stevie Nicks thing, it's just emotional. It's so good. Yes.
It's going to be fun.
That's my term, emotional, for Twisted Gypsy. Yes. Fleetwood Mac music. How can you beat Fleetwood Mac, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Fleetwood Mac Live, Mick Fleetwood, John McVie, Christine McVie, Stevie Nicks, a little bit of Lindsey Buckingham, a lot of Dave Mason for years. There you go.
So she gets to be Stevie Nicks without the drama.
She's really good.
The band drama, you know.
Danny's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
That's a good, really
Great
good
stuff.
sound.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, Chuck, have a great trip to L.A. and Vegas. What happens in Vegas? Does it end up in Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts edition every Saturday?
Could be more than likely put on Facebook. Who knows?
Uh-oh.
No, we put little clips of Danny from our shows.
I would like you in this week's edition of Rough Notes. I'd like you to capture where she's at with that, because that's a great story, and she is so good, and people would love to hear that. The whole Twisted Gypsy thing. So if you could throw a little in the Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts.
Here's the thing. So, all right.
We had Janice White on 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
So,
thank you for that, by the way.
So Danny sings. Her mother, Linda, is the artistic.
She's a rock star,
right? Yeah. And then I'm the writer, right? Oh, did I mention that Danny's a singer, right? Did I mention that Danny's an artist?
Yeah.
Did I mention that Danny's a writer?
Yeah.
It kind of upsets me. I'm a little jealous about the writer. So do I want to write about Danny? I don't know,
Have Danny write about Danny.
No, I want you to write about her. That way she won't get mad. Or, yeah.
She took everything.
Well, no, people need to hear that story again. She hasn't been around here a long time, but she performs here every once in a while still. But
she's actually going to be performing in September, a chamber thing out at Hard Rock.
Love it. Awesome. The big stage
and
again.
Incidentally, Janice White called me yesterday.
Yes.
And because I told her I really want to do an extended podcast with her and her story. So she
Janice
called
White
me.
of J.J. White.
Yeah.
Fame.
And she's going to
Musical
come
fame.
do that. So be looking forward
Can't
to that.
wait.
She is fun.
Oh, and talented.
She's a fun girl.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed your conversation.
Oh,
yeah.
I had a long talk with her that afternoon after the show.
Yeah.
She called. I mean,
Great gal.
she's the best. Janet, and what a talented guitar player. Oh, my word. I told her you two need to jam. She'd love that.
Oh, man, put me on the spot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did she tell you they picked up one of her songs for a movie?
Yes. Oh, yeah, she
Yeah.
went through that. Oh, yeah. We're going to try to get her some more stuff signed, sealed, and delivered. That's a song, too, signed, sealed, delivered.
Danny sings that on the jazz album I was supposed to bring today.
Yeah, I guess that's what we got next couple weeks. That's going to do it. I'm John Cassidy. That's Chuck Smith. That is Bob Fischetti. Everything
He's
93
pointing. He's
Tower
pointing. He's pointing
Media
at us
Empire. And
the
this
radio.
is the
Can't
Rough
see it.
Notes and Casual Thoughts.
The radio version.
And the written version is every Saturday in the Weekender of your Peel Democrat newspaper. If you're not subscribing, please grab it. They've done a great job making some changes there. I think you're going to really like the paper and get ready to rock and roll with it. Get a subscription. Support the local newspaper. They cover all the local issues and sports so well, and they can use your support. So that's going to do it for this edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts. I'm John Cassidy. Kurt Baird on the board. We'll talk to you again next Wednesday, and we're going to start the show starting at 10 o'clock. Next Wednesday, 10 a.m. instead of 9:30. We're going to sleep in a little bit.
Hey, Jeff Larson, if you're listening, when are we drafting fantasy football?
Oh.
I got the invitation.
Oh.
Just let me know.
Oh, yeah, Jeff, because you'll want to grab some of that Chuck Smith cash. Yeah, cash. That's going to do it for this edition of Rough Notes and Casual Thoughts. Thanks for joining us today.
California grow. California grown. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grown. Yeah. California grown.
From Yuba County.
California grown. Yeah. California grown. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grown. Yeah. California grown.
Welcome to another edition of the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable, edition number 2, actually episode number 2. Thank you, Gary. I needed that.
Loosen up, buddy. Loosen up.
Been a little tough with the pickup truck today, so I needed that. Gary Gelfand of Fox 40 fame, Scott Marsh of Sacktown Sports 1140 fame, and then Mr. Presley, who needs absolutely no introduction.
Don't introduce him.
Former Sacramento King, first round pick, and then what else have you done for us lately?
Nothing lately. Absolutely nothing. That's what my wife. At least that's
my wife down.
No, she said a lot more than that last week after I dropped you off.
Yeah, your wife posts on social media are pretty dramatic, I got to tell you.
She doesn't even know how to get on social media.
Her social media is riding a horse, but that's another story.
Yes.
Anyway, we got a great show for you today. This is our second episode, Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. Hard Rock Hotel and Casino and the Hard Rock Live out at near Wheatland. Don't want to miss anything going on out there. We'll touch on that as we go. Great show today. Preseason football is up and running.
Did you say great show in preseason football? Come on.
I love that. I love preseason football. We'll talk about why you should love preseason football. How about the Brewers? They played football yesterday.
That's true. 22-0.
Yeah, 22-zip. I don't like the Brewers when they win it all.
Preseason football game, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, 22-0. I don't like when they win it all because they're, my Cubs are chasing them.
Okay, yes, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Then there was a gentleman that started out yesterday in his first major league game. He only hit 3 home runs. We'll touch on that. Lakers drama, shocking. Lakers drama.
Buss family and drama?
Yeah,
Come on.
Scary.
Really?
Yes, very scary. I'll tell you a Jerry Buss story later. Ohtani hits 30 home runs. Marsh is all happy. Tatis seems to be rounding into form come down the stretch here for the Padres. Pretty amazing. Texas, the Texans and the Raiders tomorrow. 49ers in San Diego, another preseason game. Vita Vea, where is he going to end up? Hopefully in the red and gold. Fantasy football, we'll touch on that. Great newspaper article on the show, by the way. Dusty Baker's autobiography, we'll touch on that.
Yes.
And the Clipper situation and college football. All sorts of good stuff.
Okay, I'm looking at your sheet right now.
Yep.
I see nothing about PCA on here. Pete Kerr Armstrong. There's not one word about him on there.
Okay.
That's because Shohei's the MVP. I mean,
Ooh, that might be my take coming up later on.
PCA number 2.
If we're still doing the 24-second
Harold,
shot
we're going to
clock.
have to split them up.
Right?
We should split them
It's
up.
not going to be a
battle.
We should kick them both out.
And you notice I didn't put anything on about the Giants.
Hey, and you have a 24
Well, they have
this week,
51
so that's
wins,
good.
so you shouldn't talk about the Giants.
You have a 24 this week, so that's good.
I do. Last week did not have one.
That was
But
a-
it
no,
was
it was a good
still good
24.
because I love the Hard Rock and I love what they're doing.
It was
So I
a-
figured, hey,
it was
that's
a great
take.
24.
It was a little rough, but all right.
All right, Mr. Presley. Let's start out with let's start with a little preseason football. The Niners last week, Titans. I mean, the games are meaningless score-wise, but what impressed you, if anything, about the new 49ers this season?
Well, I'm enjoying the running backs. I'm enjoying the wide receivers. The defense, I'm still a little suspect on. I don't think I just don't think they're ready. They're not looking like they have it all locked and loaded. So that's going to be a concern. But we know their offense is outstanding. So it will cover up some of the defense. But we know defense wins championships. So they're going to have to do some stuff. What are they going to do, John?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Marsh because he likes those Southern California blue and white things sometimes.
Well, let's go back to the Niners because, first of all, I mean, the scrimmages they had were more important than that preseason game. Defensively, getting Warner and Greenlaw back, I was able to get down to training camp last week. Fred Warner looks fantastic,
I know.
by the way.
Scary good.
Offensively, I'm still a little concerned for them. I mean, with Pearsall out for the year, we'll see how Mike Evans fits in. We're still waiting to see about Kittle when he comes back, whether it's week 1 or not. So
that's a valid point there.
To me, I think defensively they have a chance to be better than they do offensively to begin the year.
Well,
Gary, what do you think?
I was going to say, I just think it's so early right now. It's the second game. We're looking at the team the way it looks now on the field. It's going to look totally different. This is August. We have to wait till the season gets going. But I think ultimately the pieces are there. You got to get Bosa back, ready to roll. He's one of the guys. But their backup quarterback looked great. You might not even need Mac
Chris
now.
Rourke, right?
Right.
Again,
it's a tough last name.
I apologize. We don't need to talk about third-string Niner quarterbacks after Mac Jones and Purdy, but we're talking preseason football.
Exactly.
You do if you trade Mac Jones.
Do we
You
need
do
to
if
go
you
out?
trade
Do we need to go?
Right.
Do we need to go Allen Iverson in the first 5 minutes
Well, so
of the
that's
show?
what I'm saying. So that backup quarterback looked good. However, it's Purdy, and Purdy should stay healthy. So it's his
For
team.
a person who hadn't thrown, I don't care, backup or whatever, for a guy who hadn't thrown a pass in a year and a half because of a major league knee injury to go up against a starting defensive team in the NFL.
A starting defensive team in the NFL?
Well, they're starters.
In the first preseason game?
Yeah, they were starters. The Titans played all their starters.
Okay.
For that first
But they're
game.
going
So
80,
I do want to attack Scott Marsh a little bit. I think the Niners.
Get out of the way.
I made the point last week that I felt like the Niners defense was going to be more offensive, which you can see. I think they're going to. Raheem Morris, the new coordinator, is going to turn them loose a little bit. That can burn you or it can make or break you, whatever. But the Niners receiving core, I would argue with Scott that Niners have more speed. They've got better athletes. overall than they've had at the receiver spot, and I got it with Pearsall out. That's a loss. But Stribling looks so good coming into the second round pick.
He has
I just think the Niners are the most intriguing set of receivers they've had in the Shanahan era.
But Mike Evans, I mean, he can still play, but he's certainly on the backside of his career.
No question.
So what are they going to get out of him?
They're going to get a lot out of him. He is.
Thank you, Harold.
He is outstanding.
Hey, by the way, nice jacket, Harold.
I
You
really
look good
appreciate it.
up there.
Thank you, John. You look
good.
pretty good too. But Evans has proven that he has been the man his entire career. So he's going to just do. He's going to teach the young kids. But he's going to catch all those important passes. But they don't even have to worry about the receptions, because you're also coming out the backfield. You got the best receiver that the backfield has ever seen.
In McCaffrey.
He is unbelievable.
Well, he's kind of your money man in fantasy football.
Well, I didn't have him last year. I missed him very much. But just what he does and how he gets that team going. Yes, Kittles is. I think Kittles is going to be perfectly fine. I love the fact that we got a quarterback who has not played a lot last year, so he's going to be hungry. That's how this whole thing works. He's going to be hungry to get in there and just prove what he can do.
And they say he's having his best camp ever. Scott says it doesn't matter, but I think it does. But go ahead.
Camps matter. I'm just saying these preseason games don't. But I will say Debo looked great in camp. So, and he's got a great attitude. He signed autographs for the fans for a long time after camp session was over. He feels relaxed. So maybe take two Debo will work for San Francisco, and that would be huge. But again, Purdy has to prove that he's an upper echelon quarterback.
When are we going to get off the Purdy 7th round last pick in the draft? Come on, man.
He can't still be holding the football from the last game of last season in the pocket.
Now he has receivers that can get to those balls.
Got to get the ball to the receiver.
He's got to get it out of his hands first.
I like Debo, though. I like you brought up Debo. I like Debo. I think it's going to be awesome. He's going to pick up where he left off with the Niners, and he's an awesome guy to fill in. I mean, not fill in. He'll be, complimenting the backfield. He's going to be an awesome guy. Super fast.
When Trent Williams says he's in the best shape he's ever been in a 49er camp, that of Debo.
He looked great. I will say, he looked great.
So, I mean, I just think there's some interesting pieces there. That Stribling kid is amazing. They've got, Cowling and I think it's Jordan. Those two were injured all last year, and they have speed like they've never had. So I think they're going to create some gaps in between. My biggest concern for the Niners, and it seems to always be the annual, who's going to play left guard? Their offensive line has got to solidify. And, on the defensive side, I think they're great. I think they've got all the pieces. If they got Vita Vea in some kind of trade in the middle of that defensive line with those linebackers, as you alluded to, Warner and Greenlaw back, they would be top 5 defense in the league if that happened. But offensive line wise, they got to get some solutions there. I mean, they really need to solidify that line.
You're going to see an awful lot of passing coming from the Niners this year, and it's really going to open up everything. So the running game is going to flourish because of all the passing, the receivers that they have on this team. And as you said, Debo is just he played great last year. He got injured a little bit, but he played outstanding. And knowing going away and coming back always does something for you. You know that, hey, I really should not have ever left this place. And now I know what I had when I left, and he's going to just fit in just perfectly. So that's going to be a fun year for the Niners.
That's an amazing dynamic when you find out when you go somewhere else how really good you had it. And then his coming into camp as he looks, and with the price they got him, wow, watch out.
It's a fun year, but they're still the 3rd best team in their own division.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
Still fun.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we're going to find out if they're the 3rd best team this season. Yeah, we'll see.
The toughest place to be is number 1. So Seattle is they're coming back. They're feeling it. They do have a really good team.
They do.
But
they're scary.
A lot of things happen when you're number 1. Everybody's shooting for you. So it's going to be a tough time to just to stay healthy and to move forward and repeat.
But Seattle's not the best team in that division either.
They are not. They are not. So
there's the Cardinals, right?
Yes,
So is Aaron Donald coming back to the Rams? Is he coming? Is that the word?
That's the talk, but I can't see that. But maybe down the stretch. I mean, if anybody could come back after missing several years, it'd be him.
Yeah. So, Gary, any other thoughts on the Niners?
No, I'm just, they're not going to be playing the Bears this year, so it's all good. By the way, I do have a story, though. I went to that Bears
Niners NFL title game could be exciting.
That could be.
Will the stadium at Indiana be ready for the end of the year?
I like that.
Yeah, I don't want to get over there.
Your Indiana Bears, your Gary Bears.
Oh my gosh, if that happens,
the Gary Bears.
Exactly. That's what they'll be. They will be because it's in Gary. It's like Ham and Gary. It's the same thing. By the way, Gary, that's like kind of a smelly. It just doesn't really.
Gary is smelly.
Yeah. I'm a smelly guy. No, but I do have a story that I can throw in real quick because I did go to that Bears Niners game last year. That was unbelievable on Monday night.
Yes, I remember.
What an unbelievable game that was. I never saw that much scoring. And I was sitting in an area with a lot of Niners people, some high up Niner people as well too. I had to keep my mouth shut because within the first minute,
they weren't high. They were high up in the organization.
Yes, high up in the organization. Yes, and within the first few seconds that the Bears scored that touchdown, I remember like they picked off Purdy and he ran it back in. I was like, but anyway, what a great game that was. Awesome to see that. And I hadn't been to a Niner game in a long time. We talk Niners. We get a chance to go check things out every now and then. You go to the practices. I haven't been there in a while, but just to be at the game, that was awesome. That was a good.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a good experience. So if you're listening, get to a game.
Yeah, fantastic.
No, they do a good job.
Levi's is good. Yeah, it was fun. I didn't like the parking, but other than that, it was good.
You got to get to a game everywhere. I know you go down to down to LA for games, and you go to Chicago.
Yeah. Sure.
I have a trip coming up pretty soon.
Where?
I'm going to the Vegas game and the opener to see the Miami Dolphins.
Can you leave now? Can you?
Allegiant is also. I've been to Allegiant.
With the Bolitnikovs.
I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm going to see our friend.
Yeah.
He's the offensive lineman's coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we're going to hit that one.
Do you care to share?
No, I'll tell you in the 24.
Right, in the 24. He said it for the 24. Got it.
Okay, so the Raiders. First game. I saw some. I mean, I'll tell you, Mendoza did impress me in that game.
I like Fernando. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Scott brought up the fact that there's some scouts that are still questioning whether he's a number one pick, but
let alone a first round pick.
Yeah, but he showed pretty well in that game.
Yeah.
Now I've got preseason. So.
I'm rooting for him. I mean, how could you not root for this kid?
You mean the Cal Berkeley graduate?
Yeah, Cal Berkeley graduate, right? Yeah, right.
No, he is. He's the Cal Berkeley grad.
Did he go back and graduate?
He graduated from Cal Berkeley, not Indiana.
Good to know.
When did that happen?
Okay.
Oh, last year.
So that's how he just got it? Really?
Yeah, he went through graduation with him.
Interesting. That's wow.
Wow. He is 27 years old.
Something like that. I don't think he's 27.
No, he's not.
No, he's 37.
No, I think he's 25, but he acts like 27. He's a pretty mature kid. So
he looked good.
Yeah, he did. And Kirk Cousins didn't, he did what Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
For sure.
He'll do well there, and they have upgraded in many places. But so you're going to the opening game?
I am going to the opening game.
Wow.
Yes. I actually have a friend who just found out he has cancer, and that's one of his things that he really wants to do on his bucket list is go see the Miami Dolphins. He's a Miami fan.
Oh, good.
So I did call our friends the Bolitnikovs, and we're going to work some stuff out.
You got to do something. Have you guys been to Allegiant before? Any of you guys?
I've not been to Allegiant.
I've not been inside yet.
Well, again, it was another Bears game.
It's amazing.
But yeah, it's unbelievable. You're going to have a blast there. I think you've been there before, right?
I haven't.
Okay, so when you go to Allegiant, it's incredible. You're in Vegas, in the heart of it all. You know, they call it the Death Star. It's just an awesome building. All the amenities, and it's another great place to watch a game.
That's
so
awesome.
your friend will have a blast. It's going to be
cool. It will be interesting to see how the Raiders, if they turn the corner this year. I mean, they've had so much that hasn't gone right. Maybe
that corner is like 10 miles down the road. I mean, again, they may be better, but they're the worst team in their division.
So, anything else NFL-wise in this segment we want to touch on that's coming up? Obviously, preseason football is out there and exciting, and the Niners they scrimmage against San Diego this week, and San Diego during the scrimmage because they're playing on Thursday night. San Diego beat the Niners up pretty well in that scrimmage.
Yeah,
so.
and again, we're talking about the scrimmages that do matter. It's like the preseason should be eliminated. Like, there's no need for 3 preseason games anymore.
Tell the owners
it's just money.
Well, the ultimate solution, long term, whether it's short or long term, is an 18-game schedule.
Yeah, I agree.
2 pre-games most.
I agree.
They got to figure a way to get that done.
Right.
Yeah, you got to have pre-game. You got to see what you have with the
You see it every day in training camp. You see it when you scrimmage.
It's
totally
different.
It's
what
totally
about one
different
preseason game?
To play against somebody else. It's another team. It's just playing against yourselves all the time.
Not just a
it doesn't work in college, and it's really not. You don't get a good feel for who do you have.
Teams don't even play their players anymore in preseason.
They really need to because they all get hurt later on, and so they got to get out there and figure out who's where and how and get in shape. You got to get into actual game shape, and you don't do that in practice.
Speaking of Game Shape? Are you going out to Hard Rock to watch any of these preseason games at the new sports bar restaurant out there?
Absolutely going. I'm going to get in game shape just to go see the games, so I can sit there for a long time.
So the big screens are awesome. And you said last week one of the things that I got so many comments on, I got texted, I got stopped on the street was
smoke.
There's no smoke.
There's no smoke in that building. It is outstanding.
And that was a great point you made.
I've been all through the country and all the casinos. I have trouble with smoke, and it just really affects me. So when I walk into this place, I'm like, whoa, I can stand here, I can sit here, I can spend time watching the games. I can't do that at all the casinos.
Right. Oh no, and you got Gary the Midwest guy. Can't get him out of Council Oak Steakhouse because of all the wonderful.
Oh my gosh, that's delicious. But I love all the TVs right there, the way it's set up there at the sports bar, because the slot machines are like right here, facing that. So now it's more dangerous because I'm sitting in a slot machine playing, watching, and before you know it, I've most likely lost a little bit. But I do win every now and then.
When are we going to be doing our show from there?
Yes.
So we got to talk to Ann and Mark. Once we get a rhythm here, we'll get it going. Once we get Kurt, the board manager extraordinaire,
he's over there,
engineer, he's fired up.
You've been doing this show for over a decade. There hasn't been any rhythm up to this point.
Good point.
So when's that going to come?
That's a pretty good point. Okay, speaking of rhythm, let's move on to baseball a little bit. Yeah. Let's talk about the Giants.
Oh boy.
Okay, I think that's about it. Okay, so in all seriousness, last week we talked a little bit about the Giants, but is there a plan? Is it obvious to anyone? The Giants have a plan, or are they just kind of muddling along?
The plan is
blow it up.
They've blown it up, right?
Okay.
They're in a
right thing to do.
Yeah. They weren't winning. They had to do something, right, to blow this thing up. And you've got Posey, you've got your new manager. Why not just blow everything up and restart?
Keep Webb, though. Keep Webb.
Yeah, Webb's going to be a part of it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the anchor. Harold, what do you think?
That's it. You got to blow it up. It's time. Well, it's been time for a while now.
It has. Yeah. And the one thing that's been ignored there for too long is their farm system. And right now it's soaring. They've really done a good job of drafting and also gaining more talent in that in their minor league system, which they have been, other than when Posey and Panic and Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt came up, when they had a young core of local talent and the third baseman Pablo. They haven't had it since, and they haven't been successful. So they just haven't. So
those were exciting teams, man.
They're fun to watch.
Yeah, those were good
to
teams.
win 3 World Series in 5 years.
That was crazy.
Yeah. And they had really good pitching and a great manager. Yeah,
but the Dodgers are going to do it 3 in 3 years.
3 in a row. He's trying. They tried for 3 in a row, right? They're buying the third one.
Well, they're trying. They're trying. Right now, there might be a little cash strap.
Right now, the owner might be buying out.
Yeah, there might be a little cash strap. So we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so let's talk a little baseball. 22-0. The Brewers, I think they beat. Who'd they beat?
Seattle. They beat Seattle. So it was 22 runs, 22 hits. Yeah. And the thing is, it was a shutout. I mean, how did the team not even score? Yeah. They had I think Seattle had 6 hits.
Well, how many second basemen and outfielders pitched? That's what I want to know.
I've been on a couple of teams that wouldn't score.
In basketball,
no problem. 40-4 Kings team against the Lakers.
I know you remember the whole thing,
Is that really what it was? 40-4.
I've gone back and I've watched the entire first quarter.
Actually,
they were in their powder blues.
Were you yelling at Harold? What are you doing?
No, I was watching on TV. They were in L.A.
The score was actually 42-4.
Yeah. So I watched that game. I never forget.
I was on the bench.
So who had the points? Who had the 4 points? I'm sure you know.
I think Otis Thorpe. Otis
you're right.
Had 2, and Derek Smith had 2.
Reggie was running around with his head cut off. Oh, yeah, that was funny.
It was all over.
Oh, my
and I'm sitting on the bench like, you want to try me?
Yeah, let's go. That's crazy.
I can score, coach.
Here's the thing, Harold. If they're down 42-4 and you're still not getting put in, I don't know what that says.
That says the coach is not going to be that long.
All right, so this never happened in baseball. In fact, it was brought to my attention, I think, who brought it up this morning? I can't remember. But anyway, it might have been Bob Fischetti, but Josh Baez, his first major league game.
Yeah, and you know who did it against, too, right?
He goes 3 for 4 against the Cubbies. And what happened?
His first 3 at-bats were home runs. His first 3 at-bats.
Unbelievable.
That was
never
ridiculous.
Been done. Never been done. Willie McCovey, his first game with the Giants back in '59, 4 for 4, two triples and 2 singles. That was a big opening, but I've never heard of anybody hitting 3 home runs.
No, you want to get a hit your first major league bat, right? Oh, I want to get on base. I don't want to strike out. Let me do something. Put it in play. Crazy. Maybe even a walk, and he hits a home run. He's all right. I did it. Then a home run. Then a home run. 3 in a row. Crazy.
Never forget that. I think maybe the greatest first at bat I've seen. Will Clark in his first at bat hit a home run with Nolan Ryan.
Oh yeah, that was great. Dead
that
center.
Was awesome.
Dead center.
Yeah.
Dead center. And he did not look at Nolan Ryan. They told him whatever happens, if you get a hit, don't
you're
look
gonna get beat.
You're going to get beat. Next
that
time.
was bad. Back then, you're going to get beat.
Well, I love Dusty Baker. We'll talk about Dusty's book here in a second too, Crossroads. But he talks about how when he first bet up against Bob Gibson. Hank
man.
Aaron walked over to him and he goes, something like this. He goes, do not look at him.
Yeah.
Do not look at Gibson. If you get on base, do not look at him.
Yep.
And do not look at him between pitches. He will drill you.
He will drill you, yeah.
Consistently.
Oh, my
A
goodness.
nice drill, yes.
Yeah.
Nice drill.
So are we going to talk about the A's at all?
Go ahead.
Why?
I thought we were talking baseball.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the A's last place, A's 49-77?
Here's the great news. They're in town.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is good news.
That is good.
That
At
is good
Sutter
news.
Health Ballpark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a great spot to see a game. Sutter Health
Beautiful
Park.
place. Yeah.
So as we speak now, they only have 47 wins, but I remember looking at the standings when I took out my newspaper and opened it up like I used to, and I was looking at the standings. They were in first place, but that was at the end of April, and I actually thought it was like into May. But they were in first place, and then that was the end of it.
It's hard to believe. I thought they would be much more competitive this year. They've got
Everybody
a great
thought
daily
they would.
roster. The pitching still is terrible. They fired the GM.
Right.
They've underperformed. That's unfortunate. Because the AL West is a terrible division.
It was gettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody thought the A's were going to take a step forward. They took a step back. And it's always about the pitching, and that's been the Giants' biggest problem. Their bullpen has gone to maybe the worst in baseball. So who comes out of the American League this year?
Could be the Sox, man. Watch out for the White Sox.
So
they just won today as we speak. Yeah.
Could Cubs, White Sox finally be
that would be
World Series?
That'd be amazing.
Giants, A's, 89, the bridge is falling down.
What would they call the Cubs White Sox World Series? What would the moniker be? It's not Freeway World Series. Subway World Series. What would it be?
It's got to be Windy City something. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I mean, don't get me too excited now. Because I'm like, oh my God, that could maybe happen.
Cubbies at 174. They're right there, man. They're right there with the Dodgers. They're right there with the Brewers. They're right there with the Braves.
Yep.
The Braves are good too. Once again, they have the pitching, and it's going to be very interesting. And then the Giants, of course.
But the National League is so much better than the American League this year.
It is.
Top to bottom.
If the Dodgers make it, can you get us tickets?
I can get some of us tickets.
Yeah, just give him a credit card number.
Looks this way.
Just give him a credit card number with the 3-digit code. Okay,
Dodgers make the World Series. We'll find a way to get you to LA.
I do want to touch on this.
Not to the game, but to
LA.
I
do want to touch on this because I talked to Dusty last night. We had a great conversation. He's going to Nicaragua. The guy's everywhere. He's making wine. He's over in Nicaragua. He's being asked by different head coaches of different teams to come preseason football, preseason basketball coming up to give that speech that only Dusty can give to motivate people. But his new book, Crossroads, which is basically his autobiography, is phenomenal. And I teased him. I said, Dusty, can you sign my iPad? Because it's in my iPad. I don't have the book itself anymore. But yeah, Dusty's life story is pretty incredible from his time with the Braves, with Hank Aaron, being in the on-deck circle when
that's crazy.
When
an incredible
Aaron
story.
passes Ruth and Harold, he followed your illustrious basketball career. His dad was at every Kings game.
Yeah.
And Dusty and the Kings have a great relationship as well as his father did before he passed. But Dusty, probably the greatest athlete ever to come out of Sacramento.
Yes, and one of the greatest guys. I actually was helping out Grant High School one year with their sports program, and I asked Dusty to come and speak to the class, and he walked in, and it was amazing what he said. I had no idea that he was in the dumps and he was down and out, and somebody taps him on the shoulder and says, "Are you Dusty Baker?" "Yes, I am. We've been looking for you." He said, I was ready to jump off the bridge. Life was bad, and I was ready to go. And that happened and turned around. The kids were like, what? They sat up. They were just so attentive. They asked so many. The first time ever, they asked so many questions that we were there for an hour and a half just answering questions. And Dusty sat there the entire time and put a smile on his face. It was unbelievable.
November 10th last year when the Hard Rock Sports Bar opened and restaurant, he came out and he gave an eloquent speech and sits down with everybody, signs autographs, talks hoop, whatever you want to talk, because he's a huge hoop guy. Santa Clara, Carol Williams coach back in the 70s, wanted him there bad, but his future was baseball, and Dusty, a class act.
He's the greatest Sacramentan who ever lived, I think.
I think that's a good way to put it.
All-time great Sacramentans, he's got to be
Hall of
top
Fame?
of that list.
Hall of Fame soon?
Oh, beyond Hall of Fame. It's silly he's not in the Hall of Fame.
For sure. You know why he's so good at all his speeches when he comes out and talks and does everything?
Don't tell me about the Cubs, his time with the Cubs.
Actually, Cubs manager. He because he's drinking all that Baker wine.
Oh, there you go.
So he's primed, ready to go. So he's nice and calm and cool. I actually have a couple bottles signed by Dusty. I don't know what to do with those. Just hang on to them.
Don't drink
in the Hall of Fame.
Don't drink them. Keep the bottles for the Hall of Fame. Exactly. So, one of the interesting things that he talks about is an athlete that I completely hated as a Giants fan growing up, and then had to fall in love with him when he became a Giant.
You hated an athlete?
Was Reggie Smith. Reggie Smith used to kill the Giants. Former Red Sox, great, could swing from both sides of the plate. and had an amazing career. And Dusty still says, pound for pound, he might be the best baseballer he ever played with.
I think it's great you mentioned the Dodgers just honored Reggie Smith, put him in the Ring of Honor this past week.
And Dusty was there
on Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah, he should be.
Oral
for sure.
Hershiser, Hall of Fame. He's got a star now.
He's in there?
That was Friday.
Wow.
Well, another good point about if you do show up there at Hard Rock, you might see Dusty there. He loves a good meal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he loves Yu-Yu. And that's your favorite. Yeah. You love Yu-Yu.
I thought you said he loves me. I don't think he
Asian
but he loves Yu-Yu, that's for sure.
Asian fusion.
It's so good. He doesn't like.
Not true.
No, not true. Well, you got a lot of great.
How do you not like Harold? Come on.
And you got a lot of great music coming up. Earth, Wind, and Fire in September at Hard Rock
Can't even
Live.
wait for that.
Get your reservations. Oh yeah,
Right?
get your reservations for dinner early.
Prayers with the band.
Yeah, the band member. Yeah. How is he doing?
Don't have an update.
Don't have an update yet. The drummer for the Earth, Wind, and Fire had a serious health issue. Yeah, they had to cancel a show at Chase at last minute. Crazy. So yeah, prayers. Haven't heard much. I have to follow up on that. Yeah, that's good, Paul. Good call. But some great shows coming to Hard Rock. The event, November 7th.
Yeah.
Tyler Rich, a lot of information will be coming out on that very, very soon. Okay, let's touch on college football.
Let's do it.
Okay. It's around the corner. I believe there's some games actually coming up the next couple of weeks.
Football kicks off 2 weeks, from today.
There we go.
Saturday.
There we go. And so, and UC Davis is where?
Portland State.
Now, for those of you that don't know, most of you do know, Scott Marsh, the voice of the UC Davis Aggies, and so they open up against Portland State?
Yep, the Vikings.
In Portland?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Number 6 in the country.
Not only is he
UC
the
Davis,
voice,
number 6.
but he actually knows what he's talking about. It's shocking. He's here and he knows nothing.
You can hear those
He's also drinking a lot of that big wine.
On Sacktown Sports 1140 Radio, you can hear those games. Follow UC Davis football because they're just amazing every year. It's just incredible.
It's awesome. I'm sure you probably know the schedule. Maybe you don't. I don't want to put you on the spot, but like they always open up against somebody. Not you said who they're opening, but like in the top 3, they got like a Big Ten team or somebody.
So the big one's SMU.
SMU.
Ooh,
okay.
Nice.
Got the Mustangs.
So
Okay.
Pony Express.
There you go. Yeah.
No, there, of course.
Pony Express. Yeah.
Is Eric Dickerson
they're going
playing?
there to get the money. Dickerson's going to bring the money back
Dickerson
from SMU.
was in town.
Is Dickerson playing in that game?
Dickerson was in town last year for the Phillips Golf Tournament. Had a chance to talk to him.
About that?
We may talk about that game a little bit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
See? I love that.
Nice guy.
Thinking
too.
ahead.
Great guy.
Thinking ahead.
Great guy.
Yeah. The UC Davis program is always great to follow.
Yep.
And Sac State this year, big upgrade.
Big up to the MAC.
Yeah, right there in the
We'll
real
see how
in the
they
MAC.
do.
Ooh, they're going to have to battle.
Coach,
They're
new
gonna
head
have to-
coach.
New coach.
Our man Jay Ross ready for it?
He's ready to go. And
Okay.
Sac State just announced they signed to play Oregon in 28.
Wow.
Cal 27. So they're starting to get some of the big time programs now.
Sure.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, UC Davis and Sac State football has elevated so much over the last 5 to 10 years. It's been incredible.
It is.
I mean, that's real football, real athletes. A lot of guys end up in the NFL, in the Canadian football.
Lan
league.
Larison with the Patriots is going to make that roster.
That guy
from
is
Raggy
so,
from
the
a couple
running
years
back.
ago.
The mini. They used to call him kind of the mini.
He's a Christian McCaffrey.
He's a McCaffrey style
player.
back.
Not saying
Absolutely.
Christian
Now,
McCaffrey.
you also have some competition among ex-NFL athlete or related athletes that are at the quarterback position at Davis this year. Is that right?
So we'll see. I mean, they announced that Trainer Cleveland, former son, or not former, but son of Cam Cleveland,
Right.
NFLer, is going to be the starting quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow.
that'll be good.
H, you get to any of those games?
I haven't been recently.
Okay. Might be. I know where you can get a ticket. I think you call up
Just got
Scotty.
to call the box office.
I'd call Scotty
He
first.
can call. He may not get a return on that call.
All right, Gary, the rankings.
Well, no, I was just
I want to see. He circled this Iowa team down here.
I circled Iowa. Yeah, well, I'm a big Iowa fan too. You know, I don't know if you guys know that, but you know.
Offensively, is there anything going to happen there this year?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, can
You
they
can't
score?
run 11 tight ends on offense. You know.
Well, that's where all the tight ends come from.
I
It's
know,
a tight
that's
end
true.
machine.
That's true.
But no, I'm happy that they're in the top 25. That's cool. But I'm looking back up here. Ohio State always seems to be up there. They're up there. But then I looked here at Indiana. What is that? 6?
Yeah.
They're 6. Come on.
They lost everybody.
A lot.
Yeah. So there's no way. And I heard somebody say, who knows? They may run it back and win the championship. I mean, there's no way they're winning the Big
If
Ten.
that guy wins it, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Right, that coach will go to the Hall of Fame.
yeah.
No doubt. He's already going. But,
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, what happened to Alabama? They're down to 13. That is just not normal.
Not normal. No. So we got 1 minute left, guys. We will cover more on football next week. Real quick, just want to mention, thank Jeff Larson from the Appeal Democrat newspaper chain.
Yeah,
nice story
great
on
job.
Go Online. You can see the story.
What about our 24s?
We're going to do 24-second clock next. Yep. So we're going to get those done. Want to mention that appealdemocrat.com. You can see the article on the Hard Rock, as the major sponsor, and we're working on some other things. So, yeah, 24-second clocker. You guys are, and I got the clock right last week. I got no credit for that.
You did do that's right. I was watching you. Yeah, he did do it good. It's not easy to do. That thing is what, from 1975?
Don't start.
Or 1960?
1960. I feel like I'm in Hoosiers, the movie Hoosiers.
We didn't give him credit last week. Don't start this week.
All right, he's going to mess it up now. Watch.
Are you ready, Gary?
Oh, I'm going.
Here we go.
Yeah, ready to go.
Here we go, everybody. 24-second clock. The best 24 seconds in all of radio, television, and podcasts right now. Take it away, Gary.
That's pretty big. All right, I touched on it a little bit earlier. You know, I'm watching that MVP race in the National League, and I got PCA, of course, with the Cubs. 279 he's batting. 31 home runs. That's one more than your guy, Ohtani.
Yeah.
Wow. But Ohtani is, I think, batting like 285 or something. He's right in there, too. We all know Ohtani's one of the best, but keep your guy that's out on PCA. He's carrying the Cubs. He's the best player on the Cubs. Super fun to watch. Maybe give this guy a nod for MVP. We'll see how he finishes up the season.
Wow, Scotty, you're up.
Second place vote will be very good for him. All right, let's talk Mike Krukow. He announced his retirement at the end of the year.
Good subject.
Kruk and Kipe, you got to give it to them, regardless of whether you're a Giants fan or not. That's one of the best broadcast teams in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
They both belong in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I'm going to miss Krukow. I had him on for a halftime interview once. He walked off when I told him I was a Dodger fan. He threw down the headsets and said, "I'm out of here, meat."
Gotta love Krukow.
Bye,
All right,
meat.
Harold, you're up.
Well, let's talk local guys. Yes, Aaron Rodgers and James Campen. James Campen is a lineman for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's back with Aaron Rodgers, and we know that those two together won a championship. And I know they're excited to start this season, and I'm looking forward to James Campen and Aaron Rodgers to put things together in Pittsburgh.
I love it. Well done, Harold. Okay, I'm going to touch on Debo again. It's funny in life how sometimes you were in the right place and it was the wrong time. He's now in the right place at the right time. I think Debo, and given his leadership skills there with the 49ers, they all welcomed him back. He got the huge hug from Kittle, from Trent Williams, from Coach Shanahan. They went through some pretty tough contract negotiations a few years ago. But Debo's back. Watch out for Debo Samuel this season. I think he's going to have his best year ever.
Can't argue that.
I
It's going to
agree.
be good.
Totally agree.
All right, guys.
I'm a Debo fan. I might take him fantasy.
Episode 2 in the books.
We did it.
Hard Rock Sports Roundtable. Hard Rock right here.
That's crazy.
Get to Hard Rock Sacramento. Nice job, H, as always. All right, Kurt Baird on the board. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We will see you again next time on the Hard Rock Sports Roundtable.
California grow, yeah. California grow. Me and the boys doing all we know. Yeah, there's nothing quite like this place that I call home. California grow, yeah. California grow.
Community interview is made possible by Shaw and Associates.
I'm Dave Shaw, President and CEO of Shaw & Associates. For over 70 years, Shaw & Associates has been your trusted experts for wealth management, tax, accounting, and payroll. We change lives and inspire true wealth, one person, one family, one business at a time. Shaw & Associates is a wealth management investment firm that specializes in taxes, serving as a fiduciary, putting your interests first. You can find more information or schedule an appointment by calling 530-674-1150 or on the web at shawassociatesinc.com. Shaw & Associates is proud to support community radio.
And I always say, and we're grateful for Dave supporting community radio, but the man is sitting here, and I'm not going to say it.
Just burst my bubble.
You know what I mean? He'll just have to get a wheelbarrow to get him out of here, right?
Exactly.
How you been, Dave?
I've been good, Fish. How about yourself?
Good. Have you had a chance to go back and visit back east at all, or you been busy?
Oh, we've been busy. Things are running fine back at the ranch. Talk to the family, 2 or 3 times a week and everything. So we got a lot of stuff going on there, and it's been hotter than heck there.
Oh, I bet. And humidity.
And the humidity. I think the heat index at the ranch today was supposed to be, 107 or 109. And the temperature is only going to be like 98, but the heat index pushes it about 10 degrees higher.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I've been announcing the Freebird games, right? And so, we're up in the booth now. So I walked in the other day, and they have this little gal, Maggie, that sits there, and she does ticketing and stuff. Really nice gal. And she had one of those things that you get wet and stick around your neck.
Yeah.
So because I had mentioned to her, "Well, Maggie, it's really hot, you know." And so she said, and I said, "Man, I don't like it when it's this hot." And she said, "Fish, you're up in the air-conditioned booth. What are you talking about?" Right? It's like, yeah, okay, I'm moving on. Can I get you an ice cream?
You're suffering for baseball. You know what you're doing.
Exactly. What can I say? Yeah. So it's been really, really good. You're really busy. So this is what I think of Dave Shaw, right? So I think the guy's got nothing to do until it's tax time.
Oh, no.
So after tax time, he just floats for 8 months out of the year.
Nope.
Am I wrong?
You are extremely wrong. You grab onto the tax side, but Fish, you forget we are a wealth management firm, meaning investments and financial goals and portfolio management that specializes in tax, because we carry the dual credential, multi-credential, because we carry all the credentials we need on the investment side, and then we carry the top tax credential as EA, so which makes it very, very unique.
So if you got rid of the investment side and just did taxes, you'd have 8 months a year, you'd be free.
Yeah, no, that didn't work either.
So, hey, call me for more financial tips, Dave.
Something tells me you're trying to get me to retire, Fish. I'm not sure what's going on here.
That's not going to happen, right?
No, not at all.
So offline, we were talking just a little bit. You just got to go to a huge financial deal, right?
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about that. Where was it and what happened?
I was in Salt Lake City, Utah. We are, our broker dealer is Advantax, which is a channel of Cetera Financial. So Cetera is really our broker dealer, and they have about 12,000 financial advisors in the world. We're fortunate enough to be in the top 1.5% of all of those advisors in the world. And they had a conference, an investment conference there in Salt Lake, and had over 3,000 financial advisors there. It was amazing. What I love about the conference, and I always come back really jazzed about it, is it's not, you hear these other people, they'll go to conferences and they jazz them up about selling this, selling that, doing. No, it's a chance for me to get to sit down with some of the sharpest minds in the U.S. And in the world about decisions I'm already making, what I'm seeing in the markets, because what makes us different is we don't take a portfolio off the shelf to someone back at corporate made that portfolio. You don't know who's running the portfolio. We're actually managing the portfolio, so we're deciding the stocks and the ETFs and things that go into that, and so we have to be very much in tune with the market. So when I'm setting down and getting to hear from like Dr. Kelly, who is the chief economist for JP Morgan. That's a little company, right? So
yeah, those guys, what they have, maybe 10, 12 clients.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I mean, it's when you're listening to the people that Jamie Dimon is listening to, and with the trillions and trillions of dollars that he's entrusted with, and everything we're seeing all lines up. It's a good checks and balances, because it's a reassurance that we are heading in the right direction with what we're seeing in the market. And then you get to hear from other economists and people that give insight, everything from what's going on in DC to what's going on in the markets, what's going on in certain sectors. And then the highlight was I was very honored, and we were talking about this, very, very honored, out of over 3,000 people that were there. They chose, it was about 20, maybe 30 veterans, and we got to enjoy breakfast with Admiral Grady, who just retired last November as the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Wow. And, that was, a breakfast, totally unscripted. Everything's on the table. We're talking, veterans to veteran, and, just about, everything from what's going on militarily, what's going on in the U.S., how it's going to, even how it's going to relate to the markets and how it's going to relate to us as Americans, and getting his insight, because that man has more insight and knowledge than any of us do with what's going on in the world. But beyond that, it was just a great honor to be asked to be a part of that, and sat down with him, and wonderful man. Really see why he was the Vice Chair of the Joint Joint Chiefs of Staff. So,
this old bishop told me that that everything in life is like standing on a step ladder in a cornfield.
Okay.
And so most of us are standing at the bottom of the ladder and can't see above the cornfield, right? And then as you get more knowledge and you know things, whatever your particular field is, you go up the rungs of the ladder until pretty soon you can see things that most people can't see. So it really doesn't matter what it is. And when you were talking about him, it's like, that's why. He's at the top of the ladder.
Right.
He can see over the cornfield. He's having to make those kinds of decisions. And so now here is my Dave Shaw question of the week.
I had toast for breakfast, okay?
Do you feel set up at all, Dave?
Always.
So when it comes to finances, and you get to go to this, most of those people that you met back there, and some you knew about before you ever met them, they're really up at those top rungs of the ladder, aren't they? Mm-hmm. So you get a chance to go with them. Did you feel like going back and doing that, you stepped up another rung of the ladder? You can see things you couldn't see before?
Really, I mean, using your analogy, with the access that we have, that I have and our firm has, I feel like we're pretty high up on that ladder as far as the information that we can see. It's really it's more of just a collaboration of confirmation, if that makes sense. Because let's talk about the economy.
Okay.
What I've been seeing in the economy and meeting with clients, meeting with new clients, and managing their assets is, overall, the economy is good and the economy is strong. Now,
I believe that.
Transfer that to what we feel here in California with our pocketbooks. Most people are going, "You're crazy," because gas is, $7 or $6 a gallon, and diesel. Well, gas is $6, diesel $7. Energy costs have been going up. All these things. We have to take a step back and look at the global picture. Really, we have to look at domestic. We have to look global as well, and we have to really understand one thing. So I'm going to give you the one thing first, and then we'll go through the economy. The one thing is, California is broken. We don't want to go down the political rabbit hole, but the pain we feel is caused by the nonsense in Sacramento. They just did more yesterday, as we was talking about, because in 2033, apparently we're only going to be able to buy some kind of cheap tire that's going to cost us 10 times as much as they should. So whatever that is, but that's the nonsense that comes out of our governor and the failed leadership that has California, that they keep doing to us. Now let's step back and look at the economy, okay? Because we know what's going on in California. As I meet with people, one of the concerns they have is they've said they heard it on the TV, that we've been in this bull market and recession's going to get here. Recession is coming, and I ask them why they feel that way, and it's usually a symptom of what I just talked about: high gas prices, food, energy.
Yeah.
But then it's more just because they've heard it on the TV. They've heard the media hype. So, when I'm looking at the underlying things, I have to take the emotion out of it. I'm just like you. I hate pulling up to the gas pump and it's $175 to put gas in my truck,
Okay, I'm not borrowing your truck ever. I am never going to ask you to borrow that beast.
It's got a 30-gallon, it's a diesel truck,
gosh.
So you pop it in there and it's $175 to fill. Where I'm getting is, let's take a step back and look at it, okay? And let's look at the history of the U.S. Mm-hmm. In order to go into a recession, certain things have to happen. And let's look at what's actually happening. Well, first of all, inflation is actually coming down. Inflation is higher than where we want to be, but inflation is all the way down. The last report was 3.4%. Okay, you have unemployment rates that continue to drop. You have the producer price index, which continues to slowly move instead of drastically moving. You have consumer confidence, which is there. You have consumer spending that is going on, and we track that by what are people spending on. The data shows that people are starting to take vacations again and go on these trips. Also, what we're looking at is how much consumer debt is going up, and consumer debt is staying stable. It's not inflating, so they're paying for it as they go. So you see the discretionary income, and the biggest impact that we have is we have capital investment in America in manufacturing and such, which is all pushing us in the right direction and is pushing the GDP positive. So it's staying positive. Never in the history of the U.S. have we had all of those things going in the right direction, have we ever ended up in a recession. So when you look at from a statistical standpoint, looking backwards, the chance of that happening are pretty much slim and none. Okay. Now, as I've told people, there's always the wild card. Something could happen in the next 5 minutes that upends everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to the pandemic we dealt with in 2020. Yeah. There's always the wild cards, but we can't live our lives on the wild card. We have to live with what we know is happening, and we have to be very cognizant and aware of where the market is going, where the economy is going. And going back to conversations that I had while I was in Utah, things that we already know. Once this conflict in the Middle East is resolved, and it needs to be resolved. It's needed to be resolved for 50 years.
Yeah.
It's nothing new. They're bad actors, and we need to deal with that. But once that straightens itself out, typical oil price that the market price is in is about $70 a barrel. We've been 80 and 90. It spiked up to 120 at one point, but it's been hanging just a little higher. But, we're not going to see, the market's already baked in $70 a barrel. Okay, so if we stay right in that range, market's going to flourish.
Good to go.
If price of oil goes back down to where it was 30 years ago to $40 a barrel, then the economy will even move faster.
Yeah.
But then we get back to California. Let's look what California has just done to go further negative. They have stopped, they want to stop refineries. They want to stop even energy production because the governor just failed to extend the nuclear power plant's term that it can run. So our grid's about to get overloaded again when that term's out. You got all the things in California going the negative way because of failed leadership. But when you look at the economy as a whole in the U.S., things are expanding. Okay.
Is that, Dave, do you think that's, do you think that the bad financial decisions, not political, financial decisions that the California government has made, do you believe that's what caused people to leave? And when I say people, I don't mean your average citizen that says, hey, I'm going to go over here and get a job in Illinois, right? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about business. Mm-hmm. And so if they continue, is that going to be a deterrent for businesses? Because you talked about manufacturing. Is that going to kind of stifle these manufacturers that's growing the rest of the nation from coming to California? Are they going to go, we don't want to go there, it's too expensive?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All of these things hurt California, in ways that most people can't understand. I mean, here's a common one. We all see this, that big Budweiser plant in Fairfield with all the big windmills and stuff closing.
Yeah.
It's all those jobs lost. Everything's leaving California. Businesses are leaving California because California is too difficult to work with, too expensive to work with. And, I get back to where we started. It is politically and personally profit motive, driven, because the people that are putting this stuff forward, you just look at this stuff that's going on, there's something in it for them to be doing these types of things. Or they wouldn't do it. So, again, I don't want to go down the political rabbit hole because we could get lost there for days with where we're at.
Well, the only political side is if the people that are currently in power are not making decisions to better our life in California, pick somebody else. It's not difficult. It's not based on left or right. People want to make it left or right. It's financial. If the financial situation in California, that the regulations, and I hear from everybody, we're overregulated. If the decisions are being made by our government, then they're making decisions that we don't agree with. I don't care whether they're a Democrat, Republican, I don't care about that. But financially, if you're making bad financial decisions for the state of California, and people aren't going to want to move their business here, which gives us jobs, then let's vote somebody else in and just look at what candidate will be pro-business.
Yeah.
Probably more than anything, pro-business.
Yeah, you're exactly right because...
What? Well, say that again. Wait a minute. Did everybody hear that?
You're maybe right.
that hard.
No,
Almost.
It boils down to California has got to learn to be open for business and open to business, just like we did here in the local government.
Yeah.
We can do everything we can do here locally, but then if the state mandates things down or does things, that hurts us all. At the end of the day, what we're looking at is, our economy is built on capitalism and growth and entrepreneurship, and there's this mantra that we're after big corporations, we're after this. Everything they put forward, they may target and say that's what it's going to be. It affects every business all the way down. And so we've got to put the nonsense behind us and get going, because exactly what's going to happen, and it's already happening now, is what happened back after the Great Recession back in 2008. California was one of the very last ones that came out of. We're going to be one of the last ones that recover from this. And just take oil, for example. There's no reason. Oil and energy, we have the capacity to produce that right here in California, refine it in California, keep the prices down. Our leadership has chosen not to do that, but go the opposite direction. So we are bound to bring oil in from somewhere.
Somebody had told me that, Dave, that we could produce all the oil we need in California, but we're buying from somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes zero sense.
Consequently, if we're driving a diesel truck, that fish is never going to borrow to move anything.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It is what it is. So let's get back to the market over here.
Yeah.
So the people that maybe have fears of, when's this bull market going to end and when's recession going to here, really, that should be off the table at this point. You need to be cognizant of it, but it's off the table. And that's where someone like myself as a financial advisor comes in, because that's what we do. We mitigate or reduce the risk to try to get you the returns that you need to get you to your financial goals. And that's key, because a lot of times you go in and sit down and talk with people, and first thing they want to talk about is risk. And here's and here we're going to put you into this. Wrong conversation. The conversation should be finding out, Fish, what do you and your lovely bride want to do? At your age, what's on the horizon for the next several years?
We want to travel. We want to, right? I love what I do, Dave. Yeah. I love it. I love this community. But I'm telling you, throw my little bride in the car and let's go. Right?
There you go.
She loves to travel. She loves to see stuff, and I like to do that. But I couldn't live like that. Right? I couldn't live just traveling. So if you said, what do I want to do? I want to do what I'm doing, but I do want to travel. But I'm not borrowing your truck to go travel. I'd get as far as the county line and have to call you for a loan to get gas to go to the next place. That's crazy. So is there any as you look down the road of changes in California,
right?
Do you see anything that's a bright spot, or do we just weather it because California is a great place to live?
Number one, absolutely. California is an incredible place to live. We have one of the most beautiful states there is, with natural resources around. It's really, we got to wait to be seen what happens in California, but it's up to all of us, because there's that little thing coming up in November that can change things.
True.
But we have to really look and see what people want to do. We were talking John earlier. I'll quote John Cassidy. He says, "We are an island of sanity and a state of insanity up here," and that is really true. We have a very unique community that looks forward with things, and we don't we don't typically put up with the nonsense up here. We want to do what's for each other, and that's kind of our key characteristics right here. I've never seen and been a part of a community that gives back as much as this community does.
Yes.
And we are honored to just be a part of that, and we've been blessed in the business, and we have just given so much back to this community and continue to. It has nothing to do with my political office. This is just who we are. And it's that balance that everybody kind of brings to the table. I know it there. I was looking to see if it was still over here, because Crystal might have left it over there, but the Yuba River Endowment was just in.
I was really tempted, knowing you were coming in, to put it back up there.
I was, and Crystal, just so you know, we were going to change the name on that from whoever it was to Dave.
No.
D-A-V. No, I'm kidding. But no, it's let's take those families. I was going to say gentlemen, but let's take the families because it's the farmers and their families.
Yeah.
They came together and saw an opportunity, and they are being a blessing to different
So
organizations
many,
and stuff, and students, FFA, and everything in this community. They are giving back. They are creating a legacy that is moving forward, and that's actually what we try to do with our firm as well. It's not just about today. We're creating a legacy, and if you think about it, when we get to the financial side, and we're talking about where the market's at and where we're going, the question I was asked you, where do you guys want to go? It's really the true technical question is, Fish, what do you want your legacy to be? How are you wanting to bring this thing forward? So you can see how it's a process to go through, and that's just the process. We've gone from the market to process now, but we've got some incredible people here, and the Yuba River Endowment, those families, because it's not just the farmers, it's
amazing.
All of them.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Yeah, they are an incredible group. So back to the market, you need, and we were talking about this earlier, one of the key components that people have to disconnect from their retirement plans, their personal investments, is emotions. They have to take that out because, as a professional, I'm looking at all the technical stuff and I'm aligning that based upon what their goals are. It's not the opposite. I'm aligning their portfolios and the technical things they need to do to their goals. Now, with that, I have to take the emotions out. And so you get some stock that all of a sudden takes off, news hits, it takes off. We'll go back to the IPO that happened a few weeks ago, or it's actually been a little over a month or so now, but when SpaceX came out, okay? When that, this is looking historically, when that came out, they priced it, it shot up like crazy, and now it's way back down. Okay, there were people that wanted to be a part of that for other reasons than the market. They wanted to be a part of it for, just because they liked the company, they liked the owner, they liked different things. They wanted to, and that's fine. But again, you've got to mitigate the risk. It's got to be in a small percentage. It's got to be, very focused. And there's got to be the conversations of, we know this is going to happen because this is what always happens. Okay. But you have to take that emotion out, because if you take that emotional thing, and we'll go back to what happened that day, it came out and then all of a sudden it shot up by over 30%. Okay, your emotion goes, I got to get into this, I want to do this, and so you're jumping in, and then it goes the other way, and you can't invest in the market on an emotional basis. It's got to be a very thought out, deliberate, calculated, diversified, targeted investment strategy that gets you to where you're going to be.
So if the market goes up and down, and your emotions go up and down, it's too hard to time that. So they line up. It's
exactly
not going to happen.
Exactly. And it's great because I always, talk to the people in the community because they know what we do and stuff. I'm like, oh, well, I bought so-and-so, or I bought so-and-so, and I've done this and that. And you can feel it. It's out of the emotion. And that emotion wave, it actually has very specific psyches. Think about it. You got to get a part of it. It goes up. It gets at the top. You're thrilled. It starts to coming down. You're going, well, it'll go back up. And then it drops a little bit further. Crud. It's got to go back up. And